Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat Tucker.
And that was your last.
Damn it, man. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
So, I can explain the bed thing.
If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake. Crawl there.
It's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out! The lovely and wonderful Megan Fox. Not that one.
Not that one. Not the weird one that drinks blood in his toe thumb.
Megan Fox.
Megan. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
She's the devil.
Megan Fox. Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy sh**.
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But it's.
You pissed off the wrong woman.
Oh my God! I have been assaulted, but Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother.
She's the devil.
Not for publication.
The story.
I'm Megan Fox. Thank you. Cheers.
Well, buckle up, folks, because today is going to be something like you've never seen before. This case, the Maya Kowalski case, I have come to believe, after watching Day 15, that this case is what I have been waiting for 20 years. Let me explain to you why I am covering this case. I am not a lawyer. For those of you who are new to this channel, I know there are many of you. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And I'm so glad that this case has struck a nerve with the public, and the public wants to know about it and wants to learn as much as they can about it. And that's why I am uniquely qualified to cover this case. And the reason is I'm not a lawyer. I'm a journalist. And I have been working on, I do a lot of different journalism, right? I do a lot of investigative journalism, but mostly, and I do some funny stuff and some satire, and I do some, human interest articles. But the majority of my investigative journalism has always been focused on child protection corruption in family courts, and that leads into medical kidnapping. They're all coordinated, right? I've been studying this I'm a joyerist. Boosh. Don't derail me today, chat. I have a message to give you. Stop trying to derail me. This is serious. This is serious business. No, it really is. Because I feel like this case is like the culmination of the 20 years of hard work I have put into this topic. It came along at just the right time to really encourage me. I know some of you know I've taken a lot of time off from writing. I had the pinched nerve issue, and I went and got another job, and waiting tables, and a lot of conversations I've had with some of my close friends have revolved around them saying to me, I can't believe you're not doing what you do anymore. I can't believe that you've given it up. If you understood, and I heard Rob talk about this on his recap yesterday, please watch Law and Lumber's recaps. They're very good. And Rob is a family court attorney. And he touched on something during his recap that resonated with me. He says people ask him all the time, how do you do what you do? How are you living in all this, in other people's trauma? And Rob says, well, that's why I have my studio. That's why I go and I do my woodwork. I put all my effort into the woodworking to just kind of cleanse himself of the trauma, because there's trauma involved in this. Today's show is going to be about trauma. Day 15 was about the trauma that tyranny does to people. And I have been saying for years with the families that I work with, these people are traumatized by the system. The reason no one believes them, and the reason they can't express themselves properly, or that they have a hard time getting the media attention, is because they are traumatized. They have PTSD because of what this system has done to them, because of what the jackboot of the state has done to them. And I have walked with families through this process from beginning to end, and I have watched them be traumatized, and I've gotten traumatized. I have secondary trauma from all of it. I have been covering some of the darkest things that can happen to children and families that you can imagine. The trauma is real. And what we are about to watch, I was considering, should we watch Maya's testimony? Because her second testimony about the trauma that she's endured is hard to watch. I cried through almost all of it. But I'm going to tell you, you need to see it. Now, protect yourself if you don't think that you can handle it, if you think that it's going to give you more trauma. If you're a person who has been traumatized, then by all means, take care of yourself. But here's what the plan is for today. I'm going to play Maya's testimony right off the bat, and I'm going to be quiet through the entire thing. I'm not going to comment on it. We are going to watch it in its entirety together quietly. I may even turn off my camera because I really don't want to cry and weep in front of you. And after that, I am going to show you a massive breaking story that is happening in this nation right now. And I think it's because the zeitgeist demands it. And I'll tease it a little, but there is currently right now over 70 families coming forward about false Munchausen syndrome by proxy allegations in Pennsylvania. And I have a lot of the goods on that. There is another child abuse doctor, just like Dr. Sally Smith, who has been caught in severe Munchausen fraud and has been terrorizing the people of 3 states, New York, Pennsylvania, and Florida, for years. And it's all coming out now. So after we watch Maya, I'm going to play a video that I've made with compilation clips of what's happening in Pennsylvania right now. This week, it's happening right now. This case is of Maya Kowalski and the documentary that came with it and everything else. This is huge for what I do. And it has given me a boost to be able to write again. I wrote the first article I've written in a long time about this topic just the other day. I've linked it in the description. You can read it. And I will be doing a series. I'm going to be getting back to some of that writing. And I just want to say that the trauma part of it, and the secondary trauma that I have from covering these cases and not seeing any justice, that is the psychological component of why I haven't been able to write, because it's too hard. It's painful. It's dark. And the pain that I'm experiencing with the pinched nerve and everything else is exacerbated by the injustice. I know it. It's stored trauma. I have stored trauma from this. And if I have it, just by covering the stories, imagine, if you will, the people who have gone through it, whose own children were taken away. what Maya is about to testify to cannot be ignored. It must be seen. It must be seen. It must be heard and understood. And that's what we're going to do right now. And then we will get to the rest of the show after we do the preview of what's coming in my next investigation into what's happening with this major Munchausen scandal in Pennsylvania. We're going to go back to the trial on day 15. This is going to be a long one, folks, so buckle in, because we're going to go back to the trial on day 15, and we're going to go over the motion arguing because it was incredible. We're going to go over so much that happened yesterday, especially in the arguing, and what the defense tactics, the terrible, slimy defense tactics that they're using to cover up what happened in this hospital. It was another terrible day for the defense yesterday, which is great. And we should all be, I'm feeling it in my spirit that this is going to break open and break down the walls of silence and of terror that has been going on in this country for years. This is happening. It's happening because of, I don't know if it's happening because it's finally just, we've reached a point where it's just bubbling over the top and people can't take it anymore, or we got lucky and this trial got televised. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's breaking open the doors, folks. The wave is coming crashing in now. And I'm so excited. I'm so happy that I find myself able to get in front of a keyboard. I'm able to sit down and write. And that's big news. That's big news. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm back, baby. I'm not stopping until we're done with this. All right. So here we go. Because I haven't felt this optimistic about the situation in this country in a long time. Yeah, the pendulum has shifted. There's an energy shift. There's an energy shift. Do you feel it? You will feel it after we get done with this. So listen, it's going to be hard, and this is going to be sad. But I want you to keep in mind that Maya's courage and her strength to get up and tell people the truth and tell the story and not settle and allow them to put her under a gag order. Okay, she could have settled this case. She didn't do it because she wanted us to hear it. That's huge. You don't understand how hard it is for people with this kind of trauma to talk about it. The fact that she's been able to even get up on the stand and tell her story and now twice she's going to be on the stand with the kind of things they did to her. It is amazing to me. It sends chills down my spine. The courage this girl has. Sherry says your article on PJ Media about Maya was so good. I miss your writing. I know. I'm sorry. It was good, and I was happy to write it. It took me too long, though. I got to get back into the flow. It took me like 3 hours, and that's too much. Enchiladas on bread. Thanks for the super chat. Says keep fighting the good fight. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat. Definitely. I've been remonetized. Yay. So hit and on Rumble, by the way, we are on Rumble. We're on Facebook right now. Hey guys, on Rumble, who's there? Only 24 of you? What the heck? What are my Rumble people doing on a Saturday? I guess you're not. And there's no chat right now. Is anybody there? And there is Locals. I put an announcement on Locals. I don't remember if I opened the live chat or not. But to my peeps on Locals, meganfox.locals.com, thanks for being with me. I've got my hot toddy ready. This is going to be difficult to watch, but I promise you, after this, it's going to get really good. And just keep in mind, if you're feeling upset or sad, keep in mind that what Maya is doing right now, she is being a voice for the thousands, if not tens of thousands of children caught in this nightmare and their families being traumatized by the state and the hospitals in collusion with one another in a conspiracy, a criminal conspiracy to take people's children and profit from it. That's going to come up today. We are going to talk about the profit that is happening between the hospitals and the CPS. You know what we haven't talked about? We have not talked about Dr. Sally Smith and how she is contracted not only with the hospital, but with DCF. So she is double dipping, and she is going after parents in order, I believe, to gin up more business for her CPS DCF office. That's what I think. And I think we are seeing it in Pennsylvania right now. Yes, it's human trafficking. That's what it is. And I've been saying that for 20 damn years. I've been saying that CPS, DCF, these hospitals are trafficking kids. And people look at you like you're a conspiracy theorist. But that's what they're doing. No, they're not selling them to like Russian mobs or anything. They're selling them between one another. They're taking them from you. They're getting money from the state for doing it. The money then goes to the doctors at the hospital who are in on it, like Sally Smith. She's creating more work for her. She's creating. What do you want, sweetie? Okay, take it. Here you go. You're doing your chores? I appreciate that. Go take it out of the office for me, please. That's all trash. Do not take stuff out of the trash, dude. Do not. Take it out so that I don't have to hear it. The bag.
Everybody's going to start laughing.
Yes, they're all laughing at you. Yep, that's true. All right, close the door.
Oh, said hi.
Yeah, Hangry Fox says hi. He had his last football game today. Close my door, please, buddy. He had his last football game today, and it was so cute. So cute. So football season is officially over, and they are now doing their chores. So, we're going to have interruptions like that on this stream because it's a Saturday, and my kids are around. But yeah, so what was I saying? I was saying that they're not like selling kids to like the Russian mob or anything. Thank you, darling. Thank you. And when you go out, close the door. Why are you still in here?
Because the other trash is there.
Oh, the other trash can? All right. I got to wait till he's gone. The chat wants to know, how is the sandwich eating on the bus going? No more sandwich eating problems? Honey?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, no.
No more sandwich eating problems?
No.
Nah, they're friends again.
Seriously, you should give me a trial mug for hot cocoa.
Oh, you want a travel mug for hot cocoa? I don't know if the driver would agree to that. I don't know.
We need new ones.
I don't know. Well, I'll take it under advisement. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I've got my hot toddy with my Bengal spice tea and my bourbon cream. I got to wait till he gets out of the room. All right. Let's just get this started, shall we? Share. Geez, how full is that garbage? Wow, it's a big bag. All right, close the door. My door, honey.
Yeah.
Thank you. All the way. All right. Ooh, Freedom Ring. We're going to prove you wrong today about that. The legal claims are absolutely legit. And I was worried that the plaintiff had a really hard hill to climb here, but I am less worried today. I am less worried today. All right. All right, for this part, I am going to... All right, so I'm sorry, he threw me off. But I was saying the trafficking, when it comes down to, it's not trafficking like you think of, throwing kids in the back of a truck and moving them from state to state. But what they're doing is moving them from the family unit to the government unit, and they're getting paid for it. How can you monetize removing children from homes and expect people not to take advantage of it? How could you do that? You know what the government is like. You know what government workers are like. You know that if there's a pot of money to be had and you get more of it, the more kids you take, there is going to be somebody who, or more than one somebodies, who are going to take advantage of that. And they are going to take kids they shouldn't have taken to get that pile of money. And I believe that Dr. Sally Smith and this other doctor in Pennsylvania and the Dr. John Wright in Florida, and I think they're all doing the same thing. They are taking kids, they're getting more funding for themselves, for their pet causes, for their speeches, for their everything. They're making money on the destruction of families. And I've been harping on this for 20 years, and here it is. It's coming in. It's coming out. Walls are coming down. All right, here we go. There's 100 of you here. Please do hit the like button. And if you like this channel, please subscribe. I'm trying to hit 20,000 subscribers, and I am getting close. And, YouTube demonetized me right when my channel was really on an upswing. And then they really cut me off at the knees in June. And I really would appreciate it if you like this channel to come back often and subscribe and turn on your notifications. But go to meganfox.locals.com because that is where you'll get all the notifications, and YouTube will not be able to stop the notifications because they do that here a lot. All right, how many likes do we have? Only 46? We can do better than that, you guys. I'm not starting the stream until we get up to at least 80 likes on 113 watching. Come on now. You can do it. You can do it. And on Rumble, how are we doing over there? Oh, good. Crazy Warlock, you're here. You're here. Good to see you. You seem to be the only one in the Rumble chat right now. I guess I should tell my Rumble dude that I'm live. I haven't done that yet. And usually they help me out with that. So, let's see if we can get that live ratio up. There we go. It's heading up now. There you go. Are your thumbs broken, folks? Did you do too many chores today for your mom? I bet you didn't do any chores for your mom. Have you done chores for your mom recently? Because today's a chore day in my house. Has everybody done any chores? Here's a chore you can do for your internet mom. Head over to the like button and click it right now. You can do it. I believe in you. Don't make me disappointed. Don't you dare. Come on now. The mom shaming is about to begin. It already has begun. Oh, yeah, this is a good question. This is the hospitals are, and these people who are claiming Munchausen, they're literally accusing parents of the thing they are doing. They are abusing the kids and they are profiting off of it. And they are accusing parents of doing that. But where's the profit? Show me what the parents gained out of what happened to Maya. She lost her mother. You think they were trying to profit off of her? It's absurd. What did the hospital gain? The hospital gained all kinds of funds, federal funds. They also were billing insurance for the disease they said she didn't have. Hospitals are always are involved in a whole lot of insurance billing that maybe could be looked into for fraud. S. Nelson, thanks for the super chat. YouTube is asshole. Are we up to 80 likes yet? No, we're only at 69. We're only at 69. 69 is a decent number, though. All right. I'm not going to be telling any jokes during this. I'm not going to be showing any cheeky comments because it's very, very serious. So let's get started with Maya. Oh, we're up to 70. All right, good. We're up to 70 likes. That's good enough. We're only 10 short. All right. I'm not totally disappointed.
And I wanted to go into 3 and really 4 different areas involving your physical, emotional pain and suffering, the mental anguish, and the loss of capacity to enjoy life. And then I would like to go into a little bit about the loss of your mom on the wrongful death claim. So,
for those of you who don't understand why she's back up on the stand the second time, I forgot to explain this. This is about damages. This is the end of the plaintiff's case. They are now just telling the jury, here is the damages that she suffered because of this. And after she testifies, there's going to be all kinds of economic experts that are going to tell the jury how to monetize the losses and the trauma that she's had. So that's what this is about. That's why she's back on the stand. And everybody just realize how strong this girl is. It's incredible.
I want to start out on physical and emotional pain and suffering and ask you how what has happened here has affected you, and do you believe that you do need medical or psychological treatment from time to time?
Most definitely, yes.
And so are there problems about this that you can explain to the jury?
Yes, so I still experience CRPS pain, and unfortunately, I am a little bit scared to seek treatment because of what happened last time, how I ended up at Johns Hopkins. I'm also a little bit afraid to even talk about my pain. 1, because I don't want to worry my dad, and 2, because I don't want people to tell me that I'm faking it.
Is it hard for you to describe symptoms?
It's not hard for me to describe symptoms. It's more so that I'm afraid that they won't be believed.
Is that difficult for you when for so long your statements, your pleas, if you will, about your pain were disregarded, or you were told that they weren't real?
I'm sure to the leading, Your Honor. Overruled.
Yes, and I still suffer from that to this day.
To this day, do you still have any feelings inside where you question yourself if there is an injury or emotional issue?
Yeah, so I told the story a little bit about how I broke my pinky playing football. And I waited a couple of days before I actually went and got help for it. I thought maybe it will go away. I'm just being dramatic. And I kid you not, my pinky was completely to the side. And I actually only sought treatment after my aunt, because she worked at the surgery center that I went to get it fixed. I was only comfortable knowing that she was in the operating room with me.
Now, the jury would like to know, though, they know that you've seen like a dermatologist and you've been to the dentist, I think?
Correct.
All right. So why are you able, and you were actually admitted into a hospital up at Arnold Palmer, I think, for one of your relapses, were you not?
Yes, I was. So with Arnold Palmer, the first thing that we did was talk to my primary care physician, John Wasner. And when he talked to the hospital individually, that's when I felt comfortable going to the hospital and staying there. If you talk to the doctors, they would tell you that I definitely wanted to get out. I stayed there for a week, and then we continued the rest of the treatment at home. Sorry, what was the first part of that question? I completely forgot.
It was about whether it was physical, and well, first about the dermatologist and the dentist. You've been to those.
Yes, so I mean, I haven't really been wronged before by a dermatologist or a dentist. Those appointments typically last about an hour, so I feel more comfortable going there.
And also, from your perspective, does it seem likely that your dermatologist or your dentist will try to have you taken away?
Yeah, I don't think like a dentist would ever do that, and I've never heard of such a thing.
So how are you sleeping now? Understand you recently discovered melatonin, but
Yeah, so I'm not sleeping that great. There's two sides to it. So it's either I stay up all night, I am in pain, and I'm thinking about all of this, the legal stuff and Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital memories, or I fall asleep and I have nightmares and I wake up sweating. Sometimes I cry because whenever I dream, it's not dreams, it's more nightmares and remembering all the trauma.
okay. So how many hours do you sleep on average a night?
5.
What happens? Maybe tried tramadol? Any of those?
I have
Ambien?
trazodone, yes, and
Trazodone?
I mean, again, I'm able to fall asleep, but then once I enter REM sleep, I start dreaming, and it's just too difficult.
Does it wake you up even with the trazodone?
Yes.
And so now, Maya, they know, everyone knows that you're a very, very good student, but can you tell the jury about any difficulties that this emotional pain, suffering, and physical as well, to the extent it's been aggravated, has changed your ability to focus, study?
Yes, so when I'm experiencing higher levels of pain, it's harder for me to concentrate on the material. And then with my mind just thinking about Johns Hopkins all the time, because I haven't been able to get proper therapy, I could be reading a paper, I could get to the bottom of the page and I have not absorbed a single thing. And I have to reread it like 3 times before I actually remember it.
That adds to the time you need to absorb material in school and so forth.
Yeah, it takes me a significant amount of time. Even though I'm smart, it's very difficult.
And how does it affect your pleasure reading? Or do you do pleasure reading, I guess?
Yeah, no, I don't even read anymore. I would like to because I do enjoy reading. I like learning.
Okay. Now, have you found any difficulty with talking about, strike that, have you kept up with some of your friends, people that you knew or know who have or had CRPS?
Well, I did have one friend with CRPS, but she did pass away from it a year after my mom passed away.
Your Honor, again, we raised the objection about discussing other people's medical care.
I'm going to overrule that.
But that's, yeah. Thank you, Judge.
And we also object on relevance.
Overrule the relevance.
So what effect then, and how are you doing right now, by the way, in terms of pain and symptoms?
I've had CRPS, since I got diagnosed with it, and it does fluctuate. I go through periods of time where it's better and then other times where it's worse. I think just with everything going on, it has been a little bit harder to cope with. The last week in particular has been a little bit more taxing than usual, and it's hard to make it through the day.
As you sit here right now, though, is the jury seeing you in here? How would you rank your pain on a 1 to 10 scale as you sit here right now?
Right now, I would say that it's probably a 7 or 8.
But you don't grimace, you don't?
No.
Okay. So now, in terms of symptoms, do you have any symptoms right now other than the pain?
Other than the pain, I have lesions and there's slight discoloration in my right leg exclusively.
Is that where it started? Is that where the CRPS originated?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And I'm still getting those monoclonic jerks.
Okay. Can you describe a little bit more for the jury what those involve?
So with the monoclonic jerks, it's completely involuntary. It could be from my foot to the top of my head. It's not a specific area that I just twitch in. So it's not really dependent on anything. It could be anywhere.
All right. So now, does this interfere with any aspects of your life? Strike that. Did this start? Strike that. When did this start, the myoclonic jerking?
I noticed it after Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and it's just progressively gotten worse. And I did meet with my CRPS physician, Dr. Kirkpatrick, and he said that it's likely to get worse and worse.
Approach on this, please.
Oh, this stupid thing. So I had to turn off my ad blocker because YouTube is asshole. So we're going to have some of that happening. But at least it happened right in the in the sidebar. I mean, wait, Kevin, this is so silly. I don't think you understand how people who have trauma have to cope. If you want to know more about that, you should watch Rob's stream last night, because he's represented a whole lot of people with a whole lot of trauma, and a lot of people process their trauma in a lot of different ways. And if she's having trouble reading, that means her attention is not being, she's not able to focus. We don't know when that started, how long. She's almost out of school. She's doing college right now. She's doing like community college because she's so far ahead of her peers. We don't know if she has like some kind of 504 where she is read to, or if she has, we don't know what kind of, I don't know what the word is, accommodation she has. That hasn't come in. So we don't know. We do know she's incredibly bright. But just because you're not saying she wants to have it both ways. Oh, she can't read, but she's a good student. I don't think you understand how people process trauma. Very intelligent people process trauma in different ways. And everybody processes it in different ways. Her intelligence level isn't going to be affected by the trauma. But she may have to learn in different ways.
What I wanted to get at was, when you have the CRPS pain or these lesions starting up, how frank are you with your family about them?
I don't want to worry my dad. I mean, he has enough on his plate. He's a single parent. And I mean, just being the father of 2 kids is hard enough. I mean, it would be even harder if one kid was really sick.
I know. Okay. So does Kyle worry about you too?
He does. And actually, about when I broke my pinky, that was the last time he let me play football with him because he was so unbelievably scared that if I got hurt again, it would increase the chances of me being separated from my family.
Mhm. And so these aggravated symptoms, and can you tell the jury, have your symptoms been aggravated by your stay at Johns Hopkins, as they've heard here?
I believe so. With the testimonies of the doctors.
Kyle worry about you too?
He does. And actually, about when I broke my pinky, that was the last time he let me play football.
See, it's caught on somehow. So I don't know what to do other than just turn it off. So they've done something,
designed by
and there's
for
nothing I
nature
could do
lovers.
about
brings
it other than just and by
closer
the
to
way,
birth.
the reason why I refuse to pay, I'll tell you, the reason I refuse to pay YouTube, I used to, and then they did all the shit that they did to me, and yeah, no more. I'm not giving them my money if I don't have to, because they did terrible things. Why is this happening now? Hold on, guys, I'll fix it. Hold on.
Was when you have the CRPS pain or these lesions starting up, how frank are you with your family about them?
I don't want to worry my dad. I mean, he has enough on his plate. He's a single parent. And I mean, just being the father of 2 kids is hard enough. I mean, it would be even harder if one kid was really sick.
I know. Okay. So does Kyle worry about you too?
He does. And actually, about when I broke my pinky, that was the last time he let me play football with him because he was so unbelievably scared that if I got hurt again, it would increase the chances of me being separated from my family.
Mhm. And so these aggravated symptoms, and can you tell the jury, have your symptoms been aggravated by your stay at Johns Hopkins, as they've heard here?
I believe so. With the testimonies of the doctors, they relayed that when you interrupt treatment, it does increase the risk of it coming back.
Your Honor, we object. It's outside the foundation.
Overruled.
Overruled.
Yeah, I was done anyway.
All right. And then the circumstances you're in right now, ketamine worked for you before, but can you tell the jury why over this period of time since you got out of Johns Hopkins, and let's leave aside any legal, but just emotionally and from your own internal sources, why don't and haven't you used the ketamine?
Well, besides the legal aspect of it, because I'm sure I can't get into that, but I mean, the stigma of ketamine in the medical industry for people who aren't familiar with CRPS has deterred me from seeking help again.
And does it cause you any worry that the wrong statement about it, the wrong request about it might cause this to happen?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
All right, so with the increased stress you've been talking about, has that had any physical manifestations? Obviously the CRPS, but leaving aside the CRPS, and we'll get into the psychological, but leaving aside the CRPS, do you have any physical manifestations when you get stress?
Yeah, so the insomnia, and then another thing is I do have atopic dermatitis, It was pretty well managed for the most part with ointments. It was never really bad, but I want to say within the last year, it got to be a serious problem. My skin was just disgusting. So I went to the dermatologist for that reason. Now I'm on a shot called Dupixent, and it's completely gone. But those shots are, expensive, and I have to take them every 2 weeks to keep my atopic dermatitis under control. And I just want to say the dermatologist said that it wasn't from environmental factors, it was from stress.
Sustained.
So then, plus, needles, right?
Yeah.
All right. I want to turn to the mental anguish segment of these damages. You talked a little bit about the sleeplessness, but I need to know, the jury needs to know more about the anxiety that you feel and what it's caused you in terms of the mental, anguish, the mental pain.
I am quite fearful to even talk to anybody about my feelings. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell why, or because it's about the legal stuff, how it's been like subpoenaed.
Let's
I don't
stay
know
away
if I'm
from
allowed- Okay.
right
But
now. Just
I'm afraid to talk about that because, but then in the past at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, I met with Dr. Lewis, who conducted a neuropsych exam, and he wrote down things that I did not say. So now whenever I go to a mental health professional, I'm scared that what their notes are actually not true with what I'm saying.
has it been hard for you to establish a bond with physicians and therapists?
Certainly, it's scary.
Well, what about Dr. Henschke? Did she help?
She did. I really liked her, but it did take me a few sessions to warm up to her. But I would like to see her in the future if at all possible.
And do you have any fears that whatever you put in records may end up in one of these places?
Your Honor,
This pisses me off.
Sustained.
I can't believe that
So
that
tell me
isn't
also
allowed to be told.
about going into a medical facility. Have you
So-
had any experience?
She's scared to go to her psychologist that she likes because every time she does, those assholes on the defense subpoena the records. Everything she says in therapy, everything comes in as evidence and is subpoenable. Is that a word? Subpoenable? But that's why she's scared to go. Terrible. Terrible.
Experiences lately that you can tell us about where you've had to go in?
I know, well, with the Arnold Palmer experience, there was like extra precautions that we took not only as a family, but we informed our physician. So every single time I go to a doctor's office or a hospital, it's quite frightening. There was actually one time I had a pretty bad cold, so I went to urgent care. But again, I waited like 4 days. And when I went into the examination room, it's like standard that you listen to the heartbeat. He asked me, "Why is your heart going so fast?" And it's even scary to talk about, but I just told him I have anxiety when coming into,
I'm going to overrule on that one.
but I just have anxiety going into those places.
Okay. Now, with, and we'll get into the activities in the next section, but kind of dumb question. How often do you think about your mom?
I think about her every single day. I mean, there's reminders all around. Anyone with blonde hair, I think of my mom. Anyone with glasses, I think of my mom. Certain colors she liked. Like Kyle said, perfumes. When I am at the mall and I walk by Victoria's Secret, I think of her because she loved going in there. Or like Telbots. I don't know, I see her everywhere, and it's a blessing, but also a curse. It's nice to be reminded of her, but it's hard.
And have you seen photographs of your mother when she was your age?
I did, yeah.
Does she look a lot like you?
hmm
So have you had any concerns about, as you grow older, looking in the mirror and seeing?
Yeah, it's harder. I mean, everyone when I was younger told me that I looked just like her. And for some reason, I never saw it. But after she passed, every time I looked in the mirror, I myself was a reminder of my mom.
Mhm. So then you have chronic depression?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Okay. Now, is there any way the jury could differentiate between days when it's depression that's keeping you from doing the things you want versus days that the CRPS aggravation is keeping you from doing things you want to do?
I mean, the way to distinguish it would just be by asking. I don't think by looking at a person you could really tell what's contributing to the fact why they don't want to do anything.
Mhm.
So with the CRPS pain, it's just if I'm hurting too bad that day or doing certain movements are too difficult and I can't go to the gym, I'll stay at home and I do just lay in bed. But then there's the depression, which is, I would say most of my depression would be revolving around my mom's death and then being taken away and being held at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And I constantly think about those 3.5 months.
Does it have any effect when you see someone that looks like Miss Beatty or some of those nurses?
Yeah, this is kind of embarrassing, but I did work as a server, and I was fine working there for most of
Was
it.
it
I
a
would
Cracker
say,
Barrel?
yeah, Cracker Barrel.
How long
and
did you work there, Pill?
Not long. It was a very
Weeks
short
or
time.
months?
It was maybe 2 months ish around there. It was a couple of months, but it was short compared to what most of my peers do. But I was serving this one table and I was looking at my little notebook. And when I looked up to listen to her order, the lady looked 1-to-1 with Kathy Beatty. And I felt so bad, but I just stared at her and I probably made her feel so bad, but I was so scared.
Hmm. And so running into people that may look like some of the people that bothered you there,
Yeah,
how does that affect your desire to want to go out and do things?
it's hard because, I mean, I'm a teenager, so I like to go out with my friends, but at the same time, I avoid a lot of things and I've never told anyone about what happened to me until, now it's pretty public, but, none of my friends knew. So they probably just thought I was weird or being like dramatic. But in reality, I just have really bad PTSD.
Yes. Teenage girls sometimes can be a little hard. So now, does it affect you in terms of wanting to go out and, well, just go out of the house or out of
Damn. for fuck's sake. I'm so tired of this, but I've got to make time to call Apple. I swear. This is just crazy. Let's just hope that that was the one time this is going to happen, and then we can get over it. Here we go.
Have really bad PTSD.
Yes. Teenage girls sometimes can be a little hard. So now, does it affect you in terms of wanting to go out and, well, just go out of the house or out of, I guess you have a boyfriend now and his house is
Yes.
nearby?
hmm
How does that work?
So I go to his house a lot most of the time, and we used to go out like downtown Sarasota, but there was actually another instance when we were walking past a restaurant, and there's a nice outdoor patio, and people were dancing to live music, and I could have sworn one of the people dancing was Kathy, and I completely panicked, and it's just so embarrassing because, like, if this continues to be a problem, I'm just afraid that people won't want to be around me or he'll break up with me.
And that probably makes you, if there's a decision to go out with, when you already don't feel so hot physically, that add to it?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Okay. And so would you say then, Maya, in this area that before this, would you describe yourself as already being really quiet and kind of down, or did you have a different view or neutral view? What's the change?
Before, I was very optimistic and really positive. I was very outgoing and I love talking to people. But I think now it's just easier for me to be kind of neutral or negative about things, and then I don't get disappointed.
Mm-hmm. And do you have any flashbacks to certain incidents there where you are reliving them?
All the time. I mean, there's like little things as well that people might think are silly, but are so significant to me. Like unscented hand sanitizer. I can't. I refuse. I will not put it on my hands. It just reminds me of John Hopkins because all the doctors before they come in, one of the first things they do before even saying hi is they clean their hands with the unscented hand sanitizer. My bed sheets at home, they used to be white. And I don't know if you've ever, stayed at a hospital, but the bed sheets are white. So I changed them to pink. Foods. So I remember almost every day I ordered like the same thing because I'm a very picky eater and they didn't have a lot of options on the menu. So I don't really eat cereal anymore because that's what I had for breakfast. And then for lunch, I would always have a grilled cheese. I can't eat grilled cheeses anymore without getting sad. And then for dinner, I would have spaghetti noodles. And now when I go to restaurants, if I order spaghetti, I always have to get a different shape. That way I'm not reminded. And then certain colors. So Kathy Beatty always wore dark purple. And to this day, I refuse. I will not wear dark purple. And anyone wearing dark purple, I naturally tend to stay away from. And I swear I'm not trying to be mean. It's just, to me, it's protecting myself. And I don't know if you've noticed, but I only wear silver jewelry, and that's because Kathy Beatty exclusively wore gold. So it's almost like everything she did, I have to do the opposite.
Mm-hmm. It reminds me now, one of the jurors had a question after your last about, I think it was creature comforts.
Right.
Did you want to clarify that at all?
Yes, so I apologize. I didn't understand the definition of creature comforts. I assumed it was stuffed animals, but I've since learned what it meant. And no, when I was staying there, it definitely felt more so a hostile environment rather than a comforting one. There wasn't, much treatment for me. Even with brushing my hair, it was so bad that my Aunt Wendy had to cut some of it off because it was matted. And then with brushing my teeth, it sounds disgusting, but without assistance, I went days without being able to brush my teeth.
I need to ask you then, insofar as some relapses about the incidents. First, during that first week you were there, did you make it plain to the Johns Hopkins people around you that you wanted out of there? You wanted to be away from that place?
It was so obvious. I don't think you could mistake what I was saying for wanting to stay there. I wanted out, and I made that clear. I told everyone and anybody who walked in my room, whether it was the person delivering food, whether it was rec workers, nurses, doctors, anyone entering my room knew I wanted out.
What about the period where they had you in that room for 48 hours? Did you let people know, even during that 48 hours, whether you wanted to be in there or outside?
I did not want to be kept in a room all the time. I mean, even though I'm in a wheelchair and I can't walk, it doesn't mean I want to stay put. I'm still a kid. I want to explore and I want to do things.
Do you remember any incidents where you asked whether you could leave to go play with a kid or play in the rec room?
I never really asked to play with the kid because I knew their answer would be no. But I did ask to go to the rec room quite often.
Just because you were sitting there for 48 hours?
Yes.
Or 42, whatever it was. And then the event where on January 6th you were held and disrobed. Did you let them know, Kathy Beatty and the other nurse there, know you wanted away from them and out of there?
Yes, I was crying my eyes out. I mean, again, you can't mistake that at all. There's no excuse.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, I don't know if I asked it on the other thing, but were you actually ever naked in front of them, either top or bottom or both?
Yes, so during the changing process, in the set of photos, you could see two different training bras. So I did change out of that, and Kathy did see me naked at times.
And how did that make you feel based on the way you just are about that?
Disgusting and violated.
Okay. Now, you said that your mom is always with you, and now we need to talk a little bit about your mom's death. And the first thing I want to ask is, you heard the rest of your family's testimony, but what are the things with her being gone that you really liked to do family-wise that you don't anymore?
Well, at least 3 times a week, my family found time to sit down and watch our favorite shows. Being from Chicago, it's kind of funny, but we watched Chicago Fire, Chicago Med, and Chicago PD. So every week, there was one day of the week where a new episode would come out, and that was just bonding time.
And what about hair and makeup?
Yeah, my mom, she did my hair and makeup for ice skating competitions. When I was in Illinois, I was on the competitive team, so that meant I got to travel. And I really cherish that because those were the only solo trips I ever got to go on with my mom.
So, are there certain phrases that your mom used that you either no longer use, or I hate this word, but trigger you?
Yeah, there was a couple, and I mean, when I hear other people say them, I smile a little bit, but it hurts just because I wish it was coming from her mouth. And then Polish accents, it's just, they're so like comforting to me, but at the same time, like my mom sounded the same way.
And again, was this the first time you heard that your grandfather was part of Solidarity?
Yes, yeah.
How'd that make you feel in terms of wanting to go back and learn more about your family in Poland?
I definitely want to go back to Poland. I wish I could go with my mom, but
I don't know. So now, this was an important period in your life, I guess, from 10 to where you are now. If you had personal issues, a girl growing up, how did it affect you that you didn't have your mom around?
it was very hard because I think when young girls are going through those changes, it's even uncomfortable to talk to other girls about it because it's all new. So typically they talk to their mom, and I had YouTube, so that was it.
So, were you around other girls when they would talk about talking to their moms about issues?
Yes, I had a lot of girlfriends, and it's hard because it's so beautiful seeing them have such a good relationship with their mom, but I get jealous.
I know. So now with these conversations that you used to have with your mom, what happens when friends of yours or just girls that you know from around start having conversations about going shopping and things with their moms?
It makes me very emotional, but typically I'm very good at hiding my emotions. It sounds mean, but sometimes I get distant from them. Like I won't want to hang out with them as much anymore.
Perfectly normal. So now, are you still in the same bedroom you were in when your mom was there?
Yes.
And what about that, if anything, is that a dumb question, but how is that a problem?
It is a problem. I've changed my room so much. I've gotten a new bed, new sheets like I talked about. My dad has painted it a different color and he's decorated it a little bit for me. But it's hard because I remember, the memories I do have of my mom, even though they're limited, I remember just laying in bed with her, and the nights when I was in pain, like screaming and crying, she obviously had work, but she would always get into bed with me and sit right next to me, try to calm me down, and she always had her laptop so she could do her work.
Just to be next to you. Now, while we're on that topic, I wanted to ask you about conversations with your mom while you were in the hospital at Johns Hopkins. And from the first that you went in, as time went on, what, if any, changes did you notice in your mom's voice and, if you will, approach to you?
Right. So I was granted phone call privileges with my mom at certain times, and I was very grateful for that. But you could just, when you know somebody, like you could hear when they're struggling.
Sorry.
What?
Water's good. So, during these periods of time, and I really want to go from the conversations when you first were in there, and then on as we get close to the time that your mom passed.
At first, the conversations were, I would say, pretty good. I wasn't allowed to talk about certain things, and she wasn't either. And you could kind of hear that in the audio recordings because she's either redirected or she pauses and has to rethink about what she's going to ask. And there's so many like little filler questions because even though we couldn't talk about important things, just being able to talk was enough for me. But as time went on, you could just tell, like, she couldn't think have any more things to talk about. And she was desperate to know how I was doing. And she probably heard too, like in my voice, that I was in pain and I was suffering. And it just got really difficult as we went on, and I could just tell she was falling apart.
Did it seem to you that her stress was increasing over this period of time?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you could hear it in her tone.
Mm-hmm. And these stilted conversations, could you still tell, though? And if so, how could you, that she was getting more and more deeply into wherever she was going?
She does this thing like where she'll, in a way, like sigh talk.
Uh-huh.
And when she does that, it's out of desperation, or if she feels like out of control in a way, like she doesn't have control over the situation,
Sure.
what she could talk about. And depression, you could just tell she was just so hopeless.
What about, now you're a 10-year-old girl at this point. How did you have mixed feelings about even letting your mom know about what was happening to you?
Yeah, I did.
And why? Why would it bother you to tell her, to the extent you could tell her?
Well, obviously, you don't want to worry your parent, and she's always been the one to take initiative with taking care of my health because that was her expertise. So you're telling somebody like, hey, I'm hurting, but you can't do anything about it. You're far away from me, first off, and you know that the hospital workers aren't doing anything about it.
Your Honor, respectfully.
Sure.
I would like to point out what I am typing in the chat right now, that for the doubters who come in here and say that Maya doesn't have CRPS, that her mother was making her into a professional victim, and she's better now, so it was obviously a lie. Maya has been diagnosed by four leaders in the field, specialists in the field of CRPS, 4 highly qualified and celebrated doctors, including a Harvard professor, specialists in the field. If you're going to believe Dr. Sally Smith, who's a child abuse pediatrician with no specialty whatsoever, except for she specializes in ruining families' lives.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your thing happen.
If you're going to believe her over Harvard professors, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. Sally Smith is not an expert in CRPS. She admits that on her testimony. If you are believing this narrative that Maya is not sick, then you are discounting the diagnoses of 4 doctors who have dedicated their lives to specializing in CRPS. 4 of them. Plus, the psychologist, wait till you hear from Dr. Neuberger. Dr. Neuberger actually created the child abuse category in pediatrics. And he gets in his deposition, he basically throws cold water all over the entire field by saying, yeah, I was involved in creating this, and I didn't agree with what they named it, and I didn't agree with what they with the parameters they put around it, because it was just going to end up being a bunch of people determining what's abuse and what's not, instead of going at it from a multidisciplinary approach. People who are experienced and specialists in child psychology and family abuse and family dynamics. We don't have that. We just have a bunch of Dr. Sally Smiths who are general practicing pediatrics with no specialty whatsoever and a God complex. And I can prove it, and I'm going to prove it to you. As soon as Maya's testimony is over, I've got something for you to watch. And it's going to blow your mind.
In November, if you can recall back, were there calls where Kathy Beatty was interrupting you and your mom's calls?
Constantly.
How did that affect your ability to communicate with your mom and your mom with you?
Well, it made it very difficult. There were so many restrictions as is about what we could say and what we couldn't say. And then you have.
Your Honor, I respectfully send objection.
Overruled. He qualified it by a date.
And then there was a person sitting right next to me who's making funny faces and acting childish when I'm having this special time with my mom. I mean, Kathy, she could just talk to her mom whenever she wants. She could pick up the phone. But with me, I only got to talk to my mom when Kathy was present, and she made a fool of herself when I was on the phone with my mom.
There is testimony in the record about you being told that your mom was in a mental hospital during this period of time. Do you recall that?
I do.
As you sit here today, can you tell the jury how being told these things about your mom, especially now your mom is gone, how that affects you in everyday life?
So when I was in the hospital, I was told that she was in a mental institution, and that's one of the reasons I couldn't see her. So the first thing I'm thinking is, why in the world would she be in a mental institution? You know, she's not mentally ill. She doesn't have anything wrong with her, and she hasn't done anything to our family. So it really did not make sense. When I was allowed to visit with my dad, I asked him, and he looked at me like, "What are you talking about?" And that's when I started to realize most of the things that these doctors were telling me were false.
Does that, again, give you difficulty in certain situations trusting what someone is telling you?
All the time.
Suspicion, in other words.
Yes, I really don't trust people.
So now, on this, the post-traumatic aspect of things, I've testified before of certain places that bother you, but can you tell us a little bit more about just random things that bring back these feelings, these memories, these concerns?
Yeah, so I mean, the most obvious one is St. Pete. And I didn't always, not like going to St. Pete. I actually went there with my mom quite a bit when I was staying at the Ronald McDonald House for easier access to get to my infusion center. My mom and I would go downtown St. Pete, and she would wheel me around. And there was this one gelato spot that we always went to, Pachugo Gelato. She always got coffee. That was her favorite. And we would just sit and have a good time. Even though I was hurting, we still found time together and to make good memories. And now the fear of running into somebody at places in St. Pete is greater than the potential joy I may derive from revisiting those places that I used to spend time with my mom at.
I want to just mention some things. I don't want to take you back there, okay? So if this, I'm just going to, beeping noises.
Yeah, so beeping noises are kind of like all around us. So when, you don't buckle your seatbelt, the little beeping noise goes off. Or if I'm backing up my car, the beeping noise. When I was at school, when I was going to school physically, the alarm in between periods. But those prolonged, rhythmic beeping noises really bother me because in a hospital, that's all you hear 24/7. So in a way, the whole entire world in which I walk in,
We may have a fish about to die situation. I'm going to go check on Hangry Fox because he's very upset that Bubbles is looking bad. I'll be back.
Always going to be reminders, and it's hard because right now I could walk outside and I could point out 15 things that remind me of what I went through.
What about ticking of a clock?
Oh my gosh. When I was in the PICU, that's all I looked at was the clock. It was right at, a little bit above eye level. And that's all I did was stare at that clock. And I was just waiting and begging, like, okay, this is what I did. So after it would reach 2 o'clock, for example, I would say just 1 more hour, you could do it. Then 3. And I just thought that eventually I would reach an hour where they would tell me I could go home, but it didn't happen for 3.5 months after that.
And because you were 10, you really didn't have the emotional development yet to deal with this.
Correct.
What about people in scrubs? I have random notes here, so I'm going to just say things.
Yeah, so I mean, people, work in hospitals, doctors' offices, whatever. And after work, they might go to the grocery store, or they might walk their dog, or they might go to, Sephora or the mall. And whenever I see people in scrubs, I'm like afraid of you. Like, I will not go near you. I don't know. I just can't do it.
What about, maybe I covered this, public bathrooms, trying to...
Yes, so this is a more awkward thing to talk about, but when I was staying at J Hatch, they would always have the door open whenever I was using the restroom. So I have like a hard time in public bathrooms knowing that somebody may be waiting for a stall, or if someone is in the stall next to me, I get really nervous because it just reminds me of the nurses who were like watching me urinate and go use the restroom.
So then, what about just everywhere? Is there anywhere you feel safe, Maya?
No, and not even my own home. And for a lot of people, that's where they go to relax. And it's not anything that, within the home. It's just the fact that we've lived through so much. And during that time, we were staying at the house we are still in.
Are you voting to move or not move?
Oh, move. Yes, I would love to move.
All right. So this takes us now to future plans. And back when we first talked, we talked a little bit about college, right?
Yes.
And we talked about some places you might want to go.
Mm-hmm.
My school. How have your plans changed, if they haven't? I mean, you talked about going to school in New York, or what steps have you taken lately to actually make this happen as opposed to wanting to?
Well, again, the idea of college sounds really great. I mean, I'm a senior in high school, so everyone's asking me, like, where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
Have you submitted any applications yet?
Not a single one, and some of the deadlines are passed, and I really don't care, if I'm being honest. It's not that I don't want to go to school, it's just kind of like, what's the point? I feel like this chapter of my life needs to be resolved before I could actually take a step forward and moving on. In a lot of ways, I still feel trapped in, my 10 and 11-year-old body, because that's where my headspace has been living for the last 6.5 years.
Well, given your obvious performance now, the schools you're looking at, they're going to be academically challenging?
I would like to think so.
All right. Well, how do you think you're going to do in those environments with really cutthroat academic pressure and competition?
I think it's going to be really challenging. The first time I was ever alone from my family was at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And I'm a little bit afraid that when I'm alone again for a prolonged period of time, that I'll just feel the same way I did when I was 10 or 11.
Sure. And then, Maya, difficult topic, but do you have any survivor guilt?
Yes, it's something that is also really difficult to talk about, but I was one of the last people to talk with my mom. And after finding out about her death, the next thing I thought of was, well, maybe if I said something different, or
How did it relate to, like, do you retrace your steps and your conversations those last few days?
all the time.
And what concerns do you have about things you might have said or not said?
Well, there's a lot of, again, topics off limits, so it was kind of hard to have like emotional and personal conversations with her.
Sure.
In a way, it felt scripted. So I just feel like maybe she thought I didn't care or such, like was talking with her, but those moments were so special to me.
Do you ever challenge yourself about whether telling her about how you felt and what was happening in there was not the right thing to do for you?
Yes, I feel like if I would have let her think that I was doing okay, that maybe she wouldn't have taken the step to end her life to get me out of there.
Right. And now, looking back on it, does it worry you that you told her those things?
Yes, I feel like it's my fault.
Now, I want to move on to loss of capacity to enjoy life. And you're doing great. You're doing great, Water. Let's talk about making new friends. We don't have that much more to go.
Yeah.
Let's talk about making new friends. How is that going? I mean, you have met a guy you like, and that's going well, I hope.
Yes.
Good. How about other new friends?
Well, I recently made a new friend, and thankfully she's very understanding of my situation, but it's hard because I'll make plans with people and I'll really want to go.
Sure.
But then, like last minute, I'll cancel either because I'm in pain or my depression's too bad.
You don't want to see people. And does that happen at the last minute, like you said?
Yeah, and that's why I feel even more guilty, is because they probably just think, oh, she doesn't want to hang out with me, but it's not true. I'm just really struggling.
Sure. And then how about connecting with the older friends, the friends you already had?
Yeah, I don't talk to any of the kids from elementary school as much, other than Riley.
Uh-huh. Any particular reason why? Like going back even to your middle school days?
I think it's just hard because when you see the faces of people that were present and like during that time, it's already a reminder.
And so when was the last time you actually were in a classroom type going to school?
2 years ago.
Why'd you stop? I mean, usually junior and senior year are pretty fun.
Yeah, I saw it for a lot of reasons. So I told you about the clock. Every single classroom has one of those. So when it's quiet, you hear the ticking and then I can't focus. And then the bells, it reminds me of John Hopkins. I was worried that the administrators I don't know, I was just scared that they knew about what happened. I was scared that I may be taken away because my brother, when this was all going down, he got taken out of class and was examined alone. And I was terrified that that would happen. So much so, I actually started carrying my lawyer's card in my school backpack.
I'm still there. So the things that you were doing and very active in before, I'm going to go through them. You tell the jury whether you still do them or don't do them, and if so, how much. Piano.
I do not do that at all anymore.
Singing.
No, I do not do that anymore.
developing the Polish language?
No.
Can you communicate anymore with like your aunt here that
Barely, because thank God she knows some English, enough where I could actually understand what she's saying. But with my grandma, for example, my babcia, I cannot have a conversation with her. And it's so hard because on the phone, when I call her, she'll just break down and she's just crying.
she's used to you being able to talk to her? Skating?
Nope.
I guess not. You never got back into gymnastics
No,
because
I
of the
didn't.
CRPS.
Yeah.
That would be really dumb. Any other activities that you used to take great pleasure in that you no longer care about?
Yes, so in middle school, I was president of a ton of clubs, or I was an active member in a bunch of clubs. And I feel like people are like, that's kind of weird, like your mom just died, why are you doing all this? But I was genuinely just trying to distract myself, and school for me was my only outlet. But when I got into high school, my depression was just getting worse and worse. So I actually just stopped going to clubs, and I haven't been a member of a club in quite some time.
What about, did you do some public speaking then in front of the class before?
I have, yes. I was, for like the middle school graduation, I was one of the spokespeople.
And how come you're not doing that kind of socializing? I know another dumb question. Why aren't you doing that socializing and leadership role anymore?
Well, I just feel like I don't really connect with my peers anymore. It's really difficult for me to make friends, let alone keep friendships. And I realized, I am the problem. It's because I suffer from a lot of things.
You are
and
not the problem.
I hope to get help
No.
for those.
They are the problem. Johns Hopkins is the problem. DCF is the problem, not you.
Strike that. What about your future insofar as being a wife or a mother?
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously I'm afraid for being even in a relationship because I have really bad depression and all I do is cry every day. It's guaranteed at least once I'll cry. And when you're hanging around a person that you're dating, you see him a lot. So at first I was able to kind of hold it, but now every day I cry in front of him. And I don't want him to think I'm crazy like other people in the past have thought. And then I'm scared with my CRPS, with the flares, because it's like taking care of a baby, Like you lose a lot of abilities. And I don't want to give that life to somebody where they have to take care of me. And then with children, I don't have my mom, so I don't really have a girl to stand by my side and walk me through it. And
Wedding you're talking about?
weddings as well, yes. But yeah, pregnancies, weddings, and I'm quite fearful that in the future, if I do have children, that my fear of doctors will prevent them from getting care.
Okay. I had one more question on that, but I think I'll move on. So let's turn to the final area now. This is about things, what's known as the loss of child consortium with your mom. That's things that she used to do for you, with you, that now either you have to do yourself or have to get somebody else to do. So I have a bit of a list in terms of clothes shopping. Was that a big thing that she helped you with?
Yeah, Kyle and I both.
And then social advice.
Yes.
And physical comforting, snuggling, things like that.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, advice about growing up, becoming a woman. Right?
Yes.
And then if you got sick or you thought you were getting sick, having a nurse as a mom,
Right.
is that
Yes.
okay? Plus now you don't want to go to a doctor.
Yeah.
All right. Doing your hair.
Right. She always did it for me.
And of course, if you did decide to go somewhere, I guess she did split the chauffeuring around with your dad.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Cooking.
Yes, she always cooked.
And the house pretty much stays spotless, don't it? Still?
Yes, still.
All right. Do you feel like you need to take care of your dad some now?
In some ways, I try to do the laundry as much as I can.
Uh-huh.
I try to help out with our little dog. And I try to help out with Kyle sometimes in terms of driving him and whatnot. And I don't really buy clothes unless if it's with my money. That's why I kind of got a job.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, he still buys me things and whatnot, but I do feel guilty because, you know, he's the only one bringing money. So I don't want to use it.
All right. Tell the jury any other practical things they should consider in terms of things that your mom did for you or did with you to the point where it was, you know, you won't do them anymore.
I think the other thing is just travel, you know.
Mm-hmm. But you have been out of the city
Yes.
a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Hopefully do more, right?
Yes, hopefully.
Okay. So before this, did I ask you to assist the jury in giving them some ideas, some quantitative data, if you will, on time that this affects you?
Yes, you did.
All right. So physical, emotional pain and suffering. How many hours on a single good day? If you have a good day, how many hours do one or more? Does this affect you? The aggravation of your CRPS and the PTSD and depression.
I would say about 12.
Okay. And then on a single bad day, including sleep time.
15.
Okay. And then mental anguish and what we talked about, all those things on a good day, how many hours does it affect you?
I would say like around 10.
And then on a bad day, how does this, what we discussed, affect you?
18.
So 3/4 of the day?
Yes, I don't really sleep much.
Okay. Loss of capacity to enjoy life. How many hours on a good day?
11, 12.
Okay. And then what about on the bad days?
That would be again around like 17, 18.
Okay. Now, if we could kind of combine these together to the good days versus bad days in the week. And I know it's mixed, but can you give us an idea of how many days out of the week are good days and how many days are bad days?
I would say it really does depend on the season. I mean, right now it's actually a little bit harder than usual because October is the month that I was taken. But I usually do have more bad days than good.
Uh-huh.
I would probably say 5 out of the 7 days are bad.
All right. And that's taking into account the 3 categories for that.
Correct.
All right. And then about the effects of the loss of your mom. Let's talk about how many hours on a single good day that this substantially affects you. And I'm not talking about just a passing thought. I'm talking about whether, it's substantially affecting your life.
Right. I would say about 7 hours.
Okay. And I had you think about this before.
Correct.
All right. And how about on a single bad day?
That would be like 9, 10.
All right. So then how many days out of the week are good versus bad on average?
I mean, I think about her a lot, and her death has severely, impacted me. And I would argue that that's probably like 6 out of the 7.
Okay. So 6 bad to 2 good.
1 good.
And finally, Maya, are you worried about the future at all with the challenges that life brings, relationships, jobs, things like that?
Yes, I mean, the first job I had, I held for a week.
Mhm.
And then the next one, just over, a couple of months. So I obviously don't really know how to hold a job without it either triggering my PTSD, depression, or CRPS. And then I am worried with my relationships, as I said, with friends and even my boyfriend.
All right. Nick, anything else? Thank you, Maya.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yeah, briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Just a couple really quick topics. So I know before you had your ordeal at All Children's, you did have some therapy before, I think, with Rebecca Johnson.
Correct, to cope with the diagnosis of CRPS.
And did you find it helpful?
I did.
Do you plan on getting therapy again once this trial's done?
Yes.
Okay. Just a couple things. You said you have been able to maintain a relationship with your boyfriend.
I have, yes.
Awkward question, but how long you all been dating?
Over a year.
Okay.
What?
You have your driver's license?
I do.
And do you have your own car?
You can drive now,
I
so
do, yes.
you're
We sold
fine.
my mom's car.
Gotcha. Anything fun that you're driving, or what'd you get?
I have this, I forget what model it is, but it's a Tesla. So we have the solar panels, which heat our pool.
Well, a
and
Tesla
then
makes
I
everything
charge
better.
it.
Oh,
So
that's fun.
she has a fun car.
You talked
Jury.
about so therapy going forward.
You could forget all
I guess
about what
in terms of
happened.
what you hope for your future, with some help in therapy, you could pursue some of your dreams for college after that. Is that still the plan?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you have, I would hope, big dreams for yourself. You're very bright. Go to college one day.
I would like to do that, yes.
Okay. Just because you've been sitting here in the courtroom with us, out of curiosity, any thought about becoming a lawyer?
Probably not.
That's a good choice.
I don't
Good
think so.
choice. It's one thing we probably agree on, Maya. Anyway, that's all I have. I appreciate it. And again, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Anything further?
May the witness be excused.
Well, members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
Oh, that's right.
All right, the jury does have questions.
I think you probably all need to go. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All rise for his exit.
The jury is out of our presence. Ms. Kowalski, if I could have you sit outside for a few moments.
Yeah, that was all the cross, Rafe. The cross is over, and now the jury is going to. He can't cross that. He's going to look like a total ass to the jury if he tried. Don't worry.
Out of the courtroom.
The defense is
Red number one.
gearing up to make you very
Left.
angry
Now there's, I think, at least 7
with the other
questions on this
witnesses.
first sheet. Actually, there's more than that. On your good days, do you feel happiness? In J Hatch, was it long periods of time between phone calls or visits? Were you where you were by yourself? And was that super difficult?
All right, we'll skip forward to the part where they ask her because they get almost all the questions in. We don't need to watch that.
Maya Kowalski, please. Members of the jury, I want to confirm and have security alarms. It's all you, deputy.
This judge actually, I like him a lot, and I think that he's had a really hard case, and he's been pretty fair. And one of the things I like about him is the relationship that he has with the jury. I'm going to back that up so you can see that he's got this thing going on with the jury that is funny, and I just wish he would take care of his hair.
Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Ms. Kowalski, I need you up here, please. And while you're away, you did not get approached by anyone about this case. Is that correct? And have you seen any media about this case since your last back? Have any of you set off the security alarms? It's all you, deputy. It's all good. Okay. Members of the jury, I have reviewed your questions outside the presence of Maya Kowalski, and I'm going to be able to answer or ask almost all of them. Okay, so it's going to be a few minutes, Ms. Kowalski, but the jury wants to know, on your good days, do you feel happiness?
I still feel happiness, but I don't feel the joy that I once felt in life. Like, people still make me feel happy, and I'm still able to, like, be happy at certain points, but it's not the same.
Okay. While in Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, was it long periods of time between phone calls or visits where you were by yourself?
Oh, yes. Yes.
And was that super difficult and lonely?
Absolutely. I mean, even being there alone and then without the phone calls or visits, it's...
Tell us more about the lack of, quote, creature comforts, end quote, or care you did not receive. For example, when Sally Smith came in your room, your dad was cleaning you up.
Right. So, I mean, my privacy was violated like a lot. Like I talked about the bathroom, how the door had to be open. I talked about the razor, so I wasn't allowed to shave, which, I mean, again, you're growing up and you're a girl, it's like kind of typical that you start shaving around that age. And I felt like unclean with myself a lot of the times. Showers had to be supervised. There was a point where my dad was allowed to bring, I believe, shampoo, the like good scented ones. But other than that, I had to rely on the hospital, like little bottles. And then when
Imagine going through puberty at this time with these people.
I was in the bed in the PICU, my version of a shower, they just took like a washcloth and they would clean me up that way. Then like the toilet paper, if you've been to a hospital, you know it's like sandpaper, so it's uncomfortable. And then the hair, I wasn't able to brush my own hair because of the pain at a certain point, so I went a very long time without it and it got matted, so my aunt had to cut it. And then the toothbrush situation where I wasn't able to brush my teeth again for the same reason, the pain, so I had to wait till someone was willing to help me. And even when I vocalized it, again, they kind of just didn't help in hopes that I would do it myself and then they would prove like I was making it up. But instead, I just sat there unclean and uncared for.
Okay. Other than Jessica, the guardian ad litem, did you have other people to help you on phone calls, or did it end up only being Kathy Beatty?
Kathy Beatty.
That's important.
How often did you see?
I want you to remember that. Who was supervising the phone calls? Was it ever anybody else? Or was it just Kathy Beatty? And you saw her response, Kathy Beatty. This is important later.
Kathy Beatty.
I saw her quite frequently. I mean, multiple times a week. I saw her more than I ever did my dad brother and my mom during that time.
What made you hate her, meaning Kathy Beatty, the most?
It was the lies, the manipulation, I call it like fake kindness, because she presented herself sometimes okay in front of people when I had visitors, but then behind closed doors, it was weird. She violated my privacy by kissing me, hugging me, lifting me up, putting me on her lap, touching my legs. She also, I didn't mention this in my first testimony because it just slipped my mind, but she cursed around me. So she was like informal and inappropriate. And all of those things combined just led to me not liking her. But the cherry on top was the conversations with my mom and seeing her being disruptive and making faces.
Do you think you can get a new job?
I believe I can, but I really need therapy first. I feel like I have to work through some things before I would feel comfortable holding and keeping a job.
Maya, you said your pain was 5 to 7. Is this on a scale of 1 to 10 or 1 to 50?
I'm using the 1 to 10 scale.
Maya, your testimony has now triggered me to ask this next question. Possibly at this point you may know, and if we hear from another doctor, I'll ask them. Understanding CRPS can come and go, can get worse or disappear. Can CRPS result in the destruction or degradation of things like nerves, their synapses, brain cells, neurons, etc., to the point that CRPS can, quote, cause, end quote, addition or new debilitating ailments?
I would ask a doctor that question because all I know is my symptoms. I know my pain. I don't know the science behind it and whatnot.
When you were in need of changing your undergarments during the treatment of at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, next series of questions are all about that subject.
Mhm.
Were you always first afforded the opportunity of privacy in accomplishing the task on your own?
Well, because of my physical limitations, I was not able to do the task alone. So I knew I needed help. And with my parents not there, the next best thing is a nurse. But some of them really did respect me. They would like look away as much as they can, or they wouldn't intentionally make me feel uncomfortable. But the whole situation with Kathy was very different, and that's why I brought it up. The other changing instances, I understand that was necessary, and they did their best to remain respectful.
I want to just say that jury question, I think, is the medical person on the jury. Did they use a sheet? Because protocol, when you're changing someone in a hospital or they have to change in front of you, is to offer a modesty sheet so that, their privacy is preserved. And so someone on that jury knows that. And the fact that she said no, oh my God. I mean, they are not following any protocol. They are not and yeah, I wanted to bring this up because you guys were talking about the shaving. This comes up later, and I don't know if we'll get to it or not if I marked the timestamp. But later in this day, there is a note that comes up that came from either risk management or Kathy Beatty. I don't remember who it was from. But the note in the evidence said she's wearing makeup. She wants to do makeup and shave. Her mother is sexualizing her. They used her desire to shave her legs and be hygienic because that's our culture. Okay. Our culture, our Western culture is shaving at a certain age, especially if and girls start to get my girls got around 10, 11, self-conscious about it, and that's when I decided it was okay for them to shave. When they start to get self-conscious about the hair on their legs, that's when they're allowed to do it. And I think it was around 10 or 11 years old. They used her desire to be hygienic and fit in and feel good with claiming her mother sexualized her. It's in the notes, and it is maddening. And wanting to wear makeup. My little girls wanted to wear makeup when they were like 6 years old, 7 years old. Not that I let them. I let them play with it at home, but we'd not wear it out. But by 10, 11 years old, yeah, they were wearing a little lip gloss, a colored lip gloss, and some blush maybe if they wanted to. That's how you train your kids. That's how you help to feminize little girls anyway. In this culture, you want them to embrace femininity so they don't end up being, transed or something. I mean, golly. They accused her mother of sexualizing her because she shaved.
Okay. Were there occasions that you specifically asked for assistance in changing your undergarments?
In the mornings when I would change into new clothes, I would ask the nurse.
When staff would change your undergarments, did staff use or offer the use of covering your upper or most definitely lower parts with the bed sheets for a bit of privacy?
Not really that, but again, they just kind of like tried to look away. But I mean, again, it wasn't, I mean, what's important is like when I complain about like privacy and whatnot, it's normally when it's out of their duties. So like a social worker, Kathy Beatty, she's not supposed to be there. Or like a doctor, for example, a doctor alone, like that's not okay. Stuff like that. Not so much as like nurses.
Well, good for you. You got it out there. She got it out there that there may have been a time when a doctor did something inappropriate with her alone. Good for you, Maya. You told the jury. Maybe you didn't tell them the details, but now they have it in their head that you were alone with a doctor and you didn't like it. Good for you.
Maya, while at the hospital in October, November, December, January of 2016 and 2017, was there ever a time staff clearly made available to you or asked if you wanted to use or would like assistance in getting to the usual room's built-in restroom?
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
This is a weird question.
Was there ever a time that the staff clearly made available to you or asked if you wanted to use or would like assistance in getting to the room that you were in's usual built-in restroom?
Yeah, so I had to have assistance, so I'd use the call button. But in the PICU, I had nurses who weren't as quick, so I would end up, peeing on myself or worse. And they would get frustrated with me when I did that. But again, I know, like, if that's part of their job to take me to the bathroom. So I wasn't obviously doing that on purpose. It's just as embarrassing for me. So when I was able to move up to floor 7, some of the nurses, I think, remember the Daisy Award. I nominated one of the nurses because when I asked her to use the bathroom, she was there as quickly as possible and took care of me.
Was an open view potty chair placed all those months and that was understood to you as being your only option?
That was, I believe, just when I was being surveillance without my consent. All the other times, there's like bathrooms connected to the room that you're staying in, and those are much more private. They're out of the view of the door and the window of the door. They're off to the side, and there's another door that keeps people from like looking in, and there's no windows on that one. But yeah, the only time I had to use the commode was during that 48 hours.
Okay. And lastly, whether assisted or under your own strength, was some kind of rolling, moving screen or curtain made freely available to you once seated if you could afford yourself a level of privacy?
No.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any follow-up questions based on the jury's questions?
Yes. Maya, at this point, you were 10 years old. Would you describe yourself as an innocent 10-year-old or a more worldly, like older in knowledge of things?
No, definitely innocent.
And was it explained to you that one of the reasons that they limited things like allowing you your shampoo or soap or any liquids or things like that from home? Was this fear that your family or friends were spiking it with?
One second. I'm gonna
You got
sustain
it in
the
there,
objection
though.
Mr. Shapiro is trying to make on that question.
Yes.
Okay.
You got it in there, though. The jury knows. They were accusing them of spiking the shampoo with ketamine.
That's all I have.
How idiotic are these people?
Sure.
Just about the visitors.
Oh, this
So
Shapiro.
the teachers, they came to visit you?
Yes,
Okay, that was Dieter
correct.
and Shepler.
Yes.
And then the jury hasn't met her yet, but there was the guardian ad litem. Do you remember her name?
No.
With Sharon O'Leary. Does that ring a bell?
No.
No. Okay.
Oh, the guardian was so good,
Some
she
of the
can't even
family
remember
that
her
came to
name.
visit you, Uncle Scott,
Yes.
Aunt Wendy,
Yes.
Kyle when he could. I know he was in school, but Kyle came to visit.
Right.
You had your attorneys came.
Right. But all of these instances, I mean, I was there for 3.5 months, and I mean, I feel like it should be discussed about the number of times these people visited me, because it wasn't every day, most certainly wasn't every week. There were times where I went days without seeing anybody that I recognized from my life at home.
Your friend, is it Riley
Yes, a single time she was able to visit.
and Sophia?
I believe so, yes, a single time.
And your dad was there once he was granted access almost every day.
He tried his best, but there's Kyle as well, so he has to take care of the family.
Thank you for your time.
And just so everybody knows, Ms. Kirby just joined us by Zoom, like within the last 30 seconds. So, Ms. Kirby, I'm going to place you into the waiting room for just a moment. We'll call you in just a couple of moments. Anything further?
Maya, when you did have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people visit you, were these on a limited basis?
Oh yeah, it's not like they could stay the whole day. There was a time restriction. There were sometimes supervisors, actually most of the time there were supervisors, and there was a lot of difficulties with, in respect to my friend Riley getting in.
Anything further, Mr. Shapiro?
No, thank you.
Members of the jury, any further questions? Okay.
I think there's one more. If I recall correctly, I think there's one more question. I don't remember if he can ask it or not. Let me see if there's a sidebar. I think they decide they can't ask it, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah, they don't ask it. I don't think. I'll try and skip forward here just to make sure I don't miss it.
Ask. Okay, members of the jury, unfortunately, that's not a question I'm going to be able to ask.
Right. Okay. All right. We are stopping here for a moment because I have something I want to show you. So we've sat through that testimony. That was difficult, but the topic of today's show is the trauma of tyranny, the trauma of what the state and these hospitals and institutions can do to you with the power of the state. Hospitals can't do this unless they have the power of the state behind them, unless they're in collusion with the state to do that to you. And right now, just last week, a huge story is breaking in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania. I spent some time last night and this morning making a video to give you some of the highlights of what is happening in Lehigh County. And you're going to hear things in this video that are going to be very familiar to you if you have been watching this case. It is I believe it's 15 minutes. Hold on, let me see. How many minutes is it? Hold, please. Gotta bring it up. Yeah, it's 15 minutes long. And I need you to watch this entire thing because, hold on, why do I want to stop doing that? Okay. This is very important. Now, when I said that there's an energy shift, this is what I mean. This is like, I don't know how to explain it, but when things, it's like when you look into buying, maybe it's like when you look into buying a certain car and then you see that car everywhere. Like that's just a phenomenon, like because you were thinking about that thing. But when the entire country starts to think about the same thing, things happen. When people put their energy into one thing, and that's what's happening. I don't know if you've noticed, but on the bigger streams, like on Law and Lumber, on other streams that are way bigger than mine, they're getting 10s, 20s, 30,000 views on this trial. So this trial is getting a lot of attention and it's starting to bring the collective consciousness to this issue. And I just want you to see what has happened because of that. When we start focusing our energy on something all together, things change. Things change. So I'm going to let you watch this video that I made yesterday. I haven't published it on my YouTube yet. I'm going to. When after this, probably. This is the first time you'll be seeing it. Nice face, Megan. Look what I found.
Because just like so many others that have stood and spoke before you, my family, my children, my husband, myself are victims of the cruel practices that seem to follow Dr. Deborah Jensen everywhere she goes. The trauma, the pain, the agony of having your child ripped from your arms and taken away from you, all while being wrongly and falsely accused, is indescribable. Deborah Jensen's word, without ever having met me, my life, my family's life, turned into a living, breathing nightmare. And it's a nightmare that never ends. We can't hear a car door close outside my home without jumping. We freeze at any knock at our front door, fearing the police are behind it when it's opened. We find ourselves clutching onto our boys and checking on them constantly, just to make sure that they are really still there with us, even if we know they're totally safe. How long will families need to be torn apart and victimized by Deborah Jensen? How long will she be allowed to traumatize and hurt innocent people? This nightmare needs to come to an end, and everyone needs to open their eyes, their ears, their hearts. What if that was your child, your life, your everyday everything torn apart so quickly? As for us, the parents, the children who are taken, the families torn apart, we aren't going anywhere. This needs to come to an end, and the nightmare that is Dr. Jensen needs to be stopped. So thank you for your time, and thank you for that update. But for right now, they're just words. No real action has been taken. Do better.
I am sick with a rare genetic disease and am no stranger to false allegations. Although I have never been medically kidnapped, a doctor at a different hospital accused me of faking my illness close to a decade ago. Although that doctor was proven wrong fairly quickly, the weeks surrounding that false allegation were extremely traumatic and some of the worst weeks of my life. What I experienced is only one small fraction of what these families here have gone through. Since 2016, I have been running a support group in the Lehigh Valley for those affected by the same genetic disorder I have. In 2020, a mother who attends our support group reached out to me and told me her child was taken from her. She was being accused of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. I was in shock. I knew for a fact that this mother was innocent and that her child was in fact sick. I thought the accusing doctor must have made a mistake since this child's medical history was so complex. I really thought things would be resolved quickly and since the family was innocent. I was extremely wrong. A few months later, another local family with the same genetic disorder was falsely accused of Munchausen syndrome by proxy by the same doctor, Deborah Cernio Jensen. I was in complete disbelief. I started researching this doctor and found out about her criminal history in New York and Florida.
69 News reporter Blakely McHugh looked into that doctor's history and did find evidence of overturned diagnoses. She also found that the vast majority of child abuse reports in Pennsylvania do get dismissed for one reason or another. Here's Blakely with part 3.
There's families out there that are completely destroyed over these kinds of allegations.
But complaints about Dr. Jensen's alleged over-reporting date back to her time as a pediatrician in New York. In a 2009 case, court records show she diagnosed an infant with shaken baby syndrome. When the diagnosis was contested in court, 3 out of the 4 experts agreed that the child suffered some form of meningitis. Dr. Jensen was the only doctor who testified it was shaken baby syndrome. In 2010, Dr. Jensen saw a child who stopped breathing and also attributed it to shaken baby syndrome. That child died and his brother was taken from the home for nearly 3 months over the child abuse claims. A final autopsy concluded the baby's death was caused by a rare heart defect, not by the parents. And in another case in 2012, Dr. Jensen's claims of child abuse were dismissed, with the judge saying, quote, Dr. Jensen was clearly mistaken in her diagnosis. Further adding, quote, it is tragic that a medical misdiagnosis and an inappropriate rush to judgment resulted in these loving, caring, dedicated parents being separated from their sickly child. After New York, Jensen was employed by the University of Florida and worked with the child protection team in the state. During her time there, she was the subject of multiple complaints, at least one of them over her findings of possible abuse. Jensen was later reassigned to a non-CPT position in January of 2014. She then made her way to LVH in August of 2014, working in general pediatrics with an emphasis in child protective medicine.
We asked the hospital if they had any plans to look into these claims. They said, quote, LVHN evaluates and reevaluates clinical cases and will continue to do so as appropriate. They also said the judicial system and child protective services make the final decision in these cases. A medical examination is only one component among many factors.
I honestly could not believe this doctor was even allowed to practice medicine, let alone have the power that she does at LVHN. I started posting about her on social media and was contacted by multiple families that were going through the exact same thing. What Deborah Cernio Jensen puts these innocent families through is horrific. Tonight, I would like to highlight 5 long-lasting effects that these false allegations have on medically complex children. 1. Deborah Cernio Jensen stops treatments that these children actually need. When she does this, the kids get worse. She refuses to listen to them and lets them continue to decline. When you have a complex disease, you can often never get back to your baseline after a decline like that. What she does to these children is reckless and unethical. 2, after going through a medical kidnapping, children lose trust in doctors and in the medical system. They often avoid seeking medical treatment, which causes their health to decline even more. They are terrified of being taken again. 3, after a medical kidnapping, children develop a variety of mental illnesses such as anxiety, depression, and PTSD. I've spoken with medical kidnapping victims from here and from different states, and the trauma follows them until their adult lives.
I'm just pointing out, this is exactly what happened to Maya Kowalski. These are exactly the diagnoses that she has. Depression, anxiety, PTSD.
Many have told me they were never the same after being medically kidnapped. 4, doctors do not take these children seriously anymore when they do seek care. This often leads to unnecessary physical and mental suffering and declines in physical and mental health. When a diagnosis like Munchausen syndrome is in your records, doctors often refuse to treat you. Imagine being sick and needing care, but you keep getting turned away by doctors because of one false allegation. 5, schools don't take these children seriously anymore. Even when proven innocent, schools are often not notified of these families' innocence. Faculty and students often treat these children like they are liars. Any accommodations that were previously put in place aren't honored, and these children are often bullied and ostracized. I would like to end by stating that you have the power to stop what is happening here. These parents shouldn't have to fight this hard for change. We, the community, have voiced our concerns at multiple meetings and protests, yet you are still funding the destruction of innocent families. You are allowing this to continue happening, and I'm wondering why. And I'm sure these families would like to know as well.
I am very concerned with the way that the counties work, with county CYS functions here in Lehigh County. And my concern is that my son has a genetic condition called osteogenesis imperfecta, which is brittle bone disorder. That essentially means that my child, being the tiny little 3-year-old goofball that he is, could break a bone running around the house. Heck, he broke a bone tripping over a pillow. Okay, he broke his foot. Can you imagine, with what you've heard from the stories from these families, walking into an ER and being like, hey, my son broke his foot tripping over a pillow? My concern is that I could have all of the evidence in the world backing up his diagnosis, and it wouldn't make a shred of difference within Lehigh Valley Hospital and with Lehigh County CYS. It wouldn't. It honestly would. And as a nurse, that terrifies me for families. As a nurse who is concerned about maybe families of possibly a lower socioeconomic status, or people who don't have the education that I have, or anything of that don't know how to defend themselves and can't speak up. I could barely speak up through the whole process. And granted, I didn't have to deal with Lehigh County CYS aside from the first person who came to see me at the hospital who had to lay eyes on me and Patrick. So when do you think you're going to file for divorce from your husband? That should never be somebody's first thing. So you've basically, from the moment we were in that hospital, you decided he did it, he's guilty. It is guilty until proven innocent in these situations, and that is not the way it should be. Imagine families who are getting torn apart and their lives ripped to shreds because they can't afford to fight. They can't afford it. The families that you see before you sitting here, many of them have spent thousands of dollars on legal fees.
Preach.
And the reason that their cases were unfounded and the reason that they were able to get to this point to be able to speak to you is because they could afford to fight it.
Yep.
That's terrifying.
What is the plan to assure that CYS stops taking children from kind and loving families over a doctor's unsupportable allegations of abuse? Are you okay with innocent people spending time in jail because Jensen, for example, harasses the DAs, the detectives, the officers, insisting that cases be pursued? Cases which are dismissed months later by judges once they realize there was no basis to the case, although innocent parents sat in jail waiting for the truth to set them free. To reiterate what I said 2 weeks ago, destroying their lives, their reputations, losing their jobs. Are you truly okay with that? Are you okay with a Lehigh County government agency being weaponized by a bunch of doctors who have their own agenda bent on taking children from parents and sending revenue right back to LVHN? Are you okay with taxpayer money being wasted on needless services put in place by CYS solely to satisfy doctors at LVH? Are you okay using taxpayer dollars to pay the salaries of judges who are being used as tools to generate revenue for the hospital and CYS contracted service providers? Why are children being given exams for sexual abuse when no such abuse was alleged? Do you understand that parents have been threatened by Jensen that CYS will remove their children if they do not allow pictures of their children's genitals to be taken?
Oh my God.
Did you know that your CYS solicitors pursue bogus cases with full knowledge of Jensen's checked past in both New York and Florida? And the packets that you received last week with that information have been widely circulated throughout Lehigh County for years. I don't understand why would any taxpayer dollars, my own included, be spent to pay these solicitors to pursue these absolute garbage cases?
I only have a couple of things to say. This is a handful of people here. if we could truly get all the people that this Dr. Jensen has done over, you'd be here for weeks and weeks and weeks. There, you need to put a stop to this doctor. She is ruining people's lives. This isn't just going for 1 week, 2 weeks. This has been going on for decades. She terrorized New York, terrorized Florida, and now miraculously, she's terrorizing the Lehigh Valley. And I think it's a shame people have to be scared to take their children to a doctor. That's all I have to say.
The first time that I was ever in a courtroom was at my then 11-year-old daughter's emergency shelter care hearing. My court-appointed attorney in Northampton County told me that everyone in Northampton and the surrounding counties knew about Jensen's long history of false allegations of child abuse. That was surprising. Imagine my second surprise when I found out that the court-appointed attorney's husband in Northampton, my court-appointed attorney from Northampton has a husband who is a solicitor for CYS, prosecuting families in Lehigh County. My daughters had a pleasant and caring court-appointed attorney in Northampton. Again, imagine my surprise when I found out that his wife is the deputy solicitor for children and youth in Lehigh County. How is this acceptable? Isn't this a conflict of interest? How can anyone be treated fairly in this circular system?
I did come home with my son, but we also came home with bad memories. I still have not taken my child back to any hospital, any of my 7 children.
Trauma.
I don't know if I can even. It just shouldn't have been. We need to stop it. And I ask now, what are we really doing? And when is this going to stop?
What is done in the dark will be brought to the light. And there it is. I am going to put that up on my YouTube page right now. This is a huge breaking story out of Pennsylvania that absolutely relates to the case we're watching now. And now the nation is more educated about it thanks to Maya Kowalski. Beata Kowalski did not die in vain. I just want to say that right now. It is tragic what happened to Beata. But had this story, and I'm not encouraging anyone to follow in Beata's footsteps, but had this story not been as tragic or as shocking as it is, I don't think it would have had the reach or the energy to have gone as far as it did and open up this avenue for other people to come forward about this. It is happening right now. Don't tell me those people didn't watch the documentary. Don't tell me they're not watching this trial. The entire community of parents who have been falsely accused by CPS and by DCF, they are on fire about this case. You go on Facebook. I just started looking into these allegations in Pennsylvania. You go on Facebook and all the Facebook groups are on fire about this case. Beata is a martyr, and it's unfortunate. What a sad, horrible thing to have happened. But her death was not in vain, because it has been a catalyst for people to start talking, to come forward, to scream louder. It's not that they haven't been speaking out, but now their voices are going to be heard, period, because the energy has shifted and it's time for this to come out. It is time for this to end. I'm going to put that. Hold on. Let me publish that. I haven't published it yet. I'm going to publish that on my YouTube page right now. And I would like for you, I'm going to put the link in the chat, and I would like for you to share it on all your social media pages. I'd like you to share it everywhere you possibly can, because, and I'm making it public right now, this is something that needs, I'm going to be, of course, they're not going to monetize it. I just got the little notice that they're not going to monetize this video. Whatever. I can't win. It's because the words child abuse are in it. you know, which is ridiculous, but whatever, YouTube. I'm going to give you the link right now in the chat, and I would like you to please share everywhere, because we've got to get more people to understand what is going on. No, I don't think it got reported. I think just the normal checks that it goes through. Not this video, that I don't mean my live stream. I mean the video that I just showed you, the 15-minute one. They won't monetize it. I just got that message. This live stream has not been shut down or anything. Although I don't monetize my live stream, so this is a good time to, because I know they won't be. So there's no point in it. Boosh, you missed it? Well, then you'll have to go back and watch. You'll have to watch this video that I just showed. But there is over 70 families have come forward in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, to allege that Dr. Deborah Jensen has falsely accused them of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, taking their children away with the state, and they are in the process of blowing it up in Lehigh County at the Lehigh Valley hospital system. There is where Jensen works, and she has done this. I got to drop the link on Rumble as well. There you go, you guys. And I'll be putting that video on Rumble as well, but I just haven't done it yet. Please share that everywhere. We've absolutely got to get more people. Yeah, 70 families. 70 families at least. And there's more coming, because the more this hits the news and the more people hear it. You don't understand. You've heard a little bit today about the trauma that Maya went through. And you just heard those parents in Pennsylvania say that they can't even hear a knock at the door without jumping. The system has traumatized people. Tyranny traumatizes people. That's what the theme of today's stream is. I want you to understand what I have been going through, what the people who I have covered, their stories have been going through. The trauma is unbelievable. It is so hard to function. It was even affecting me. And I haven't had it happen to me. Just going through it with someone and watching it happen to someone, and there be no way to fight and no justice, nothing. The trauma is crippling. You've heard them say they can't hear a doorbell ring. They can't hear a knock at the door. They can't sleep. They have to constantly check on their children. Maya can't hear beeping. What this is being done, it is a massive trauma abuse on the American public through hospitals and their cronies at the Child Protection Services, which ought to be defunded because they are not doing their job. They have totally taken over a certain segment of our life, and they have instituted tyranny, medical tyranny, fear tyranny on people, because they are not allowed to be parents without the state breathing down their neck. And the state has a wide berth. And we've learned in this trial, what do we know about Chapter 39? What have you heard about Chapter 39? Oh, well, you can't say that because they have immunity. DCF has immunity. The judge that did this to these families, all the judges, they have immunity. The guardians ad litem, they have immunity. The lawyers involved in this, they have immunity. They're immune. Do you think you're immune? Are you immune from anything? Are you immune from the law? Are you above the law? No, you're not. These people are. They write the laws into existence to protect themselves. And then they break laws. Laws that if you break, you go to jail. But they don't go to jail. You need to call. If you're mad about this, if you're upset about this, you better get on the phone. You better call your representatives and tell them the very next thing you do when you go to write a bill is you write one that says, we are stripping immunity from all of these people in family court, in any court where they are taking children away from parents. We are stripping your immunity. If you violate the civil rights of parents, you will go to jail. And the stripping of immunity needs to say in the bills, you not only will not have immunity anymore, but you will be held accountable. It will be a criminal offense. It will be a felony punishable up to life in prison if you remove a child from parents wrongfully and violate their children's rights. Well, there's a law. It's already written. It's not called Maya's law. It's called Michaela's law. Because if you've been following this channel, you know about Michaela Haynes and what happened to her in Missouri. And there is a law on the book right now where there's not anybody to sponsor it. Nobody. There's nobody to sponsor it that strips immunity from these people. And my friend and lawyer, Avita Tolu, has been working to get that law passed. We need a federal law. Screw the states. We need a federal law that strips immunity from every person who comes into contact with these children and their parents. If they're, I understand judicial immunity, you can't strip from judges very often, although I wish we could. Judges, you're not going to be able to touch, most likely, because of a really bad Supreme Court decision, and I can't get into that right now. However, we can strip immunity from guardians ad litem, from social workers. We can strip their immunity. Hell yes, we can. Why are they entitled to judicial immunity? They're not judges. And hold them personally liable. That's right. But I'm telling you, we've got to do it. And you've got to get your representatives. You've got to put your representatives, you've got to put them on notice that if they do not write the next bill they sit down to write, if it is not stripping immunity from state government actors who can put their jackbooted foot on your neck, if we're not doing that next, we're not going to put you back in office. That's the very number one thing we need to do. The number one thing we need to do is strip immunity from all these people who hold power over our lives. They should have no more power. We are the power. We are their oversight. That's right, Elsie Merritt. We are their boss. We are their supervisors. You're not my supervisor. You don't get to tell me how to parent. And if I haven't broken a goddamn law, then you need to stay the hell out of my house. You prove that I broke a law. The burden is on the state. You prove that I hurt my kid. And if you can't do that, back the fuck off. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this. I have spent my life with these parents that have been screwed by the state, by this illegal tyranny that has been imposed on people through the Child Protective Services departments all across this whole damn nation, and it's time to stop. And those of you, and I see that Kevin here, our little troll Kevin, didn't stick around to hear what I had to say that was going to prove to him that he's wrong about this case. Maya and her mother didn't do anything wrong. The system is set up to profit on people who can't defend themselves against the system. The system has so much power and so much money to fight you in court. They don't have to pay to take you to family court. They can spend 2-3 years dragging your ass through court. And guess who does have to pay? You do. Is it fair that the government can spend $1 million putting you in jail? And you're not even entitled to a lawyer. You are not entitled. I know a lot of you don't know this, but you don't get Miranda rights when your kid is seized from you illegally by the state. Nobody comes to your door and says, by the way, you have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney because anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. Nobody says that to you because guess what? You don't have a right to an attorney in family court. You have to pay for one out of your own pocket, even when the state accuses you of criminal child abuse. And you know how they avoid it? They don't actually ever charge you with a crime. They accuse you of child abuse and they take your kid away, but they don't charge you with a crime. So you don't end up in criminal court. You end up in family court. You're charged with neglect. You're charged with neglect and abuse, but not criminal abuse. And so you're not entitled to an attorney. This shit is bananas, and it has to stop. And the first way to make it stop is strip them of their immunity immediately. All right, I'm getting off the plot. I've gone off the plot. What are we, 2.5 hours into this, and I still haven't started on, oh Jesus, I still haven't started on any of the motions, and we got to get to those and other testimony. I don't know if I should do that. Should I just do that the rest of this tomorrow? I don't know. I feel like we should keep going, but this is going to be a 6-hour stream if I do that. All All right, let's get caught up. I gotta get to the super chat that I missed a long time ago. Grandma Got Moves too sent a $19.99 super chat. Thanks for the $20 super chat. Says, I appreciate your channel and live streaming this case. I want to go over some of your comments that you were making when Maya was testifying, and I was trying to keep stuff off the screen. Ashley wants to know, how high can the jury go with the reward? Like, is 50 billion too high? Not in my opinion. Yeah, there is some kind of cap. I don't know what it is though. We'll have to look to the lawyers for that. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like nothing would be too high. Mary says, and her realization that they were lying after meeting her dad is why they say she was worse and tried to keep him away too. Yeah, the reason I started this is because I don't know if we're going to get to it in the testimony today that I pulled for you guys, but there was a moment where there's some document that comes up that shows Maya, and I hope I am going to get to it. I think I am. Shows Maya told the hospital she knew they were lying to her. And that's when they limited her access to her father, who wasn't accused of anything. What this hospital did was terrible. Elsie Merritt says, I would say the dollar amount for damages should be equal to J Hatch going bankrupt. I kind of agree. Or somebody else said we should name it after her mother. Jules says, I feel the jury will give Maya every dollar amount that's possible to give. I'm starting to feel that way myself. Ashley says, I'd give her the highest possible amount. Me too. Jules says, I don't even want to hear the other side. For me, this is a done deal. I got to tell you, I can't think of anything at this point that they could say. Like, I can't think of anything the defense could come up with that would make me go, yeah, that's totally a legitimate reason to totally neglect a child in your care, not brush her hair, not let her brush her teeth, and not make her wet herself because you didn't believe she couldn't get to the bathroom. There's nothing they could say that would make me say that. And Rob said something yesterday on his recap. He said, when we get to the jury question that shows you where the jury's at least one of them is totally on board with giving her as much money as possible, because one of the jurors asked a question, and we're going to watch it, that was basically like, wait, you forgot to calculate in this damage and this damage and this damage. How many zeros do we need for that? I mean, it's not good for the defense. I think Rob just described that as an anal clenching moment on the defense. The anal clenching was strong in that moment on the defense table, because so what they've created, what the Anderson is really growing on me, by the way, because as frustrating as he is for us, because we want all attorneys to be smooth and we don't want them to screw up, as bumbling as he has been or has seemed. Maybe it's a Columbo act, I don't know. He has created this thing now where the defense is really climbing uphill. When they start their case on Monday or whenever they're going to start, holy shit, do they have their work cut out for them? Because getting a juror who's already asking, how many zeros do I need to add because you missed some damage here that I saw and you didn't? It's a bad place to be if you're the defense team. Bad place to be. Yeah. Jules also said, nor should we be subjected to what the other side says. It doesn't matter at all. Yeah, and they're going to spend all their time slandering Beata, and they're slandering Maya and trying to paint them as liars. It's going to be very hard to watch. It's going to be very hard to watch, and sorry about that. Clue says, are they going to just argue that, oh yeah, they were completely wrong, but it was necessary because the mother asked questions and cared about her daughter? There's no medical qualified immunity. Yeah? No, I mean, their argument is going to be, we were right. She got better after she left our care, so we did the right thing, and she didn't have to have ketamine. No, she had to get better without the ketamine, and you made it so that it was because she was too scared to go get it, and her family's terrified to ask for it. So she actually had to go through the rehab that she was going to go through with the ketamine to control her pain. She had to do that without it. So you created a situation where a girl who has CRPS, it's been confirmed by 4 specialists, the nation's top specialists, 4 of them. So unless you're taking Dr. Sally Smith's diagnosis, who is not a specialist in CRPS, they have 4 specialists who diagnosed her with it. Then you must know that the hospital forced her to not have any pain relief while she was going through the horrible physical therapy she needed to in order to walk again. It's unspeakable. It's unspeakable. Clue says they're going to argue. They were acting at direction of DCF. Yes, that's what they're going to do. They already said they were going to bring a witness from DCF to say it was her and not Beatty shutting down the phone combo. Yeah, they are. We're going to get to that. And remember when I said when Maya was testifying about who was on the phone and she said it was Beatty who was there in her room on the phone? That's very, who do you think the jury's going to believe? Maya and the guardian ad litem, because the guardian ad litem also testified that it was Kathy Beatty on the phone interrupting when they said, whose voice is that? And she said, it's not mine. Is that your voice? No. Whose voice is it? Is it Kathy Beatty's? Yes. So now we have 2 witnesses that say it was Kathy Beatty on the phone, and the defense is going to bring a witness during their case to say from DCF, some DCF lying piece of shit social worker, caseworker, who is going to claim that it's her on the phone so that they can be absolved from that particular thing. How low do you have to be? They are planning perjury, because I don't believe them. I believe Maya. It was Kathy Beatty. But they're actually going to put somebody on the stand to perjure themselves. If anyone had any feelings of sympathy for the defense lawyers, that should be gone now. They're planning perjury. Holy shit. All right, I'm trying to get through some of these. I really like Anderson. I know that he leads, but I think he's good. I think he's a dark horse. So I think his and Whitney's cross-examinations will be interesting. I agree with you. He is growing on me. He really is. Elsie Merritt says, unfortunately, the defense's only recourse is to attack the family. With $200 million potentially on the line, there's no other option because J. Hatch won't openly admit they were wrong. They will not. That is true. They really should. Culperistic says, everyone has a right to criticize Anderson for things, but he was the only person willing to take this case on, so he gets a lot of leeway from me. I agree with you. I think he's really grown on me. I think he's showing that he's sneaky, and his leading questions actually are messages to the jury most of the time. Like, he knows he's going to lose the objection, but he gets it out there. He got it out there that they claimed she was sneaking ketamine into the shampoo. Good for you, Anderson. Paleorog 1 says, I can't wait to hear him constantly say, isn't it true that you did this during cross? Me too. Me too. I can't wait. I can't wait for him to take the defense apart, because so far he is destroying them. Even with his bumbling strike that nonsense, it's not going well for the defense. All right, I don't think I have time to get through all these. We have to get going. But I starred a lot of them because you guys had a lot of good comments, and I've now missed about 100 more, I'm sure. You did say Columbo. Christy Marie, you did say Columbo in day one. I remember. You did. And I think you might be right. Now we know why he has a 33-year litigation career. But I was like, this guy must be a deposition lawyer, because I don't get this court persona he's got going on here. But it turns out, did you notice how smooth he was today with Maya? He hardly ever stumbled. He was just like bang, 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 right? Well, where the hell did Mr. Strike That go? Where did he's bringing it in. He's bringing it in for a landing. Oh man, I lost but not lost, but I didn't see a bunch of your comments. So I'm going to have to go back and read them while I get this next part started. Okay. We are now going to go to the arguments for the motions that we missed in the beginning of the trial on day 15, because there's some very interesting stuff there about notes and wait, why the hell is this still set to private? Set it to public. Gosh dang it. Yes, publish. I know. Okay. Now the video is published on my YouTube. And I will put it on Rumble later. Please don't forget to hit that like button if you're enjoying the stream. Let's see, how much money am I making today? $34 in 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's not bad. It's minimum wage, right? It's like $15, $16 an hour. That's not terrible. It's not bad, but it's not great either. It's not good. I'm at a McDonald's level right now. You guys think that I'm worth about a McDonald's employee salary. So I guess that's all right. I mean, there's no shame in working at McDonald's. So I'll do it. I'll do it. All you have is now on Rumble says, "Oh, I will have a job one day. I'll pray for you to get one." Sorry, I'm poor. I'm a poor. I will not shame you here for being a poor. I understand. I'm a poor too. I mean, I'm with you. I can't even get my computer taken care of. It keeps shutting down on me in the middle of streams. But I really appreciate your willingness and patience with me while you let me reboot. We've got this. This channel is going with duct tape and patience. It's like a we've got it all strapped together. Thanks for the super chat, Kathleen. She says, "I love your content." Well, I love you. I love you too. Thank you for being here. No shit, Boosh. Gas is too expensive. Food is too expensive. It's all too expensive. Hello, fellow poors. Yep. Rubber bands, paper clips, tape, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Look at my stupid camera freezing again. We're held together here with chewed bubble gum. Peace to the pores. Oh, you people are my people. I really love my chat. Syllable placement matters. Thank you, AP, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Hey, I'm like at $20 an hour now. This is good. Oh, you sent me a Venmo earlier in the week. I love it. Thanks, Will Call. I appreciate that. I'll have to check. Wonderland Alice, thanks for the super chat. Says, "Thank you for your lovely laughter and support for families." I do love the families, Wonderland Alice, and I feel for them in ways that I can't really describe. And the idea that there may be a chance for some justice here really bolsters me. It helps me. It helps me. It helps me continue to do this. Ashley Casey, just trying to get you to medium wage. Your medium smartness. Medium wage. What is a medium wage? Medium wage is like what? $40 an hour? Is that a medium wage? Because $100 an hour, that would be like super high wage. Like 50 is like medium. You used the wrong emphasis on the word syllable. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you've been here from day one, then you know. There was a guy, I'll just tell you, there was a guy on the defense team who keeps on pronouncing oxycodone as oxycodone. Oxycodone. Oxycodone, which sounds like someone falling down. Oxycodone. Lacey P, thanks for the huge super chat. Megan, thank you for covering this trial and for getting the truth out there. I have been trying to get the truth out there about this topic for my entire career. And I finally feel like maybe it's starting to take hold. Not anything I did, but just that the public is finally trying to getting the idea. Maybe they've finally overstepped. Maybe they've finally gone too far. They've done this to too many people. And finally it's going to break through. And I feel like this is happening. I feel it happening. I feel a shift. I feel a shift in the force. There's a disturbance in the force. And I'm kind of excited about it. I'm excited. All right, let's get to it. Lacey, by the way, that was so sweet. I really appreciate that. You guys you're really great. Please help me get this out there by spreading the streams and spreading.
Oh, the
first. Shit. Here we go again with the commercials. Now I got to back up to the beginning. All right. Sorry, I'm a poor. I'm a poor. I can't buy the ad-free YouTube experience. All right. So in the beginning, we're going to start at the beginning because we are going to argue about shit. We're going to argue about stuff, and we're going to see notes and stuff, and we got to see this. And we're not going to watch every testimony because we're just going to mostly watch the crosses, I think, because that's where the economic testimony is just, it's boring anyway. It's just about how much she deserves to get. And we all know we want her to get all the money there is to get. So we don't need to listen to the experts convince us of that.
Good morning. This is case number 18 CA 5321.
Lisa Vogel says, I'm a poor.
Take their appearances first, starting with
but got lots of gift cards. Love your channel. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney on behalf of the plaintiff.
Ethan Shapiro, Pat Crowles, Howard Hunter, David Hughes.
Must it be nice, Wonderland Alice, to be one of the people who can afford to get out of the stupid ads?
Yesterday, introduce the corporate representative. I don't recall getting the corporate representative yesterday.
I'm going to speed this up a bit.
I believe I did, but it was Dr. Beatrice Tepes Sanchez.
Okay. What's first issue up?
We'd like to discuss exhibits.
I've got the exhibit list right here.
Fantastic. We'd like to begin on the top of the second page, which begins with Dr. Sally Smith's notes at 2118, and then pages 61 and 62.
Mr. Reyes, if you can help me out by putting it up on the screen.
Put 62 next to it. So here you have, if you put both up together, you have Dr. Smith's personal notes, the cover page as produced to us. And then
Sally Smith's
the first
notes.
note in there is the note reflecting her call with Dr. Tepes Sanchez on October 8th, before in the initiation of the DCF investigation.
What is the position of the defense?
Judge, our position on this is that it requires interpretation. It adds no value to the jury, and the lawyers are then going to try to interpret it in front of the jury with what they believe this is.
You can always call Dr. Sally Smith. The court finds this note to be relevant.
Haha, it's relevant. It's coming in. McCrae says, I'm medium poor. Love your coverage.
Pages 065 to 075.
I'm glad you're only medium poor.
65 and 66 begin, please.
I missed a $20 super
first,
chat. Hold on.
I think 8 pages are Sally Smith's notes reflecting her interview with Maya Kowalski inside Johns Hopkins Alzheimer's Hospital. And it reflects.
All right, hold on. This is important, these notes, but let me read this real quick. Mrs. Bell says, well, I can't be left out of the helping. Thank you for all the research. Thanks for alerting me, chat, that I missed it. I appreciate that. Boy, these are coming in fast. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate that. All right, let's see. Where am I going? All right, let's get back down here.
Beata's relation of Maya's history of diagnosis and treatment over the previous year and a half.
Judge, this is chapter 39. Community. This is
clearly
her investigation. It has
Good
nothing to do with allegations about
Ahmed.
treatment or being part of St. Joseph's. This is her investigation into the that she starts.
Can I, are the, because right now you only have up 65 and 66 of exhibit 2118. Are 67 through 75 consistent with what we see here?
Yes, except if you could go to the last 2 pages, pages 74 and 75, please. The last 2 pages should be the.
This is funny. On a scale of 1 to 10, how poor are you? Oh, what did you make? What is that? A lava lamp? Oh, give me that. I got to show the chat. You stay off camera. Thank you. Oh, shoot. Give me the thing. How does this work?
Put that back on here.
All right. All right. All right. So my son, Hangry Fox just made a lava lamp that you squeeze this thing Look at, and it goes like this. This is so cool. You did this?
Yeah.
You're awesome.
It's just a good sounds made. I can make
Watch the
I
thing.
can make a hydraulic blaster if I want.
A hydraulic blaster?
Yeah.
Wow.
I could just take a
That's a really cool thing. I'm just saying, that's cool.
I didn't even need to look at the instruction because I knew how to do it.
Wow. Good job.
And apparently they were all the same on the instructions.
Good job.
Thank you.
All righty. Can you close my door behind you, buddy? Thanks, honey. God, he's cute. He made a lava lamp. I love that. All right. Okay. All right. Let's see. These notes.
Interview with, well, you called it an interview. The encounter with Jack Kowalski inside of Maya's hotel room. That
Well, I'm sorry. I thought all of 65 to 75 was just with Beata. So
65 to 73 is interview with Beata.
Well, let me do 65 and 66. We've already seen. So let me see 67 and 68.
Understood.
Recordings just
Oh,
got
for
better.
crying out loud. Hey, I promise this will end soon. It's because I restarted it. That should be the last one for a while.
69 and 73. '71 and 72.
Yeah, this handwriting is hard to read. So glad you're here from the Johnny Depp trial. Excellent.
And 74 begins the note with Jack Kowalski.
So it's 65 through 73 is for Beata. Okay, so 74. Can you put 74 and 75 back up next to each other?
Irish Rover, thanks for the super chat, says, because I'm not covered by chapter 39. Yeah, me
Let me
either.
ask this question, Ms. Krause. An issue in this case is whether Dr. Sally Smith was impacting or directing or influencing or actually causing Maya Kowalski's care, somehow influencing her care, which is a role outside of her role as an evaluator for whether you call it DCF, the Child Protection Team, Dependency Court. In that second role, I totally agree that what she was doing would not be admissible. However, there is this allegation, and there's evidence that Dr. Sally Smith was in fact treating or impacting the treatment of Maya Kowalski, and there's a claim for parent agency. So
Look at Miss Mole's face. She is not happy. But yes, there is evidence. We've got the text messages that say you might want to take her off the medicine, all the medications, take her off her medications that are helping her. Better take her off those. And there's evidence that she was calling doctors, talking to doctors, and really directing the care. So,
it does seem like getting a history from the parents would be important, and it's probably something you would want the jury to know, that yes, she was getting information from all sides. If I keep it out, then how does this information come in? That she was trying to do a robust.
Oh, okay. I defer.
Well, Your Honor, to be clear, her investigation as a CPT leader is clearly outside the scope of she's immune for that, we're immune for that.
And I agree.
And so the issue of a parent agency.
she's immune for that. I'm immune for that. Do you not just want to choke someone when you hear that? Or what are you immune from? Are you immune from anything? Where's my immunity? Where's my immunity from this oppressive tax code? Where's my immunity from these gas prices? Where's my immunity from this economic disaster brought to me by people who have nothing to do with me through no fault of my own? Where's my immunity? How come they get immunity for all the bad shit they do? And we're the ones that have to pay for it every time. This is not what the founders wanted in any way. Is this what the founders wanted? They would be they would have already staged another revolution. Like they'd be killing people by now. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying they would. Because this is crazy. We have actual tyranny. Have we been asleep? This is just as bad as what the redcoats were doing to the farmers, coming in their houses without warrants, dragging their killing people. Like I don't know if you know about this, but the British soldiers were committing atrocities against colonists. It was some seriously bad shit. And this is some seriously bad shit. Taking people's children is some seriously bad shit. But we're immune from that. Holy crap.
Is whether we held her out to Mr. and Mrs. Kowalski such that they believe she was an agent of ours. Not because she really is, because you found that she's not really an agent. And that because we held her out in that fashion, they relied upon her to do something that she did that is medical malpractice. And so just as we could have called 100 other people who had staff privileges at the hospital to say, well, what do you think about this? And that would not have made them an apparent agent. The things you've been listening to, assuming they're true and all of that, is things that she did consulting with the hospital, but not things that make her an apparent agent for which the Kowalskis have a claim against her. The theory would have to be, and conceivably could be, but it hasn't been alleged, that the actual treating physicians relied upon someone that they should have known was committing malpractice and giving advice to them, and that they relied on advice and in doing so, they breached their standard of care. But nothing has to do with her standard of care unless it's something that the Kowalskis themselves believed that they were authorizing and letting her do because she was an agent of the hospital. And so far, I haven't heard much of any evidence on that issue.
Judge, with respect to the exhibit, though, my concern about this exhibit is two. One, I believe it clearly is part of her interview with respect to that. And we're putting notes into evidence that he could then publish to the jury with no context, and they would have to try to interpret what these means. What does it mean? Donor, arrow, reject. I mean, there's no context for them, and exhibits, I think the 9403 analysis is they have to be helpful for the jury. They have to give them information, and this requires interpretation, and the 39. And she's not a party.
Geez, they're really going overboard with the ads today. Why are they interrupting every few seconds?
Well,
I understand.
I go back to.
You know what? Hold on a minute. I'll just turn the ad blocker back on and let's see. And then I'll just take my chances.
Donor, arrow, reject. I mean, there's no context for them, and exhibits, I think the 9403 analysis is they have to be helpful.
Yeah. We're going to just close this. I got 2 more videos to play before they block me.
They have to give them information, and this requires interpretation, and the 39. And she's not a party.
Well,
I understand.
I go back to, in some respects, this is muddled because Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital muddied it at the beginning.
Haha! Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
And I'm now trying to excise that which is clearly Chapter 39. I mean, but we do have this overlay. So now, Mr. Whitney, clearly Sally Smith does have a role in the Chapter 39 process. So why do we need these notes in your case? Why isn't it just a better course to keep these notes about the conversation with Beata and Jack Kowalski out?
Because we don't have testimony from Beata on this issue, but we have testimony from Jack Kowalski on this issue that she was brought into the hospital wearing a lab coat, presenting herself as a Johns Hopkins physician, and that's when this interview occurred. And it goes to the the hearsay exception, if it's a hearsay exception, I haven't heard one, but this is statements for purposes of medical treatment. And she had this role where, I mean, we can list off 4 or 5 different capacities she served in the hospital. She had active staff privileges. She was on several executive committees. She accessed the record on October 8th. She affixed her paper chart to the chart of Maya Kowalski, her report, I should say, to the chart of Maya Kowalski. So that was the first thing that informed the care of these physicians, as you heard from Dr. Newberg yesterday. And in her own testimony, she admitted to wearing Johns Hopkins name badge. So she was an apparent agent during these interviews.
I thought, didn't Maya Kowalski testify that Dr. Sally Smith was wearing a name badge and not a lab coat? Did I mishear that?
Yes.
And I think Jack Kowalski testified she was wearing.
I'm pretty confident. We'll have to go back to the transcript. I'm pretty confident Maya Kowalski testified in the lab coat as well.
No.
But
Judge, in regard to her report, it wasn't part of the electronic record. It was separate and apart, just in the paper record with confidential stopped on it.
and I'd like to point one more thing on relevance, if I could.
Sure.
The allegation against the parents, and especially Beata, to support the diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy, the hospital diagnosis, is that she was failing to give complete and accurate history of Maya's medical care and withholding information from the hospital. And a 7-page interview reveals she's doing exactly the opposite.
Here's how I think we need to handle it. This information is relevant. It clearly comes, or there's hearsay exceptions to it. I think ultimately, Mr. Altenburn, ultimately we're going to have to do it with this jury instruction pack.
Yeah.
If the jury finds that she's not the apparent agent, then ultimately they're not going to be able to consider these notes.
And it's of course going to be my position that all these committees and things that she's supposedly on is not something the Kowalskis knew about at all. They didn't rely upon any of that stuff. And so it's really important to focus on what it takes to be an apparent agent in the situation, in this context or practically any other context. And I'm not hearing that. But
Well, this information certainly, when I say this information, this is exhibit 2118 from pages 65 through 75, could be viewed as chapter 39, but it also can be viewed. And so there's 2 purposes that this, and so ultimately I'm gonna let it in, but we're gonna have to have an instruction when we come to the end of the case, just kind of like, I already said what I was gonna say.
Understood.
So
I think he's getting tired of this chapter 39 immunity bullshit because he starts to let stuff in despite the defense saying, no, this is chapter 39. It's chapter 39. But the judge is like, but it's also relevant. Like it could, I guess, could be, but I'm fully capable of ruling when you're objecting if something specific, is crossing that line. And the reason why Johns Hopkins is in so much trouble is because Sally Smith acted as an agent of the hospital. And she's getting money from them too. So she says she gets paid by Suncoast or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that the hospital pays for these contracted child abuse doctors. And she's on staff and she's like you said, directing this case, attaching her notes to the medical file. Holy crap, lady. So you're a treating doctor then. You're a treating physician. And that's why a lot of this stuff, even though it was used in her investigation, see, the argument is anything she used in her investigation goes under DCF and not the hospital. But she attached it to the medical record. She did that. She should have kept it separate, but she didn't do that.
I am going to admit 2118, pages 65 to 75. What's that? 2118.
Wait.
What? So I am going to admit.
Did you see his face?
2118, page.
I don't know his name. The guy with the gray hair. He's the one in charge. I forget his name, but watch his face right before he turns around and walks away.
Just 65. Just kind of like. I already said what I was going to say. So I am going to admit 2118.
He was shaking his head.
Is 65 to 75. What's
Too bad
next?
for you guys.
Page 80 in the same exhibit.
You see page 80.
Too bad for you. Coming in. And there's a moment, and I hope we get to it. I hope I find it. There's a moment in here that first time I watched it, I was like, oh my God. Oh, the judge goes over how DCF asks for a motion. DCF asked the defense to put a motion in. I hope we get to this part. To put a motion in for giving, allowing their workers to testify and not be held liable for anything they might say. Again, they want more immunity for anything they might say that is confidentiality, with the breaking confidentiality issues. Well, the reason why DCF is so concerned with confidentiality is not for your protection, it's for theirs. And so this case is like, it's blowing the lid off of this. We're getting to see DCF documents we never get to see. I never get to see this shit except when Sean McMillan, sues these people and you get it in discovery. That's the only time you get these documents, these internal emails and communications. Oh God, this case is just, my head is coming off. I'm so excited about it because we get to see inside the inner workings of Satan's lair that is the Child Protective Services of this country. Do you know how rarely you get to see this? Dang.
Just page 80.
Just page 80, please.
These are Sally Smith's notes reflecting her participation in the care and treatment of Maya Kowalski.
Oh, wait, I forgot to throw up a super chat here. Hold on. Oh no, I'm frozen again. All right, you guys, apparently my computer has to be rebooted every hour. So I'm probably going to have to reboot. But the super chat was, I can't see who it was from, but I can see part of it. It says it's a $20 super chat. It says, Megan, new sub here. Thanks for covering this. As a mom of 2 special needs kiddos and having run-ins with CPS myself, this case is triggering yet fascinating. I'm glad you're here. Stick around. I will be right back. You're going to see a blue screen for about 3 minutes. Okay? I'll be back. And I'm back. I freaking hate this. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do other than, I guess I don't want to switch to a PC though. You guys, I've had such bad luck with PCs and Apple has been great for me until I got a MacBook Pro. The AirBook I had was great and it lasted for like 10 years. I've never had a computer last that long and PCs never last that long for me. I go through one a year when I use PCs. So I'm just, I need to I need to call Apple. I know, but I can't do that right now. I'm busy. So every hour you get a bathroom break or a squats break. Do your squats while I'm gone, because I will come back. All right. Unfortunately, the reset has made YouTube get pissy about the ad blocker. So we're just going to have to deal with it. I'm going to have to turn it off. Because you know what? And now they're sending me warnings that it's a violation of YouTube terms of service, which then means that they're going to get me. So just turn it off. All right. I didn't actually know it was a violation of terms of service. It's not something that I knew. But again, who the hell can read the terms of service? They're like 8,000 pages long, right? All right, here we go. Share screen. The thing with the PC only lasting a year is it always gets viruses. You don't understand. My job requires that I click on a lot of really sketchy places. When I'm doing research, I am in sketchy places. And that always results in terrible viruses. I've never had a problem with a virus on a Mac, ever. Not one. Not one. And PCs are like impossible. And I'm not tech savvy enough to keep up with like all the virus blocking shit you have to do, all the different virus blocking softwares you have to do. But when I'm doing research for stories that I work on, I have to go to some crazy places. And I always end up picking up something bad. All right, why can't we hear this?
Just page 8, please.
These are Sally notes reflecting her participation in the care and treatment of Maya Kowalski during the hospitalization. She's talking about her observations in the hospital, her review of the PT records, etc.
Judge, saying chapter 39 argument. And again, she's sheltered at this point. This is a day. What are you talking about? Well, this is again, it requires so much interpretation by the jury. How could this provide any relevance?
Yeah. I'm more in your camp on this one, Ms. Crowells. I mean, this one talks more overtly about chapter 39 because this is visitation. We're talking about putting on makeup and
This is the one that says the makeup.
Relevant to chapter 39.
All right. This is the one that says the makeup and the shaving legs is sexualization by her mother, and he doesn't let it in. And I think that's a real shame. And I think it should come in because it shows that these people are unhinged.
it goes to her views in the chapter 39 proceeding. And I don't see how the makeup issue is for diagnostic treatment. This note looks different in tone and scope than the notes of the interview with mom and dad. So I think 80 will be excluded.
And I will say, the judge, I can understand why he's making the calls he's making. You know, he's like an ump, you know, and he's drawn a line. For him, if it looks more like an investigation note, then he's not letting it in. But if it looks like medical stuff, it's coming in. You see the difference? So I don't necessarily think he's wrong, and I think he's being fair. He's had to draw a line somewhere. I just think it should have come in.
Understood. We can move to 88, please.
But that doesn't mean anything. What I think is, you know, not relevant. Sexualized, plucking eyebrows.
This 88 looks like.
Look at this, sexualized, or maybe this is the one. So the other one was something different, but this one is the one. Sexualized. What does that second word say? Plucking eyebrows, shaving legs daily. Sexualized. Plucking eyebrows? That's not sexual. What the hell? What is wrong with these people?
80. This doesn't look like it's a note about care and treatment.
What I need to say on this, Your Honor, is that there was a bizarre focus on Maya's sexualization or sexualized behavior in this hospital, including Catherine Beatty. We have testimony about Catherine Beatty introducing the concept of sex websites to Maya Kowalski. And so we think these notes are indicative of the hospital's attitude to Maya Kowalski during this time.
Judge,
Don't see any way that sexualized behavior, plucking eyebrows, shaving legs daily has anything to do with a Chapter 39
The
investigation.
difference is Dr. Sally Smith was the medical director of the CPT and was doing the investigation, or was part of the investigation. Catherine Beatty was an employee of the hospital responsible for the care and treatment.
Understandable.
So I think 88 is out as well.
Page 110, please.
I disagree with him on that one. I
Never
think-
hire a
I think
voiceover
he
artist
could've- Oh
again.
my God, the ads are so bad today.
Now, here, Your Honor, you have Dr. Sally Smith relating things directly related to Maya's discharges in January. And the reason we know that is because the doctor mentioned here, the two doctors mentioned at the top are Kristen Danielson and Alexis Major. And importantly here, it says that they're trying to change documentation. And the joint exhibit that's already admitted reflects that the documentation was changed, and the difference between the January 6th discharge note and the January 13th discharge note is stark. The diagnoses are different. Kennedy Krieger has to do with the hospital's alleged attempts to transfer, their discussions about Munchausen syndrome, proxy and conversion disorder. So these are medical treatment for Maya Kowalski. I would agree that there's a note here that says concern regarding legal situation might need to be redacted. And then at the bottom, importantly, it's more history from the parents regarding what you've heard from Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Chopra regarding Dr. Schwartzman, the foremost scholar on CRPS treatments and ketamine to treat those things. So we think this should be admitted.
Judge.
David Silverstein.
Yeah, thank you. He's the attorney, obviously in the DCF, so you can't just pick and choose little things when clearly the whole sheet is regarding DCF issues.
Well, I mean, Ms. Cross, with exception of the two references, concern rate, legal proceedings, and Dr. Silverstein, the rest kind of looks like medical related matters.
Well, except Judge, that this was discussions with DCF trying to get her transferred to another facility. It was all in the DCF hearing. There were constant efforts within the DCF hearing and case to get her transferred. So to say this is about her medical treatment when you're talking about Kennedy Krieger, which is one of the facilities they wanted to get her transferred to, you have the attorney involved, you have it involving legal situations to try to say this is about medical care, when clearly this note is all about the DCF situation.
You're suggesting that DCF or the dependency court was directing Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to change documentation in the medical file?
Judge, I'm saying that note requires interpretation. And so they're going to make that argument. It just says Alexis. It says trying to change that too clearly, and it's not even finished. That's my whole point.
The judge isn't buying it. Hang on a second. I've got to change something on my screen. Something is not right on my screen, and I don't know why it's doing this. There we go. Now I
Judges,
got it
these notes
fixed.
have no context. They're going to be shown to the jury and say, interpret them how you wish when there's no context with the note. That's
You're welcome to call
Okay.
Dr. Sally Smith. I am fine if the defense wants to redact out the phrase concern rate, legal situation, and David Silverstein.
no, we'll leave that in, Judge. I think it put context to the notes. It's all about the DCF.
But he's not going to let you talk about that. He's not going to let you talk about DCF. So did you see his face? Let's go back. Look, watch his face when she says that.
If the defense wants to redact out the phrase concern rate, legal situation, and David Silverstein.
No, we'll leave that in, Judge. I think it put context to the notes. It's all about the DCF.
Then the whole note's coming in.
And he's going to overrule their objection, or he'll sustain on the other side if they try to bring in what they're not supposed to bring in. He's been very clear about that. So, I don't know.
Which is, Madam Clerk, that's 2118.
So that one's coming in.
Page 110.
Defense is not
Your Honor,
happy.
we now move to the risk management file and pages 57 and 59.
Defense is not happy. How's my volume? I had to turn my volume down because I cranked up
This is
the
internal
court
to the hospital. And
volume.
They
Am
are
I too loud?
looking up the licensure of Maya Kowalski.
Judge, we don't understand the relevance to this, to any of the claims.
The risk management department of the hospital does not exercise Chapter 39 investigatory functions. So the relevance of this is creates questions as to why they're doing this.
Why is
All right, let me explain this. So I believe that this is so as soon as they were told, risk management was told that there was this situation in the hospital. I know the court volume is low. I've boosted it up as high as I could, but I didn't want to over boost so that my microphone was like way too hot. So I had to like turn myself down, but then turn them up. It's a whole thing. I think this is as loud as I can get it. When risk management was told about this situation, the very first thing they did was run a search on Beata Kowalski's nursing license. And you just heard the judge say, or I don't think it was the judge, it was Whitney say, they had no authority to do this. They had no court order. There was no investigation, nothing except Sally freaking Smith. And they started this is some scary shit. The hospital started with their computers that have access to confidential licensing files, started investigating Beata.
the hospital investigating the parents? I mean, why would that be a normal function in a treatment case?
That's a very good question, Judge. Do we even know his name? I don't know his name. I keep calling him Judge Tufty. Does he have a name? What is his name? Someone get me his name. Judge, so he why would that even be a function of a hospital?
If a parent is giving history and professing to know a great deal of information, you may want to know whether they are in fact a nurse. That's it.
Well, then why wouldn't you ask her? I bet she would have told you. Okay, his name is Judge Carroll. Okay. I feel bad. I've been calling him Judge Tufty, and I really do like him. I'll call him Judge Carroll. That's not okay for me to call him Judge Tufty. Although, Judge, you really need to get rid of that tuft. The hair island has to go. All right. So you couldn't just ask her why she has more medical knowledge than you would expect? And she wouldn't just say, I'm a nurse? You have to surreptitiously go into your super secret computers that have more access to databases than normal people do and start investigating her? Is that the usual function of a hospital? Like, they're acting like the Stasi, for God's sake.
Then I'm sure you can have a
Look at his look at Hunter's body language right now. Let's back up. Watch.
Information. You may want to know whether they are in fact a nurse. That's it.
then I'm sure you can have a witness to say what you just said, Mr. Hunter. But this does not look Chapter 39 at all. And so it's a statement by the hospital and an action by the hospital, so it's coming in.
Oh,
Court will
boy.
receive 2277
They look like they're going to throw up. Look at this woman over here. Do you see my mouse? Check out this woman over here. Her facial expressions have been something.
by the hospital, so it's coming in. Court will receive 2277 is it 057?
Yes, it'd be 057.
There's a third page, they say, we haven't seen.
Can you go 59, please? Dan? 59 's on the right
Okay,
side.
pages 57 through 59. Let me see 59.
59 's on the right side, Your Honor.
Okay, there we go. Court received 2277.
This is very bad for the defense. This is evidence right here that the hospital acted on its own without authority to investigate and begin an investigation into the Kowalski family. This right here is why it's in court in the first place. This right here is going to be very hard to come back from. I will love to hear you put somebody on the stand to explain this, Mr. Hunter. Explain this, Miss Mole. How do you explain this?
Pages 57 through 59.
Next, Your Honor, 2277, page 141.
And let's put it up.
Your Honor, the relevance of this email has to do with the Kowalski's testimony that they were threatened with security. And you'll see a mention in this discussing the Kowalski family and recordings that they're discussing a security guard.
Can I see the first page of this email? so I can have the contact.
So it'd be 142, and I think it goes to 143. We were only seeking to introduce this, but I understand the court's request. 142, 143, please.
I wish I could read this, but I can't. It is really blurry. I have no idea what it says.
Judge, this is in October 31 and October 28.
I
This
see
is
that.
okay.
Can I see the, go back to 141 now?
Yeah, it's
the security guard. Awesome.
And Your Honor, we could also redact the entirety of.
Just let me have a chance to read
Sorry,
it.
I apologize.
The judge is reading. Don't interrupt him. Judge Carroll is reading.
Okay, the only possible thing that could come in is that first, or what does this mean? Also, Patty, the security guard who confirmed 2 weeks for me is Doug. Because the date here is October 31st, which is
Right.
certainly after, substantially after the pendency court sheltered
Sure.
Maya.
Yeah.
So even 2 weeks prior to October 31 would still be at a time after the shelter. So
I understand. We can withdraw.
Okay.
So whatever it was, they're withdrawing
234.
Oh, for fuck's sake, YouTube. This is a good time to mention that the merch store is now connected to my YouTube page. And you can go get your for fuck's sake merch at any time. I have a great t-shirt. I bought the hot pink one. I love it. The hot pink one is great. It says, "Oh, for fuck's sake," and it's super cute. I think I have a picture of it here somewhere. Let me see. Where is it? Where the hell did it go? Aha! I do. Isn't that cute? You can go over to the merch store. It's linked in the description.
What am I looking at here?
Looking at further internal documentation in the risk management file about the false imprisonment we've alleged over the course of 48 hours. That's why you see on the fourth entry there, it says about 48 hours. You see who's involved again. That's confirmed by the text. Paula Dees, Sally Smith, Cindy Jenkins, all are mentioned in the text message.
Look at their names are there.
You're seeing what these physicians.
This is a criminal conspiracy is what this is. Paula Dees, Sally Smith, and Cindy Jenkins conspiring to put this child into an isolation room, film her without her consent or her parents' consent. Holy crap. What else does it say? Do not what? Do not. I can't read this handwriting. When she left, seems to use something recording, can see her leave room, ordering a flash drive to put on one something. Oh, this is a conspiracy right here.
And I'm not sure who Ms. Jenkins is. We're doing to, I don't know, weaponize that video or whatever they were doing with that video. 5 to 10 minutes, 5 to 6 samples. I think it says on server, everything. I don't know what that says. Do not, I don't know if that's erased. I don't know what that word is. And when she left the room, we stopped recording, can see her leave the room, ordering a flash drive to put on OneDrive, so marked as to what Dr. Sally Smith looked at. So she was directing I believe the hospital's position is that this video was for care and treatment of Maya Kowalski.
I remain befuddled, Mr. Hunter. How is it that risk management continues to talk about this if the EEG room was actually for the care and treatment? I'm just befuddled.
It's not a good sign when the judge looks at you and says, "I am befuddled that you can continue to say this is for treatment." He is losing his patience with this. I'm starting to wonder if he's on the verge of a directed verdict. Like, do you see it and do you hear it in his voice?
There are 2 tracks this is on, Your Honor, and there is an explanation for it. But I would suggest to Your Honor that what's happening here is he's putting these in without a predicate and inviting.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, Mr. Hunter. If there's an explanation for it, why don't you get to that instead of start to word salad talk around what you think the other counsel is doing? Why don't you just give the judge what he asked for, which was an explanation, because he's befuddled.
The jury to speculate and put a burden on us to furnish the predicate for his evidence. That spans the whole process on its head.
Judge, they could have called Dr. Smith if they wanted to put these documents in so that they had some sort of context for the jury. Instead, they're just putting random documents in and then obligating us to do that, to explain their exhibits that they're putting in.
Oh, this gets so good. It gets so good.
seems very highly relevant to me. And this is a statement by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. So it overcomes the hearsay exception. Parties had already agreed to the authenticity of all these documents. So I think it's fair game. Court will receive 2277-2.
Fair game.
Is it 3-4?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
It's fair
I'm
game.
cognizant of the time. Do you want to continue?
Play
or,
ball.
There's only 3 more left of the risk management. Let's just do that and then.
Good
go
luck,
to the jury.
defense.
Sure. Well, I have.
Unless the next one's going to.
But
Next ones are going to be.
It's chapter 39. What if anything?
Letter to the
Your Honor,
doctors
it's
or to
chapter
themselves.
39.
Yeah, let's skip that one. That's probably going to be a big discussion. Maybe 248.
Exactly. Oh my God.
All right. This is a risk management file reflecting treatment discussions involved.
Remember when that judge got pissed at Alex Jones and completely destroyed all of our justice system by just deciding to direct a verdict against him? And the jury was just instructed to, now you just decide how many zeros to put on the check. I wish that would happen here so that we don't have to sit through the defenses. You know, if I'm the judge, I got to tell you, I'm offended after I've seen this evidence. I am seriously offended. He knows they're lying at this point. He just said he's befuddled at how they can continue to make this argument that this is investigation, not medical treatment, or that the EEG room is, anyway, doesn't matter. The point is, I am offended by this. And as a judge, I think I would be offended on the behalf of the family and would not want to allow the defense to smear this family anymore at this point. Are we almost there? I mean, the judge knows. And if I'm a judge, I have the authority to direct a verdict. If it gets to the point where I have seen so much shit that it cannot be overcome, and the only thing that the defense is going to do is smear and, defame a dead woman. Because that's their only play at this point. Oh, he did? Christy, I missed it. Rob mentioned the directed verdict yesterday. What did he say? Because I missed that part of it. I haven't watched his entire stream. It was 6 hours long, so I couldn't watch the whole thing. But I would be interested to know if he thought that was even a possibility. Because I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I'm just saying, if I were a judge and it got to this point, and I'm seeing that these lawyers are lying to me, and I know it. I know they know who wrote these documents. I know they know what these documents are, and they're lying to me. And I know they're just going to smear a good woman's name. I may be inclined to direct a verdict at the close of this plaintiff's case. I may just say, I am taking my judicial authority and I'm directing a verdict for the plaintiff. And now the jury, you have the honor of adding the zeros to the check. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys know what Rob said about it? What did he say? Anything? Let me know in the comments, because I'd like to know what his thoughts on that were.
I mean, Jennifer Katzenstein.
Well, the first 3 all are DCF related matters.
Well, 6 lines down, Maya feels we, ACH, is lying to her about her mother, that doctors are lying about her parents. And then Maya, since this past weekend, has taken a step backwards since father can visit unsupervised now. Heard this from multiple persons involved in the care of Maya.
Judge, this is all DCF related.
Well, if the hospital knows that Maya Kowalski feels the hospital's lying and the hospital hasn't done anything, that is outrageous.
Did you hear that? If the hospital knows that Maya Kowalski believes that they are lying to her, as this note shows, Maya feels we, Johns Hopkins, are lying to her about her mother, that doctors are lying about her parents. Maya, since the last weekend with her, has taken a step back and wants her father. Wait, I can't read that part. But the judge just said, if the hospital knows that Maya thinks they're lying to her, it's outrageous. And they didn't do anything. They didn't try to. Let's hear what he said exactly. Let's hear that again.
If the hospital knows that Maya Kowalski feels the hospital is lying and the hospital hasn't done anything, that is outrageous. Honestly.
No, that's his opinion. That's not a legal argument. That's his opinion. No, Brightfire. I don't think so. He didn't specify that, but it sure sounds like that's his opinion. And it is outrageous. It is outrageous. Let's hear it one more time.
The hospital knows that Maya Kowalski feels the hospital's lying and the hospital hasn't done anything. That is outrageous, honestly. So that is
This goes, okay, go ahead.
hugely relevant. It also is talking about that she's taken a step backwards, which is contrary to the theme of the defense, which is she did better when she left this hospital.
So he's caught them in another lie. He's caught them in another lie. He's caught them. It's contrary to the defense saying that she got better. She was getting better after they did all these terrible things to her. She was getting better after all their abuse. No, clearly the notes state that she has taken a step backwards. So now he's caught them in another lie. How many lies do you get to tell before the judge directs a verdict? I don't know. How many lies do you get to tell?
So that's relevant there. So I tend to agree with you. If we want to redact out this top part of the note, I probably should do that.
Just
Judge, you're going to put it in, put the whole thing in, but with all respect, I think Your Honor's misapprehended our position.
The defense, I just heard him whisper, put that in, like the whole thing, because they know they're losing this. And the reason why they want the DCF notes in, the stuff that mentions Chapter 39, they think they're going to use it to their advantage. They think they're going to be able to bring in defamatory things that happened with the lies that DCF told. But this judge is not going to let them do it. If they think that just because it's on the note, and he just said we should redact the top, and they said, no, put it in, put it in. This is bad, you guys. I'm telling you, going forward, if the defense is allowed to start their case, they're going to be in hot water a lot because they are going to try and bring in all sorts of shit from the DCF case that they're not allowed.
With reference to the step backward thing.
Judge, we also requested, and I can't remember now why, because I did this days ago, that if you put this in, 249 needs to go in for clarity because it's the second page of the note.
249.
I honestly don't remember why I wrote that.
Oh, here we go again.
Do you think you'd be happier as a boy?
Oh, good God. What is this? Oh, this is that epic TV documentary. We should actually watch this.
That's abuse.
Oh, I want to see this.
Hear me cry, see my dreams
I want to see
die from
this. Too loud, though. It's too loud. This is a documentary about the real Munchausen syndrome by proxy, the transing of kids.
I need you to leave. Evie, no. Where are you getting this from?
We should all watch
We're
this.
just masquerading.
When did parents become enemy number one?
This is all coming from the top, the major corporations, governments,
hospitals, like Johns Hopkins.
It's also in the education system.
So today we're going to talk.
Rip the lid off of it.
We are here to support you.
Yep. Johns Hopkins, by the way, is a leading provider of this kind of shit on kids.
I've talked to hundreds, if not thousands of parents. Our stories are all the same.
They told my parents if I wasn't allowed to transition, I would be at risk of suicide.
This was a group where they basically gathered vulnerable children and taught them that it was us against them.
Would you rather have a dead daughter
or a living son?
That question is asked over and over again, and therapists are trained to say that.
This is relevant to what we are watching in so many ways.
Looking back, it made me feel even more hopeless.
And then I felt down, I felt tired, I felt exhausted.
Like half of my body shakes on its own uncontrollably. I'll never be the same. I was allowed to destroy my body.
They never talk about how much harm is being caused.
You know Joshua Blue Club? He says our closest family are often our worst enemies.
It's separating kids from their parents.
The state has decided that Evan should stay at a group home for now, for his safety.
You guys don't have any clue how bad this is. But I think that the country's waking up. It's all coming out. Energy shift.
We miss you so much, Abby. Leave him alone.
Like, this is the most important question. Why are they all doing this?
Money. That's why. Money. And Johns Hopkins Johns Hopkins is at the crux of this. Oh wait, stop. I wanted to back up a little bit. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is one of the leading and first hospitals to do the gender transitions on kids. This is all connected. The attack on parental rights, the empowering of the state to take your kid from you, the false allegations that you are abusing your child by not allowing them to transition, or that you are abusing your child because you care about them too much, like Maya Kowalski. This is all connected. All connected. Money. I want that lawsuit to be, I want that televised.
And if they want this in, I don't know what to say to that, but the reason we didn't is because we think this, I mean, other than the continued treatment team and the second K Rhodes pain management suggestion, the rest of it looks to me to touch on the DCF.
Well, here's.
Yeah, Judge, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, Judge, these notes are started and bookended with DCF issues, and they want to snip out the middle. If this goes in, we believe the whole thing goes in, because you can see at the second page, it says Michael Kelly apologized for making certain comments to Maya and gave Maya the wrong impression in doing so, which goes back to the fact that Maya thought we were lying to her.
And if you want this second page in and not redact the first half, but I'm being very clear, just by this note coming in does not mean we are opening the door to dependency action. That is not.
We're not looking to do that, Judge. That's why, frankly, I object to most things, is because I'm concerned about agreeing to things without the court viewing them first.
It just points out that there's a line that's trying to be drawn here that's virtually impossible to draw.
Well, but I get paid to draw the line and I'm drawing the line.
Okay,
I understand, Judge.
Whether I'm right or wrong,
And I
that's
get
for
paid
someone
to
else
make
to
a
tell me.
record, so.
Your Honor, just be clear on something. There's a distinction between what goes on inside the 39 proceeding and that context of this. It is very, very difficult. And frankly, you have added to the suicide thing now a substantial factor test. And I know for sure they're going to ask for both of these tests now. Well, a substantial factor is a factor in an overall picture. So when we put on our case, we're going to have to, I guess, because of substantial factor, be trying to show the whole context. Some of their experts have also talked about the whole context. So the fact that there is that proceeding and that she was at a proceeding when she got upset and decided to commit suicide and all that's all going to be very relevant in this case. And trying to explain the supervision of the visitation and all of that, we're going to have to put on evidence. So,
And then let me just push back a little bit on what you said. I needed to understand where Florida law was on the issue. And I think I told you back, I don't know how many days or weeks ago, that when I was doing that analysis, I was just, what is the status of law? I did not couple it with the pleadings or anything like that. I think I made that clear. So I'm not saying that they pled it or anything like that. I just, in my mind, had to understand, because obviously this is not something that comes up every day or week or year under Florida law. And so I had to do the deep dive to understand it first.
And I understand that. And of course, I'm in the posture where they're about to rest. I'm going to have to make a DV, and I don't quite even know what the standard is. I'm going to have to argue on intentional infliction for wrongful death. So it's a difficult situation for both sides. And I'm just trying to point out that how this case plays out, if it goes on to our case,
Would a directed verdict help you any? Why don't I solve this right now? You lose. That would be so great. It probably can't happen, especially because he doesn't want the jury to feel like they got usurped, most likely.
some of this stuff is going to have to come in to explain the circumstances under which she was committing suicide.
So to be clear, let me just recap. Normally, I would just let in the lower half of 248, but at the defense request, not to redact the top half of 248 and to add 249, the court will receive those two documents under that situation because of how I ruled, but it is not an opening of the door to dependency act. The court received exhibits.
Right. So the fact that he just said it is not an opening of the door to the dependency action. So that means it's coming in the way you want it in, but it doesn't open the door. So if the second you start talking about the dependency action, he's gonna nail you. So I don't know what they think they're getting by. I guess they just want the jury to get. I would make them redact it. I guess they want the jury to get some idea that this was in the dependency, what the dependency hearing, what was happening there. But they're not allowed to talk about it. They're not allowed to testify about it. So I don't know.
2277, pages 248 and 249.
And just to be clear, the reason we're asking for that is court's ruling to admit the middle part.
You're right, and that's why I think I was just articulating is because of how I ruled.
Right.
In the reaction, you said because of that, then do this and that.
Right. I was making our record clear too.
Yeah, I was hoping to articulate it clearly. So
you did. You did.
Okay, let's go. This next one's a letter to Salisbury, so that's probably, let's skip that.
All right.
We're past 9 o'clock anyway. One other thought, since Mr. Altenberg talked about DV, from a timing perspective, are you still resting sometime on Monday?
Yes, Your Honor, that is our plan. I'd like to say for the record, though, if the defense is planning to open the door and start talking about all of these hearings, we have a new trial. And so I don't think the court wants to go there. I don't think
we will address that.
Anderson sees what's coming. They literally are going to do it. And if they force a mistrial because they're losing so badly, that's bullshit. And at that point, if they do what the judge told them not to do, they should get a directed verdict against them instead of a mistrial. And that way you take away the prejudice if there was any done to the jury. Robin Labor, and I have no idea, by the way, if that's something he could do. I think he can, though. I think judges have that ability. Robin Labor, thanks for the super chat, says the myth is that seemingly decent people are not corruptible. People haven't paid attention in their history classes. That's true. That's very true. Mm-hmm.
If and when it comes, I don't want to start making rulings on things that haven't happened.
Yes, sir.
Just like I don't like giving advisory opinions.
Yes, sir. And so
I call the balls and strikes that are actually thrown, not what I want you all to throw. So.
Yeah, everybody's nervous, man. They're all nervous. You can tell. This is a very, very tough line to walk. And if they step over that line, like what's his name, Shapiro did the other day, when he almost forced a mistrial the other day, if he does that again, we're in a bad place. Rob talked about the horrible sanctions that can occur if they force a mistrial. I would hope. I don't have a lot of hope, though, that that there are any repercussions for bad lawyers. Elsie Merritt, Anderson's forehead is dry. The defense's foreheads are all sweaty. Look, you can see the lights bouncing off of Shapiro's head. It's true. It's true. They're also covering their balls. Look at this. Anderson's got his hands behind his back and he's leaning forward like a football player, like a linebacker, right? Getting ready to tackle. Look at the defense. They're both covering their junk. This is body language 101. This is the first thing you learn. Covering your genitals means you're in a very defensive position. And look at Anderson. He literally looks like a bull. Look at excellent body language. I got to take a screenshot of this. How's it going? This is how it's going. What? My screenshot my pause game is on. It's on. I just noticed that. Yeah, they're girding their loins all right. They are. Look at this freeze frame. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so good. I almost don't want to push play. It's so good. Oh.
My understanding is you're likely to rest on Monday. So my thought process is that we will delay the DV motions until 4 p.m. on Monday the defense will have to start. And I want a time shift when the DV motions ordinarily would be done, because I don't want to burn time with a jury. And
We agree.
so I'm just making it clear, I'm going to time shift when we're going to do the DV. And that, so no one is going to be seen as waiving anything, because I am making the decision to not do DV motions the moment that the plaintiff's arrested. And this is an accommodation to our schedule and to make sure that we efficiently use our very valuable and very dwindling time with the jury.
We agree.
And Judge, for the other side, we will not plan on any live witnesses on Monday. We will have depositions.
No, I need you to be ready to go.
No. We'll play depositions. I'm saying, I'm telling the other side, because they don't know exactly when they'll finish and all that. We didn't want to have a live witness lined up. They don't need to be prepared for a live witness on Monday. We'll play deps.
I appreciate that, so long as we are
Yes, sir.
using jury time, but
Yes.
wisely.
As you may not, I have one more scheduling problem that I'm resolving. It's as to Dr. Richards.
Is it today?
He is not going to be able to go today. He had a death in the family. He's on a plane. I'm going to try to do him by Zoom on Monday morning, and then I should be able to rest after that.
Okay, let's go get the jury.
All right, now we are going to skip forward to 7 hours and 31 minutes, because I have something here that we have to see. And actually, I'm going to go back a little because it's this.
You can't just Google.
God, my ears. This is a good moment to remind you to go to the merch store, buy some merch. Hit that like button if you haven't done it.
Of the deposition.
Leave that back up, please.
Yes, sir. At page 30, beginning at line 4.
Leave that back up, please.
Wait, let's back up a little bit. I want to hear
Under
what.
oath, my entire report is based only on.
Okay, yeah, I remember this. All right, Shapiro has a freaking meltdown. Has a freaking meltdown like a toddler in front of the judge because Neuberger, he's upset about something Neuberger is going to testify to. He claims it's unfair surprise. But they argue about this for a while so that you guys get the context. Look at the judge's face.
Sure.
The reason they were allowed.
Look at his face.
And while they're looking.
Yeah, this is a kind of long argument. The timestamp that I had was for Shapiro's absolute toddler meltdown, and it was freaking hilarious. But we'll get to it. I want you to hear the argument because it's funny.
Report, maybe. Let me see that.
And while they're looking, I would note for the record that his rata sheet is empty, so he didn't attempt to change his opinion either.
Well, I mean, if it was in his original report, then it's a question of impeachment.
Shapiro is pissed because I don't know if I'm going to get to the beginning of this argument. Shapiro is pissed that Neuberger in his testimony, which we have not watched yet. Dr. Neuberger, in his testimony, he mentions that he believes. Wait, was it Neuberger or was it this guy? Wait, hold on. Maybe it was this guy. Wait, let me make sure it's this.
Criteria. I can't move to writing a life care plan unless she has a permanent condition. Then I have to ask myself, does Maya Kowalski have a permanent treatable condition? Because if she doesn't have a treatable condition, then a life care plan doesn't make any sense. So she met that criteria. So I start now to move on to opinions. If she has a permanent injury, and if she has a permanent treatable injury, I start to then formulate what are the categories of care. And I do that not just by relying on my own training and education, experience, and knowledge, but I reach out to and I read all the medical records and I specifically asked her doctors on multiple occasions, tell me what Maya Kowalski needs because of the trauma she sustained. So it's clear, it's important to understand the care plan is not to treat her complex regional pain syndrome, which she had before the trauma. It's to treat the condition.
Oh, here we go. It was
That she
bifocal.
now has as a result of being traumatized. And that's the.
Oh yeah, here we go. All right. It's bifocal, Dr. Bifocal, not Neuberger. Sorry. So he is testifying about what is she going to need care-wise, and what's the dollar amount they're going to put on this. And what he just said about, we're not talking about the CRPS that she had before the Johns Hopkins abuse. We're talking about after, because that trauma now changes that number. And Shapiro is about to lose his shit. and it is funny. It's really, really funny. And I can't wait. All right, so they're going to sidebar for a while, and then they're going to kick the jury out of the room, and then we're going to hear.
It's gonna take a few minutes. Can you go back to the room? Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
Yep. So out goes the jury.
I could have you step.
The judge. He's like,
The
"God
doctor's
damn
outside
it."
of our presence. The jury's outside of our presence.
If the defense would like to make a motion to strike his testimony, I took his deposition. I asked him this question 3 times, starting on page 41. Quote, in terms of what Maya was going to need, irrespective of encountering Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in October 2016, you have not developed an opinion. True? Answer, that's correct. And just to make sure I wasn't missing something, I asked him the same question at page 46. And so whether Maya Kowalski was going to need attendant care, regardless of the treatment at All Children's, you're not making that determination. This is only based on what her needs are now. True? And his answer was, so I think you've asked me this question a few times. I have no opinion. I'm not going to speculate about what Maya would have needed but for the subject tort. And there was no discussion with her treating or consulting physicians regarding what she would have needed had this not occurred. Same question with regard to her psychological needs. Are you making a determination of what she needed but for the treatment at All Children's, or is this, again, just what she needs without any reference to that discussion? Answer, there's no determination, no speculation on my part is occurring about what she might have needed had it not been for the events in 2016 at All Children's Hospital. I couldn't have confirmed this more with this witness. I was never notified that he was going to show up at court and say, all these treatments in my life care plan are a result of, mistreatment, whatever he wants to say at All Children's Hospital. It's a surprise opinion. I moved to completely exclude his testimony. I moved to strike his life care plan. If he's going to proceed at all, I would like the questions to be very clear that his opinions are only, this is what she needs now, but I'm not alleging it's due to anyone's negligence. This is completely unfair.
Your Honor, those opinions and those questions and answers strike me as the inverse of the position the defense counsel is taking. Those sound to be responses that Dr. Bifoco has not formed opinions as to speculate as to what she would have needed prior to All Children's. He's confirming in those answers that his opinions account for the trauma at All Children's. That's how I understand those answers and those exchanges.
Not only that, we provided them with an opinion, with a report in this case, which stated, and a disclosure, which stated that he was going to testify as to all of this.
Let me see the report that
When
was.
was that date? I got a report last night. There's a report dated August 29th, 2020.
There's so much about this that reminds me of how I have to deal with my children. Oh, all right. Well, let me see the report. Okay, why don't you say there's a report? Can I see the report? Can I? It's just funny.
23 that I was forwarded some additional materials last night around 7, if that's what it was included, and I moved to strike.
We sent it to you.
Well, it's dated August 29th, 2023.
Let's go with something that was.
He is shitting himself right now. Look at his body language. He is literally shaking. He is literally shaking. He does not want this expert to say that all of this new stuff that she's going to need now is all because of Johns Hopkins. And look at his body language.
Timely produced under the court's order.
He just rolled his eyes at the court. Look, watch.
I was forwarded some additional materials last night around 7, if that's what it was included, and I moved to strike.
We sent it to you.
Well, it's dated August 29th, 2023.
Let's go with something that was timely produced under the
You
court's
see that?
order, not something that was given to them a couple minutes ago.
Sure. And we did have, there was an order from this court that we could provide supplemental reports of our life care plan or hook rehab. And so there's a specific order on this.
So is this?
And this is the one that would.
Is this timely under that order?
I need to go back and look at this.
Hunter's dying inside.
The order though was because their numbers were going to change. Sorry.
I just, first off, is the report that's in Mr. Anderson's hand, is it timely under the court's order?
I'm going to look at the date of order.
Okay.
We haven't got to the part yet where Shapiro loses his shit on the judge. In front of the judge, I should say. And the microphones are turned on. I think Law and Crime mic'd up the lawyers. And so they were supposed to turn the mics off when the lawyers are whispering to each other. Because if you've noticed, there's been a lot of fluctuations between the volumes. Sometimes it's super loud and sometimes it's not. That's the court. That's not me. I'm kind of trying to work with it as it goes. But I think they mic'd up the lawyers for better sound and they forgot. to turn it down so we can hear them whispering. If you listen really closely, you can hear what they're saying, and they're just panicking. Now they turned it off. No, law and crime hurt. Let's see if we can hear what he just whispered. I asked him this 3 times. Wait. The judge cannot let this happen. He just said, I asked him this 3 times. The judge cannot let this happen. Well, unfortunately for you, it's happening. He is panicking. So this thing with law and crime, they realized they had it turned up, so now they're turning it down and then back up again and then down and then back up again. But you can hear some whispering too from the plaintiff side. It's funny. Why is
Report, maybe.
There we go.
Let me see that.
And while they're looking, I would note for the record that his rata sheet is empty, so he didn't attempt to change his opinion either.
Well, I mean, if it was in his original report, then it's a question of impeachment.
Look at the
It's not in his
judge's
orig- or it's not in a
face.
timely disclosed report, then
He's literally laughing at Shapiro. Did you see this? Look at him.
well, I mean, if it was in his original report, then it's a question of impeachment.
He's laughing like you should know this. If you want to impeach him because he's now saying something that he didn't that he said the opposite to in the deposition, well then you impeach him. You don't get to throw out an entire witness just because he's saying something different that you don't like right now. That's impeachment.
It's not in his original, or it's not in a timely disclosed report, then we might have a different issue.
But it's timely.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
The reason they were allowed to give new reports because they said the numbers would have changed given the fact that the trial had been delayed, not because they have new opinions or expanded opinions. And so the court allowed them to do, for the life care planner and the economist, new reports because of the delay of the trial and new numbers.
I need to find a disclosure.
For those of you who don't understand, what the witness said in the deposition appears to be different than what the witness just said on the stand. The witness on the stand said, my numbers and why we're doing this life care plan, the whole reason I did the plan was to calculate how much it's going to cost for Maya to continue living out her life with all the medical care she needs since the trauma at Johns Hopkins. That sent Shapiro into a spin because during the deposition, he thought he had him saying 3 times that he was just there to calculate what her life cost would be because of her CRPS. So either he didn't understand, or the witness didn't understand him, even though he asked it 3 times. But it doesn't matter because that's an impeachment issue. If you think you can impeach him and the jury will believe you instead of him, and he doesn't just say, well, you misunderstood me. And then the jury's like, oh, well, okay. Yeah.
I'm confident, because that was the entire purpose of the witness, Your Honor.
They're still trying to find when they submitted the report. And fast forward through their searching.
Expert disclosure from 20.
I hate that feeling of looking for
I've
something.
located our expert disclosure from 2021. I hesitate to bring it up yet because I don't have the den for it, but I can tell you the date of it.
Tell me the dates.
October 15th, 2021.
Well, how about his actual report? If you're talking about the plaintiff's third amended expert witness disclosure, that
Lady in the blue dress, look at her mouth is hanging open. They're all so nervous right now. What's the date? What's the date? What's the date?
it's in 1912.
The only report that I've received from them is the life care plan projections that are replete with notions in here that what is required for her is a result of CRPS, which was entirely consistent with his testimony. For example, I mean, this is the one that was even provided to me, that was provided last night, but it was dated August 15th, 2023. Page 6 of his report is all about what he needs because of CRPS. None of this is about exacerbation. I received this last night. My point to the court is, I understand your point. I get it. I'm frustrated. I apologize.
Seems to me, Judge, that this is
Okay, it's coming. It's coming. You see, he's already frustrated.
going to take quite a while. It would have been nice if we knew this was coming up, if council had some idea that this was
Wait. Back up. Back up.
It was provided last night, but it was dated August 15th, 2023. Page 6 of his report is all about what he needs because of CRPS. None of this is about exacerbation. I received this last night. My point to the court is, I understand your point. I get it. I'm frustrated. I apologize.
Seems to me, Judge, that this is going to take quite a while. It would have been nice if we knew this was coming up, if council had some idea.
Did you see that head turn? It would have been nice if we had known this was coming up. Directed right at Shapiro and Hunter. It would have been nice if we had known this was coming up. But the funny part about this is that just yesterday, 2 days ago, Anderson was on the receiving end of this because he didn't tell the defense that he was dropping a witness. And they prepared for it. Shapiro had prepared for that witness to cross him like all night long. And so they were in the same situation with well, it would have been nice if we had known. You didn't wait till you came in here, and here's Anderson throwing it back at him as if he had never done that. Oh God, this is funny.
Yeah, this would be a major issue that we weren't discussing.
And look at
Seems to me,
watch Hunter's face and Shapiro's face when he does it.
Judge, that this is going to take quite a while. It would have been nice if we knew this was coming up, if council had some idea that
Shapiro was like, oh, and Hunter's like, the audacity. I'm sorry. I have to hear that again. Anderson, that was hysterical.
I understand your point. I get it. I'm frustrated. I apologize.
seems to me, Judge, that this is going to take quite a while. It would have been nice if we knew this was coming up, if council had some idea that this would be a major issue that we weren't.
Hunter's head turned. He goes, oh my God. This is better than anything on television. Look at Hunter's real-time reaction. Look at that face. You have to have the context of Anderson leaving them in a lurch just a couple days ago because he dropped an entire witness without telling them. And he's got the balls to say, well, it would have been nice if we had heard about this before now.
Discussing it at 4:45. 3:45, excuse me. We may need to go home and look through everything we've got and find out what's up. But I am confident, because he's a life care planner about Maya Kowalski's condition, the only reason we would have him would be.
Look at Hunter's face. He's crossed his arms. He's so mad his face is purple. He's purple.
Comment on.
Do you think that this is because Shapiro planned to cross this doctor bifocal in a totally different way? Do you think that he is now screwed because he didn't think this is what he was going to testify to, and now he doesn't have a plan? His plan just got shot to hell. Now Rob thinks that they planned this, that this is a dirty trick. I think that's what he said. That he's claiming unfair surprise, but that it's just a last ditch effort. I think that's what Rob said. Don't quote me if I'm wrong. But Rob had a slightly different take on it. Watch his recap from yesterday if you want to know what it was exactly. I still haven't finished it. I'm going to finish it probably later tonight. I can't get enough of this case. I have watched all of this testimony several times.
Why she has these based on what happened to her at Johns Hopkins. There's no other rational conclusion in this. And so I question whether this is truly surprise and whether this is truly some kind of prejudice here, or whether we're the victim of a gotcha unprepared. Because
there it is. That's what Rob thinks it is. Rob agrees with Anderson. He thinks they're pulling your leg, Your Honor. They're not surprised. They're not surprised. They know damn well what he's here to do. Look at Shapiro's face. He's like, I am insulted that you would catch me in my dirty trick. Look at him. And now he's about to have, watch, he's about to have a tantrum in front of the judge. It's so funny.
If I had known about this, I would have gone through the
Was
entire
that a
victim
smile
of
or a
surprise
grimace?
and whether
Was that a smile or a grimace? Let's look again.
this is truly some kind of prejudice here, or whether we're the victim of a gotcha unprepared. Because if I had
He laughed sarcastically at that gotcha unprepared. Are we a victim of the gotcha unprepared?
known about this, I would have gone through the entire history of the experts. This case went to trial, not to trial, but this case went 4 days before trial, a year and a half ago. And I know at that point we had made full and complete disclosures. I didn't hear anything at that time, and I didn't hear anything in the pretrial here. Now we are in this situation, and I'm certainly not going to give up on the witness's testimony. I suggest that I be allowed to complete the
Shapiro cannot wait to talk. Look at him. He has stood up. He's indicating it's my turn and I want to talk, and this guy won't shut up.
the deposition, and then if we can't prove to the court's satisfaction and counsel that yes, he was informed that my life care plan expert was in fact going to testify about a life care plan as a result of a tort, then we can move from there.
Respectfully, Mr. Whitney, who's position, and you can see the reason why I asked Dr. Bifocal this 3 times, to the point where the 3rd time I'm like, I'm sorry to keep harassing you about this. I want to make super sure you're really not going to come to court and say, this is because of what your hospital did. You're just saying, this is what she needs. He couldn't have been any more clear. If they want.
Why the hell would he be testifying if he wasn't up for the plaintiff, if he wasn't there to say, this is what your hospital did to her? Don't act so surprised, Shapiro.
Wanted to make a change to this. They could have done their rap sheet. They could have said, hey, Mr. Shapiro, he's reconsidered. It wasn't my obligation to tell them that their life care planner conceded to me at their deposition when respectfully Mr. Whitney listened to this and did not cross him to try to rehabilitate him on the subject.
Again, I read the question. The report, the initial report is from February 5th, 2022.
Look at Shapiro's face. He sat down and immediately went like this.
Legal system is printing it, but we can just
He looks shell-shocked.
wait for the court.
Wait, what did
Our legal system is printing it, but we can display it for the court. Go to the next page. Can you enlarge it perhaps?
Just, and for the record, while you're reading this, I deposed him after this to ask him about these opinions, and that's when he conceded.
Okay, but it's in the report, Shapiro. It doesn't matter if it was after this. It's in the report. And if it's in the report, then you're surprised he testified to it?
This is not a subsequent disclosure trying to account for his testimony. I had this report, I had his life care plan.
My thought process, Mr. Shapiro, I first want to know is if some semblance of an opinion was disclosed in the expert report about what he testified to here. And so just go to the next page.
It was very clearly, he just underlined it there. Did you see that? Let me go back right there. The purpose of my evaluation was to assess Maya's current issues related to the incident that began on October 7th, 2016, when she was separated from her family and retained at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It's right there.
Just go to the next page. Are you going to be able to show me anything close to what we need to see?
Sure.
It was on the first page.
The purpose of my evaluation, bottom here, the purpose of my evaluation was to assess Maya's current issues related to the incident that began on October 7th, 2016, when she was separated from her family and retained at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital for 97 days. He's been instructed not to get into the full.
The judge is nodding along.
Also 97 days. But go ahead. Let's go down. Keep going.
That should have been it. That's enough right there. This report, the purpose of my report is for what happened after the incident. What are you looking for, Whitney?
Maya has suffered a traumatic event that will have a lifelong impact. He's describing there. His opinions again, life care, planning, certainly related to the traumatic event that began on October 7th, 2016.
Right there.
I mean, it's just inherent in this report that these are his opinions.
Well, that's what this report's about.
Ooh, Whitney. He knows he's got it. But that was scary for them.
give
Like
the
people
court-
the plaintiff's team is running around printing things.
Well, on page 5 of this document, it does say the life care plan in this update outlines the minimum care Maya's needs within a reasonable degree of medical and life care planning certainty related to the traumatic event that began on October 7th, 2016, which would exclude the onset of CRPS original. I agree with Mr. Shapiro that this deposition seems to be replete with opinions that might be at odds from this document that I'm looking at on the screen. The issue to me, though, is it a surprise? And if you had the written report, did you ask about, hey, your written report seems to be at odds to what you're saying?
Respectfully, the whole reason why this is so complicated and respectfully convoluted is because we have testimony in this case from people like Dr. Chopra and others who will say and have said CRPS is this lifetime permanent condition, right, that will never be cured and that Maya was going to need care for the rest of her life.
So let me get this straight. You believe she has CRPS now? Is that what you're saying, Shapiro? So she's not a participant in the factitious disorder that you claimed her mother has? What are we doing? What is this defense doing? So now he's arguing that her life was going to suck anyway. She had CRPS from the beginning. And and we know Dr. Chopra said it's so terrible. So you believe her now? Is that correct, counselor?
So my plan coming into
Because if that's true, I better not hear one word out of you during your defense that you don't believe her or that her mother has Munchausen. I'll tell you that much.
Dr. Bifocal's deposition was to try to get him to say how much ketamine, how much rehab, how much PT was she going to need as a result of her just having CRPS versus how much was she going to need as a result of whatever re-injury or whatever lapse in care that you're going to allege. But what Dr. Bifocal
Wait. So now are you saying that you believe ketamine helps her? And that you accept she's going to need it for her continuing care? What the hell is happening?
Vocal said unequivocally to me 3 times, and the reason I asked it 3 times because I was in a little bit of disbelief, but if he wants to say, Mr. Shapiro, I am not coming to trial to tell the trier of this fact that my life care plan is related to a trauma at All Children's. I'm just coming to say this is what she needs. I can't do any more than that. And that's why I asked him the question, not once as a gotcha, not twice, to the point where you can literally see in the transcript, I'm saying, I know you're sick of me asking this, but just to triple check. And this is exactly what the Binger rule is designed to prevent, is an expert, after his report, I get his opinions, he says, I'm not going to testify to that. Mr. Shapiro, I promise you, under oath, my entire report is based only on what she generally needs and not based on what your client did. And now he's taking the stand at trial.
Well, what you just said, are those words in here, or is that your interpretation of those?
Those are his exact words in the deposition. I would encourage your honor to read it again.
Can we point your honor to page 30 of the deposition?
Leave that back up, please.
Yes, sir. At page 30, beginning at line 4.
And then Shapiro, you can see how it continues. But then I asked him, in order to take into account the damages that are solely owing to the incident at All Children's Hospital, you would have to determine what she would have needed had she never accounted for her visit. True? He says that's not true. And I give him an example. And then I finally say, so are you going to come to trial and say, this is what she would have needed before, and now she needs much more after? He said 3 times to me, no.
Well, if the question is unfair surprise, when the witness at page 30.
I'm sorry.
Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Wait, watch his body language. Watch what he does. He goes like this when the judge starts talking because he knows it's not going well for him. He goes like Napoleon Dynamite.
the trial and say, this is what she would have needed before, and now she needs much more after. He said 3 times to me, no.
Well, if the question is unfair surprise, when the witness at page 30,
Did you catch it? Now listen to the judge. Listen to the judge's response.
I'm sorry.
He knew that he stepped in it. He was immediately like, I'm sorry. It's late. I'm really sorry I did that.
Please don't. I apologize.
I'm happy
I apologize. I'm going to sit my ass down now.
to, if there's anything else you want to say, I'm going to listen totally to what you have to say. Then I would ask for the same courtesy.
Yes,
This is me talking to my kids. And I'm going to let you finish. But when you're finished, I'm going to talk. And you're not going to talk over me.
Listen to me. Is there anything else you would like to say?
Only just again for the record, the questions after he initially said that on page 30.
Now he just repeats himself. He says the same thing over and over again.
Pages 46 and at pages 47, the exact question that's at issue. Again, this is only based on what her needs are now, not because of what she went to all children.
Does Anderson know?
Are you making a determination of?
Does he know he's not hiding his mouth from the camera when he does that? Anderson, it's the other way, not this way. Did you see that? Anderson's, look at him.
Going to all children. For psychological needs, are you making a determination of what she needed but for the treatment of all children's? Whereas this, again, just what she needs without any reference to that discussion. And his answer was, there is no determination. No speculation on my part is occurring about what she might have needed had it not been for the events in 2016 at all children's. And so again, I apologize for my demeanor, Your Honor, but it's very frustrating to me because now a witness is about to take the stand. I've had no opportunity to try to separate out what would she have needed before and what would she have needed after, because he conceded that's what he wasn't planning on doing. Thank you, sir.
The court has before it the defendant's motion to effectively strike the testimony of the expert, Dr. Santos Stephen Bifocal, on what the defense contends are undisclosed opinions, specifically the opinions relating to the type of damages that Ms. Kowalski sustained at the hands of the alleged conduct of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and not the just general, hey, she has CRPS, and the type of treatment she might need in the future. There has been testimony replete throughout this trial about the exacerbation or activation of a defect. Latent defect is kind of the legal terms and what the jury instructions go to, about the conduct of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital has made and will permanently make Maya Kowalski's conditions worse. I understand where Mr. Shapiro is coming from because, and I will totally agree, that there seems to be several passages where Mr. Shapiro did specifically ask that, try to separate out, or are you going to try to separate out? Please keep that up. Try to separate out what was the alleged conduct responsible for versus what she had just as a generalized condition. So the question is, was the defense surprised by Dr. Bifocal's testimony here? Now, the reason why I wanted to see the report, and this is going back to the original report from, looks like February of 2022, on page 5, it specifically says, the life care plan in this update outlines the minimum care Maya's needs within a reasonable degree of medical and life care planning certainty related to the traumatic event that began on October 7th, 2016, which excludes the beginning of her CRPS. When we look at Dr. Bifocal's deposition on page 30, at lines 9 through 17, the life care plan takes into account the incident that occurred at All Children's Hospital, and that being the major contributing cause for the need for future care. That is the major contributing cause. And as I spoke with her treating and consulting physician, that is the focus. In other words, what does Maya need as an individual, as a human being, now that has occurred? So the question is this an unfair surprise? The court has to say no, because we had a written report. And
why isn't the camera pulled in on Shapiro's face right now? I'm so disappointed that we don't have a close-up of the defense table while the judge is pouring cold water all over their bullshit.
Dr.
bifocal said that in his deposition. Can the defense impeach him based on his statements, multiple statements? Absolutely. I'm sure they will, but it's not a unfair surprise. The court is going to deny the defense motion because it's evident based on both the report and earlier in the deposition that
Come on, law and crime, get the camera back over there.
the defense was on notice that he was testifying relating
Maybe the cameraman feels too bad for Shapiro. Maybe he's over there actually crying.
to damages caused by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital's conduct, alleged conduct. So that's the ruling. Let's move on.
That's dad talk for don't bring it up again. That's the ruling. We're moving on. You got that, Shapiro? Don't you huff and puff at me.
What do you call Dr. Beckel?
Let's go bring in the
All right. Let's go to the next timestamp I have. We're not going to get to watching all of the testimony, I don't think, because I've got to take a break and go feed myself and my family. I haven't done anything for dinner, and that's a problem. My poor husband is probably like, what the heck? What the heck is going on? 80000. Oh, we'll go to 759. I don't remember what happened here, but something
opinions in writing and verbally, but he sent me an email with a large number of peer-reviewed articles that supported every single thing he said.
And as to Dr. Kirkpatrick, are you familiar with his background training and experience?
Very much so.
And is his opinions about the need for different therapies and medications, the type of information that experts within your specialty of physiatry and life care planning rely upon routinely?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go to are we done here with the medications? Are we still going on there?
We are. No, we're on the fourth category now.
Yay.
We're landing the plane. The fourth category is home care or facility care. And there are 4 items in this category. The first one, there's a worst case scenario. So this is option 1, private hire of a home health aide. And what Dr. Kirkpatrick said is 24 hours per day. That's 8,760 hours per year for 10 years of her life. And again, this is not likely to be now. It's not likely to be the next 10 years. It's likely to be the middle to the latter part of her life. The next item, worst case scenario, option 1, private hire, homemaker and housekeeper, not a home health aide, homemaker and housekeeper, 4 hours per
I think
week.
it was after this.
Hours out of a year. And case scenario, option 2, you
This
have
is
taxes
just
you have to
boring
worry about when
stuff.
people, one doesn't show up. They for 10 years of her life, not the first 10 years, but some is worst case
Hold
scenario,
on.
option 2, agency
must
hire
be
of a homemaker or housekeeper.
Maybe I wrote
4
down the wrong thing.
Last one.
We're now on the 5th category.
Yeah, that's good.
These opinions, and
I think
calculate
I
the
wrote
cost.
down the wrong timestamp. Hold on. Let's go to cross.
What you have?
Yeah, it is. We're on the same page.
We're on the same
There
page.
we
Perfect.
go. All right.
Number gave me, I believe the first place that shows up is item number 17.
All right. You guys don't want me to go. You want me to keep going so we can watch all the testimony. But if that's the case, then I need some time because I need to go and check and see what everyone is eating. So what I'm going to do is replay the video from earlier that I made for my YouTube channel. It's 15 minutes long. It'll give me 15 minutes to go and see what I need to throw together and how do I get these people fed. It's possible that Mr. Fox already took care of it. But I got to get up and go do some stuff. So I'm going to take a 15-minute break and I'm going to replay the video that I just put up on YouTube about the scandal in Pennsylvania that is now coming out after this trial has been all over the news. There's up to 70 or more families who are now coming forward about a Dr. Deborah Jensen who has falsely accused them of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. This is the next case. I'm going to do an entire stream on this case. I am in the middle of investigating it right now, and I'm going to be writing about it. So I'm going to play it for you again while I go and take care of what I need to, and I'll be back in 15 minutes. And those of you who missed it, you can watch it now because I'm gonna play this for 15 minutes. Here we go, and I will be back. All right. Well. Look what I found.
Because just like so many others that have stood and spoke before you, my family, my children, my husband, myself are victims of the cruel practices that seem to follow Dr. Deborah Jensen everywhere she goes. The trauma, the pain, the agony of having your child ripped from your arms and taken away from you, all while being wrongly and falsely accused, is indescribable. Deborah Jensen's word, without ever having met me, my life, my family's life, turned into a living, breathing nightmare. And it's a nightmare that never ends. We can't hear a car door close outside my home without jumping. We freeze at any knock at our front door, fearing the police are behind it when it's opened. We find ourselves clutching onto our boys and checking on them constantly, just to make sure that they are really still there with us, even if we know they're totally safe. How long will families need to be torn apart and victimized by Deborah Jensen? How long will she be allowed to traumatize and hurt innocent people? This nightmare needs to come to an end, and everyone needs to open their eyes, their ears, their hearts. What if that was your child, your life, your everyday everything torn apart so quickly? As for us, the parents, the children who are taken, the families torn apart, we aren't going anywhere. This needs to come to an end, and the nightmare that is Dr. Jensen needs to be stopped. So thank you for your time, and thank you for that update. But for right now, they're just words. No real action has been taken. Do better.
I am sick with a rare genetic disease and am no stranger to false allegations. Although I have never been medically kidnapped, a doctor at a different hospital accused me of faking my illness close to a decade ago. Although that doctor was proven wrong fairly quickly, the weeks surrounding that false allegation were extremely traumatic and some of the worst weeks of my life. What I experienced is only one small fraction of what these families here have gone through. Since 2016, I have been running a support group in the Lehigh Valley for those affected by the same genetic disorder I have. In 2020, a mother who attends our support group reached out to me and told me her child was taken from her. She was being accused of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. I was in shock. I knew for a fact that this mother was innocent and that her child was in fact sick. I thought the accusing doctor must have made a mistake since this child's medical history was so complex. I really thought things would be resolved quickly and since the family was innocent. I was extremely wrong. A few months later, another local family with the same genetic disorder was falsely accused of Munchausen syndrome by proxy by the same doctor, Deborah Jensen. I was in complete disbelief. I started researching this doctor and found out about her criminal history in New York and Florida.
69 News reporter Blakely McHugh looked into that doctor's history and did find evidence of overturned diagnoses. She also found that the vast majority of child abuse reports in Pennsylvania do get dismissed for one reason or another. Here's Blakely with part 3.
There's families out there that are completely destroyed over these kinds of allegations.
But complaints about Dr. Jensen's alleged over-reporting date back to her time as a pediatrician in New York. In a 2009 case, court records show she diagnosed an infant with shaken baby syndrome. When the diagnosis was contested in court, 3 out of the 4 experts agreed that the child suffered some form of meningitis. Dr. Jensen was the only doctor who testified it was shaken baby syndrome. In 2010, Dr. Jensen saw a child who stopped breathing and also attributed it to shaken baby syndrome. That child died and his brother was taken from the home for nearly 3 months over the child abuse claims. A final autopsy concluded the baby's death was caused by a rare heart defect, not by the parents. And in another case in 2012, Dr. Jensen's claims of child abuse were dismissed, with the judge saying, quote, Dr. Jensen was clearly mistaken in her diagnosis. Further adding, quote, it is tragic that a medical misdiagnosis and an inappropriate rush to judgment resulted in these loving, caring, dedicated parents being separated from their sickly child. After New York, Jensen was employed by the University of Florida and worked with the child protection team in the state. During her time there, she was the subject of multiple complaints, at least one of them over her findings of possible abuse. Jensen was later reassigned to a non-CPT position in January of 2014. She then made her way to LVH in August of 2014, working in general pediatrics with an emphasis in child protective medicine. We asked the hospital if they had any plans to look into these claims. They said, quote, LVHN evaluates and reevaluates clinical cases and will continue to do so as appropriate. They also said the judicial system and child protective services make the final decision in these cases. A medical examination is only one component among many factors.
I honestly could not believe this doctor was even allowed to practice medicine, let alone have the power that she does at LVHN. I started posting about her on social media and was contacted by multiple families that were going through the exact same thing. What Deborah Cernio Jensen puts these innocent families through is horrific. Tonight, I would like to highlight 5 long-lasting effects that these false allegations have on medically complex children. 1, Deborah Cernio Jensen stops treatments that these children actually need. When she does this, the kids get worse. She refuses to listen to them and lets them continue to decline. When you have a complex disease, you can often never get back to your baseline after a decline like that. What she does to these children is reckless and unethical. 2, after going through a medical kidnapping, children lose trust in doctors and in the medical system. They often avoid seeking medical treatment, which causes their health to decline even more. They're terrified of being taken again. 3, after a medical kidnapping, children develop a variety of mental illnesses such as anxiety, depression, and PTSD. I've spoken with medical kidnapping victims from here and from different states, and the trauma follows them until their adult lives.
I'm just pointing out, this is exactly what happened to Maya Kowalski. These are exactly the diagnoses that she has: depression, anxiety, PTSD.
Many have told me they were never the same after being medically kidnapped. 4, doctors do not take these children seriously anymore when they do seek care. This often leads to unnecessary physical and mental suffering and declines in physical and mental health. When a diagnosis like Munchausen syndrome is in your records, doctors often refuse to treat you. Imagine being sick and needing care, but you keep getting turned away by doctors because of one false allegation. 5, schools don't take these children seriously anymore. Even when proven innocent, schools are often not notified of these families' innocence. Faculty and students often treat these children like they are liars. Any accommodations that were previously put in place aren't honored, and these children are often bullied and ostracized. I would like to end by stating that you have the power to stop what is happening here. These parents shouldn't have to fight this hard for change. We, the community, have voiced our concerns at multiple meetings and protests, yet you are still funding the destruction of innocent families. You are allowing this to continue happening, and I'm wondering why. And I'm sure these families would like to know as well.
I am very concerned with the way that the counties work with county CYS functions here in Lehigh County. And my concern is that my son has a genetic condition called osteogenesis imperfecta, which is brittle bone disorder. That essentially means that my child, being the tiny little 3-year-old goofball that he is, could break a bone running around the house. Heck, he broke a bone tripping over a pillow. Okay, he broke his foot. Can you imagine, with what you've heard from the stories from these families, walking into an ER and being like, hey, my son broke his foot tripping over a pillow? My concern is that I could have all of the evidence in the world backing up his diagnosis, and it wouldn't make a shred of difference within Lehigh Valley Hospital and with Lehigh County CYS. It wouldn't. It honestly would. And as a nurse, that terrifies me for families. As a nurse who is concerned about maybe families of possibly a lower socioeconomic status, or people who don't have the education that I have, or anything of that don't know how to defend themselves and can't speak up. I could barely speak up through the whole process. And granted, I didn't have to deal with Lehigh County CYS aside from the first person who came to see me at the hospital who had to lay eyes on me and Patrick. And the first words out of his mouth was, so when do you think you're going to file for divorce from your husband? That should never be somebody's first thing. So you've basically, from the moment we were in that hospital, you decided he did it, he's guilty. It is guilty until proven innocent in these situations. And that is not the way it should be. Imagine families who are getting torn apart and their lives ripped to shreds because they can't afford to fight. They can't afford it. The families that you see before you sitting here, many of them have spent thousands of dollars on legal fees.
Preach.
And the reason that their cases were unfounded and the reason that they were able to get to this point to be able to speak to you is because they could afford to fight it.
Yep.
That's terrifying.
What is the plan to assure that CYS stops taking children from kind and loving families over a doctor's unsupportable allegations of abuse? Are you okay with innocent people spending time in jail? Because Jensen, for example, harasses the DAs, the detectives, the officers, insisting that cases be pursued. Cases which are dismissed months later by judges once they realize there was no basis to the case, although innocent parents sat in jail waiting for the truth to set them free. To reiterate what I said 2 weeks ago, destroying their lives, their reputations, losing their jobs. Are you truly okay with that? Are you okay with a Lehigh County government agency being weaponized by a bunch of doctors who have their own agenda bent on taking children from parents and sending revenue right back to LVHN? Are you okay with taxpayer money being wasted on needless services put in place by CYS solely to satisfy doctors at LVH? Are you okay using taxpayer dollars to pay the salaries of judges who are being used as tools to generate revenue for the hospital and CYS contracted service providers? Why are children being given exams for sexual abuse when no such abuse was alleged? Do you understand that parents have been threatened by Jensen that CYS will remove their children if they do not allow pictures of their children's genitals to be taken?
Oh my God.
Did you know that your CYS solicitors pursue bogus cases with full knowledge of Jensen's checked past in both New York and Florida? And the packets that you received last week with that information have been widely circulated throughout Lehigh County for years. I don't understand why would any taxpayer dollars, my own included, be spent to pay these solicitors to pursue these absolute garbage cases?
I only have a couple things to say. This is a handful of people here. If we could truly get all the people that this Dr. Jensen has done over, you'd be here for weeks and weeks and weeks. You need to put a stop to this doctor. She is ruining people's lives. This isn't just going for 1 week, 2 weeks. This has been going on for decades. She terrorized New York, terrorized Florida, and now miraculously, she's terrorizing the Lehigh Valley. And I think it's a shame people have to be scared to take their children to a doctor. That's all I have to say.
The first time that I was ever in a courtroom was at my then 11-year-old daughter's emergency shelter care hearing. My court-appointed attorney in Northampton County told me that everyone in Northampton and the surrounding counties knew about Jensen's long history of false allegations of child abuse. That was surprising. Imagine my second surprise when I found out that the court-appointed attorney's husband in Northampton, my court-appointed attorney from Northampton has a husband who is a solicitor for CYS, prosecuting families in Lehigh County. My daughters had a pleasant and caring court-appointed attorney in Northampton. Again, imagine my surprise when I found out that his wife is the deputy solicitor for children and youth in Lehigh County. How is this acceptable? Isn't this a conflict of interest? How can anyone be treated fairly in this circular system?
I did come home with my son, but we also came home with bad memories. I still have not taken my child back to any
Trauma.
hospital, any of my 7 children.
Trauma.
I don't know if I can even. It just shouldn't have been. We need to stop it. And I ask now, what are we really doing? And when is this going to stop?
What is done in the dark will be brought to the light. All right. I'm back. And I got myself a apple whiskey sour made with Serpent's Bite apple cider whiskey, which is incredibly good. So good. Made with egg white, lemon juice, simple syrup, whiskey. Just delicious. And I'm eating leftover Chinese. Everybody else got food. So we're good. All right. We're in it for the long haul. All right, now make sure that you share that video. I have, oh shoot, I forgot to copy I will put that video in the chats for you guys. Here it comes to YouTube and it's coming over to Rumble. And then we're going to start watching testimony. So buckle up. It's going to be a long stream. Now, remember, if my screen freezes, it happens about every hour to an hour and a half. There will be a 3-minute delay while I reboot. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. All right, we saw Maya. So let's go to right after Maya's testimony. There was this woman who did the economics. She's an economist about what Maya's going to need. But I want to skip to the cross. Oh, wait, it was a deposition, wasn't it? Was it a live deposition? Let me see. Was there a cross on her? Let's see. Yes, there was. Okay. So we're just going to watch the cross. She's really cute too. She looks like a Barbie doll. She is so cute. I don't know her name. I don't remember. And I don't want to go back and find out. All right, here we go. Look at how cute she is. I mean, honest to God. The plaintiff is no dummy finding economists that look like this.
For these ones, for the support and services, this is based on your.
Wait, you guys you want to see plaintiff's witness? I swear you learn more in cross. I mean, look, all she's there to do is testify to how much money that Maya's going to need. I think she did the job loss. So like if she had never suffered the trauma and she was a normal functioning person, even with CRPS, what would her ability to make money be? But I really don't think we need to hear plaintiff's witness.
Alternatives. One includes private hire for attendant care and one includes agency hire for attendant care. So I've totaled those up separately.
Okay.
The worst case scenario for
All right,
private
we'll listen to
hire,
the end of
the low
Anderson.
end is $5,000,000.
She does look like Danny Ann.
$276,372 to the high end of $8,780,443. And then the low end for the worst case scenario agency hire is $6,604,703 to the high end of $10,247,747.
And Mr. Trump and Bifolco are going to explain those out.
Yes, very much so is my understanding.
Okay. And just so the jury knows, what is the difference between agency and the other one, the private or agency?
Private hire is where the family or Maya would hire a person privately and then have to pay employer taxes, such as contributions to FICA and that extent. Dr. Bifulco has outlined in those report what costs he's included for that. And then agency hire is when you hire an agency to provide a person. So they do the background checks, they find a replacement person if somebody can't show up, they handle those administrative duties. So the costs are higher to hire an agency than if you were to private hire.
Okay. Now, just to be sure, have I missed any calculations?
I don't believe so. I think we've got them all now.
All right.
That's
Sorry
important
about
because he
know.
did miss a calculation, and that's why I want to start with her, because what you're about to hear is after the cross is a jury question that shows there is at least somebody on the jury who just wants to know how many zeros, not just how many zeros do you want me to put on the check, how many zeros can I put on the check? It's coming. Kathleen, calm down. We're going to get to that witness, I promise.
Your opinions expressed here today to a reasonable degree of economic certainty based upon your background, training, experience, and examination of the record.
Yes.
Your witness again.
Thank you. For the record, I try to get everyone an early lunch. Okay, so let me go back through some things here.
Okay.
A lot of numbers getting thrown around. So let me see if I can kind of separate this out for the jury. We're going to talk about two different categories. One, the first one you were talking about was what would have gone to Jack Kowalski but for his wife's death in terms of what she earned and provided to him. Is that fair?
It almost. So since he was the other parent in the family, would assume that he and Beata were managing the finances, but the loss of support is allocated to the entire family.
Okay.
Until Maya would reach age 25, and there's a short time period in the calculations for that, but otherwise it's for the entire family.
And those calculations are yours, right?
Yes.
Meaning, because earlier we were talking about you're relying on Tremp, and then we're going to get to the second report where you're relying on Bifulco, and you're going to look at me and say, hey, Shapiro, I'm just doing the math on those. I'm not endorsing anything. For these ones, for the support and services, this is based on your numbers, research, and recommendations. Is that right?
Yes, the loss of support and replacement value of household services, those are my research, analysis, and calculations.
Okay, so let me try to define a couple of those terms. So you past loss of support, this is what you're calculating that Beata would have provided to the family had she not passed away in 2017, correct?
Yes, it's the financial support. The replacement value of household services is the services she performed around the house and for her family. So support is just financial support.
Okay, so let's talk about support, and then we'll talk about services. Support is the money. In 2016, the last full year of earnings, Mrs. Kowalski earned $61,460, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what you need to do to figure out what the support would have gone to the family, you got to back out taxes, right?
Yes.
And you got to back, yeah, and I know you did. We'll talk about that. You got to back out what she would have spent on herself, right?
Yes, that's personal consumption.
Okay. So on $61,000, you only backed out 13% in taxes.
That's correct.
Is it your assumption that, well, do you know if they were married filing jointly?
I can tell you, I believe they were.
Well, adding in Mr. Kowalski's pension along with Miss Kowalski's wages, is the testimony you have to this jury that she was only going to be paying 13% in taxes?
Yes, that's what they paid, 12.29% in taxes in 2016. So I rounded up to 13%.
And you gave her only a personal consumption of $14,000, is that right?
$14,618 based on a total family income of $131,692 in 2016.
So the replacement cost of the services, you said that's like laundry and cooking and things like that?
Those are some of the items that is included in that category, yes.
Okay, so let me talk to you about the future ones you have in here. So if you look at your report for future replacement of household services, is what you're telling this jury that, for example, Mr. Kowalski should be paid $25 an hour, $75 a day to do laundry, cooking, and cleaning now?
No, that's not. So first of all, it's the replacement value of those services that she was providing around the house. And I can let you know what he indicated she was doing. So dusting, ironing, meal preparation, bed making, cleaning bathrooms, laundry, dishwashing, bill paying, bookkeeping, shopping for clothing and household supplies, budgeting and tax preparation, grocery shopping, and helping to assist to take care of sick child.
Okay. But what you're telling this jury is that Mr. Kowalski, through a survey to you, has asked for $25 an hour from today going forward to do those chores now. Is that right?
He hasn't asked me for that money. I've just calculated the value for them. And I did that in conjunction with the American Time Use Survey. So this 3 hours per day is very reasonable and in alignment with what women report doing in the house with no children under age 18 and at various levels.
I just learned that I'm worth $25 an hour when I do the laundry. Damn it. How do I get that money?
Or at various ages and if they're married. So I'm looking at the value.
Speaking of money, now is a good time to remind you that I have been remonetized on YouTube. You can send super chats again. Woohoo! But if you don't want to send super chats because you don't want to give any money to Google's dirty paws because they're a bunch of censors, you can send me tips at Venmo or Cash App, and it's scrolling across the bottom of the screen right now. So if you want to send a tip that way, Because, you know, I think I've been sitting here for going on 5 hours. Holy shit. It would be nice. I would appreciate it. But you don't have to. What I really would like you to do is subscribe, because I am almost at 20,000 subscribers. And when I get there, we're going to have fun. We're going to have a 20,000 subscriber party. It's going to be hilarious. I'm going to make Nick come, whether he wants to or not. Oh, that sounded terrible. Don't clip that.
Of those services, the things that she was doing around the house to assist. And it's my understanding that her children have a claim into these services as well until they're age 25. So I have calculated it to Mr. Kowalski's life expectancy of 19.4 years, but there's a portion of the time in the future that both Maya and Kyle would also be entitled to some of the value of those services.
Do you know if the Kowalskis have had to hire anybody to perform those services?
I don't know specifically, but that wouldn't impact my calculations. I'm just looking at the economic value of those services.
Stop it.
Whether they go undone or they're done by a family member doesn't impact the calculations. I'm looking at their value.
So talking about the future medical losses, now we're back in a scenario where you're not saying this is necessary.
You all know I meant participate. I step into those every single time. Gosh dang it. And now that's it. I'm going to get canceled. I'm going to be made the laughing stock of the internet just because all of you have dirty minds. It's fine. It's fine. I can take it.
You're just doing
That's
the
what she
numbers.
said.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to make Maya feel better. When you said 63.6, that's additional years from today, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just so no one got scared here. Okay. I didn't want anyone to get worried.
No.
From what you have here, you're projecting Maya to live a full life compared to averages, right?
It's population data, so it includes all comorbidities into that data, but it's the 2020 data for white females age, I believe 17 to 18.
Yeah, I'll short circuit it just in the interest of time.
Okay.
You're predicting, well, you're not predicting anything on this. You're pulling the Social Security data, and for white females who are now age almost 18, they expect to live till about 81. Is that right?
Yes, and then at age 81, she would have an additional life expectancy, so we could make her feel a little bit better as well. If you'd like me to give that, an 81 to 82-year-old white female has an additional 8.6 years life expectancy, for which I have not included any calculation.
I get it. I just didn't want her to feel bad because she's over my right shoulder thinking anything was going to be that someone was predicted to die at 63. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, your future economic losses include up to $3 million for Maya to have somebody with her 24/7 starting now, right?
Let's see. Sorry, give me just a moment. I'm almost.
Rachel, thank you so much for the Venmo. Rachel just sent me a $25 Venmo. You are awesome. And guess what? Google doesn't get a damn dime of that. I get 100% of it. And I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and supporting the coverage. I love you guys. You're the best.
There. So Dr. Baifuko's life care plan, it does say beginning age 18, ending age 28, but in the commentary section, it says begin and end dates are provided for calculations purposes. They are used.
I missed your message, Rachel. It says now you can hire someone to come do your laundry for 1 hour. Awesome.
Used to estimate a 10-year time span.
Oh, you know what? I didn't tell you. I actually had my middle daughter doing the laundry this entire time we were on live. In fact, she just popped her head in here a few minutes ago and said, I just want to let you know I'm done with the laundry. I got her to do 5 loads of laundry and she folded it all too. So that's a first.
So I will defer to whatever his testimony is later today, but I read that as it's a 10-year time period to occur anytime between now and the end of her life expectancy.
Okay, but just so this jury's clear, your calculation began an assumption that Maya was going to need somebody with her to take care of her 24/7 beginning at age 18 for 10 years, and that totals $3,070,000. Is that right?
So it's
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled. She can the last one.
It's calculated for a 10-year time period. It says begin 18 and 28, but I'm not saying it has to start at her age 18. But yes,
Don't
it's
worry.
24-hour care
Don't worry,
for
Shapiro.
10 years.
So your interpretation.
The jury may be getting ready to tell you how many zeros to add. Don't worry. You're not going to have to do any of the math yourself.
Of Dr. Bifocal's report is he said that it's medically necessary for Maya to have somebody taking care of her 24/7 from an agency hire, correct?
He gave two options, one for private hire and one for agency hire. And it indicates that it was recommended by Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Let's talk about that also. So it was Kirkpatrick recommending that Maya was going to need somebody with her 24/7 to take care of her starting at age 18 for 10 years. True?
Again, I don't know if it necessarily needs to start at age 18, and I'm going to stay out of the medical testimony recommendations. I've just done the calculations. I will refer to Dr. Bifocal's and the other medical testimony. I was just reading Dr. Bifocal's report, but I'm just calculating here. I have no medical opinion whatsoever.
Well, your calculations have $5,297,715 in ketamine. Did I get that right?
Yes, that's the high end range of the worst case scenario.
All right, this is going to piss you off. Pay attention.
And those numbers also came ultimately from Dr. Kirkpatrick, right?
Let me see.
Isn't it true that Dr. Kirkpatrick is a money-grubbing whore?
Yes, it indicates in Dr. Bifocal's report that Dr. Kirkpatrick recommended those, but I will defer to the medical testimony in Dr. Bifocal's.
Right.
And isn't it true that Dr. Kirkpatrick is going to take all those millions of dollars and buy himself a Lamborghini?
I promise you, I'm trying to be fair to you. Again, you're just running the numbers. You're not saying that this is medically necessary, but the numbers provided to you calculated of all of these damages up to almost $5.3 million in ketamine, which would envision Maya starting ketamine immediately and going until she's 80. True?
It's calculated over her life expectancy of 63.6 years. It's an average of, he indicated 5 sessions per year at $12,000 per session. So that's $60,000 a year.
Okay. Well, we'll ask Dr. Bifocal about the rest. I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
So depending on, as to that 10 years, the jury, with that calculation, and from what you understand of Dr. Bifocal's report, they can start that 10-year period at any time and determine the amount from there.
Objection, mischaracterization.
Overruled.
It's my understanding that it's just a 10-year period to occur within her life expectancy, that he put that time frame in there for calculations purposes, but essentially this 10 years can be allocated at any point over her life expectancy, and the jury could just take the amount per year multiplied by the time period for whatever they deem is appropriate based on the testimony they hear.
So depending on the testimony they have heard and hear of when the onset of these problems are most likely to occur, they can then take those numbers and apply them.
Same objection here.
Overruled. She can answer.
Yes, so the calculations I've done provide the low and high range for the 10-year time period. If it's to not start at age 18, it's just assuming the offset method until it starts for the calculations. I haven't grown the wages at all from now until when it starts, because it's my understanding we don't know exactly when it's going to start. But regardless of that, based on the medical testimony, they would just take the amount per year. So in this situation for the private hire, it's $153,212 and multiply that over whatever time period they deem is appropriate. And that would take into consideration this attendant care to occur at any point over her remaining life expectancy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Don't leave, Ms. Kirby.
I won't.
I'm going to ask the jury if they have any questions, and the answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Kirby, I'm going to mute your feed.
Oh, and
here,
do they have
okay?
questions?
So you won't be able to hear us.
This is the anal clenching moment for the defense. Thanks, Rob at Law and Lumber, for that description, because that made me LOL. Anal clenching. This is everyone's buttocks on the defense team just goes right after they hear this question from the jury. Oh my goodness. Yes. Is Is it this many zeros or that many zeros? How many zeros can we put on the check? You know, the truth is, if we were to tell the American people the truth about what these people are doing and and strip their immunity and sue them, there would be no limit to how many zeros the American people will put on that check. If we can send Ukraine all those trillions of dollars for bombs to kill other people's children, because that's what the hell is happening on both sides. There's all kind of killing of people's families, and it's bad. If we can fund a war where innocent people are being bombed, can we not fund the American people for their suffering and their pain that has been inflicted on them by the American government? Can we not do that? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Si se puede. Put those zeros. I'll take all the zeros for 500, Alex. Sphincters, prepare. I'd give her as much as allowed. Yeah, I'd give her all the zeros. However many zeros I could possibly fit on that judgment. That's how many she gets. Maya Kowalski is a damn hero. She's a damn hero for bringing this to attention and for sticking with it. Look at her face. Look at what this has done to her. She may never recover from this. It may have shortened her life, anxiety, the fear, the PTSD. These are all life-shortening things. But she did it anyway. She could have settled. They probably offered her enough to live comfortably for the rest of her life. But she didn't settle because she wanted you to know. She took the chance that they will be tied up for the next 5 to 10 years in appellate court, and she won't see a dime of that settlement so that you would know what happened to her. She did this for a reason. And I feel like her mother has something to do with this. Her mother wanted
Kirby,
you
can
to
you hear
know
us now?
this.
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. And members of the jury, there was a note I received during the questioning. Will we get a copy of that? And it was at the time of the discussion of the medical bills. The answer is yes, those are in evidence, and you'll have those with you back in the jury deliberation room. Next, or the first question for you, Ms. Kirby. You have covered multiple calculations and the theories used to arrive at final figures. All this is well and fine using Maya in this example and treating Maya like a quote stock end quote traded on the stock exchange. Her past educational performance.
What happened? Oh, I hit the wrong damn thing. Hold on. No worries. Don't calm down. I am drinking the whiskey though, so we're gonna have this. This is gonna happen. It's all right. Hold on. I hit the wrong tab. I was trying to close out some windows and I closed out the wrong window, but don't worry. I'm getting it back. Don't worry. I'm gonna have to sit through an ad though. Gosh darn it. Stupid ads. All right, here we go. It's coming back. I jeffed my stream. I did, but that was a pretty epic rant. Time stamping that for clipping 5:08:20. Hold on. 5:08:20. I may clip that. I'm gonna clip that. You know, Nick's always complaining about flavored whiskey, but I gotta tell you, this Serpent's Bite, and they are not paying me, by the way, although I'm open. I'm always open to sponsorships here, especially for this stuff. Serpent's Bite apple cider flavored whiskey. Good God, this is tasty. And I guess it's not very expensive. My husband tells me that it's cheap. Whatever, tastes good. I wonder if I'll feel that tomorrow. Probably. Probably. Jeff went 10 hours last night. Yeah, I was supposed to be there and I was on my way home to get on the stream. But by the time I got home, it was full and I watched for a while, but I didn't have the stamina to stay up and try and tough it out. I didn't want to wait to get in or I would have been there.
Performance shows the ability for more than favorable to high returns. Did your calculations take into account that Maya could, like some witness in this very courtroom, Maya had the capabilities to make exuberant amounts
of income over the course of her lifetime? Or were middle of the road statistical income levels used in your calculations?
Sure, good question. So
I
I've
don't even know
relied,
if I understood that question. Hold on.
Of income
I
over the
gotta go back.
abilities to make, like some
What?
witness
This
calculations
question had too many parts to it. Hold on, sir. I've had one too many drinks to understand that 18-part question.
for more than favorable education, like a well and fine theories used. You have covered multiple calculations and the theories used to arrive at final figures. All this is well and fine using Maya in this example and treating Maya like a quote stock end quote traded on the stock exchange. Her past educational performance shows the ability for more than favorable to high returns. Did your calculations take into account that Maya could, like some witness in this very courtroom, Maya had the capabilities to make exuberant amounts of income over the course of her lifetime?
Oh, yeah. Good question. Here we have a kid who is, it doesn't matter if she's sick, because if she had not been interrupted on her journey towards wellness, you see how well she is now, even with the interruption, right? Although mentally she's not well, but physically anyway, she seems to be in remission from the CRPS a little bit, although she said that the lesions are coming back. But the point of this question is, did you take into consideration that she is what we would all call an exceptional child? An exceptional child. So we recognize as a jury, or at least this jury member recognizes, that this girl was talented. She was gifted. She's a straight A student. She's beyond her years in maturity. She had all the, not to mention she comes from a decently well-off family with all the privileges that comes with. She was going to have a bright future. Did we take that into consideration? Did we take into consideration how awesome she is? And one of the chatters just said, did you account for awesomeness? This is not your average kid. She's an above average kid. And we've seen even now her above averageness. This is a spectacular human being who has the courage of 1,000 bulls raging through the streets of Italy. This one, she's something. Or Spain. It's not Italy. Where do they run? It's Spain. I got my bull imagery crossed up, but still, this is an unbelievable kind of kid. Did we take that into consideration? Interesting question.
Or were middle of the road statistical income levels used in your calculations?
sure, good question.
Thank you.
So I've relied on
It
the
was
vocational
Paploma
assessment
or
of Mr. Trump
something with a
for
P.
her
Pamplona.
pre-injury earning
Yeah.
capacity. And based on my review of his report, he will defer, or he will explain that later, how he has allocated the 97,000. Let me find it.
Leave it to me to get my bull analogies screwed up. You know, I really ruined that monologue with the saying Italy instead of Spain. Damn it. This is why I can't make it. This is why I'm no good in the YouTube sphere. This is why I lose my train of thought. I say the wrong thing. Maybe this is why I don't have 20,000 subscribers. I don't know, because I don't know the difference between Italy and Paploma, but I'm only medium smart. What do you want? Really?
Sorry, got too many reports here. Okay, the $97,916. I did do research on the same data that he provided, because the data he provided was from 2019, and the current data, same data, is now would equal $316 per year, so 108,316. I haven't included that higher value. I've just relied on the figures that are provided in Trump's report, as he indicated when he gave an updated assessment in August of this year, that he didn't change any of the opinions in his report. And part of that question also referred to the stock market. And so I'm not sure if they're inquiring about the interest earnings on safe government investments, but that data is standard data that economists use. It's the most risk-free investment, as this money is not supposed to be placed at risk. When you invest in other avenues, you may yield a higher return, but you also have a greater risk of losing that money, and it's not guaranteed. So the economists in my field routinely will rely upon the interest earnings on safe government investments. I haven't made any adjustments to the vocational assessment that Mr. Trump has provided and the figures that he outlined.
Next question, Ms. Kirby. I may have missed it while scribbling my other question. Was the possibility that Maya's PTSD affects her ability for possible relationship, then marriage, family, children, and all the quote?
All right, this is it. This is the question. So let's back up and listen closely, because although I think that first question is also a question of, wait a minute, I don't think you calculated enough zeros. You didn't take into consideration how awesome she is. Here's the next one.
I may have missed it while scribbling my other question. Was the possibility that Maya's PTSD affects her ability for possible relationship, then marriage, family, children, and all the quote things, end quote, that her past family enjoyed, but now will never be able to continue? She now may not be able to enjoy, quote, motherhood, end quote, like her mother did. And if Maya does have children, was there any, quote, monetary value, end quote, placed on the added stress Maya would have when her children went to a hospital for something, or
the defense's buttholes are all collectively clenching right now. Right now. This is a good question. This is a great question. How is her life impacted by will she even be able to be a mother? How could she take her child to a doctor, even for those, you know how many times they make you take your newborn to a doctor? It's like literally every couple of months. And it's so freaking nerve-wracking just for a normal parent. Imagine if you had been medically kidnapped as a child. Yeah, the defense is shitting themselves right now. Shitting themselves.
should I add, if able, to additional, quote, monetary value?
How
end
much
quote,
more
to your-
should I
Or should I add monetary value, end quote, motherhood, end quote, like her mother did? And if Maya does have children, was there any, quote, monetary value, end quote, placed on the added stress Maya would have when her children went to a hospital for something? Or should I add, if able, to additional, quote, monetary value, end quote, to your figures?
Oh,
you have a good jury with good questions, but I have.
How many more zeros should I add to your figures for the damages that I think that she has? Boom. Dang. I got a Venmo here from Nicole that says, did you see a paper that came out earlier this year about prevalence of contact with CPS by state? My state, Indiana, is the highest, but not an outlier. 54% of white and 79% of Black kids will be invested by CPS by age 18. I want that paper. Where do I get it, Nicole? Send it to me. My email address, I will put it up on the screen, and I want you to find it and send it to me. I want that paper. I have not seen it. I want to see it. There's where you send it. Okay? And thank you so much for the Venmo. This jury is. Now, sometimes they ask really stupid questions, and we have laughed at the stupid questions they have asked. Today is not one of those days. Today is one of those days that the jury is asking great questions. And I'm sorry, this jury, yeah, that's a good pause. My pause game is on. Look how cute. Even she knows. How many zeros can we add to your estimate? Because we think that she's been through even more. Okay, S Mountain Man. Has the jury made up their mind? Well, there are a couple of people on the jury who have made up their minds to the point where they are asking, how many zeros can I add? They're asking, how many zeros? They're even saying, I think your economic experts who have studied this for years missed some things. Here's what we see. We see that she has suffered more damages than even you professionals can think of. That's bad for the defense. And it doesn't mean that they can't change their minds, but it's a very hard battle. These are at least 2 jurors now. Or it's possible that this is the same juror asking both questions. But there's at least one juror we know of who has made up his or her mind to such an extent that all that person cares about now is how many zeros to put on the check. How many do you want? How many can I put? I'm done. I'm fucking done. And I almost think the judge is there too. Today's proceeding that we're watching, it's not today, it's yesterday, whatever, but I need to say today because that's how my brain works. Today's proceeding has shown me through the things that the judge has said that he has put up with this as long as he can put up with it. He knows they're lying. He's caught them several times. And the judge is showing his opinion. The judge has said this is outrageous. It is outrageous. If even one thing the judge found to be outrageous, enough that he said it on live television, imagine how much more the jury feels it. Because a judge is trained not to do that. And even he's like, the fuck are you people doing? I'm, what did he say? Befuddled. I'm befuddled. Yeah, enough. We're ready to rule. Yeah. Licking the tip of their ballpoint pens and holding them at the ready. Well, there's at least one. There's at least one. And you got to know, we haven't talked about the burden of proof yet. The burden of proof in a civil case is not beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not. It's a much lower burden of proof. The burden of proof is you must believe in order to vote against someone in civil court that, and this is the same standard of proof we had with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Civil cases are the preponderance of evidence, which means you've looked at all the evidence and you think it's 51% more likely that the defendant did it. That's all you need, 51%. This is not, you're not taking away anybody's liberty. You're not taking away anybody's life. So the evidence, the standard is lower. Okay, my screen has frozen. I'm not even going to try and wait and see if it comes back. This is a good time at least. At least I'm still talking and you can hear me. It's time for you to go take a bathroom break or a squat break. I'll be back in 3 minutes. You're going to see a blue screen while I restart this stupid ass computer. All right, here we go. Isn't this fun? You never know what you're going to get here. You know, it's like it's like being in Vegas, like rolling the dice. Is it going to work? Are we going to get we're going to get a 5 or a 7, or is it going to be snake eyes? You know, it's fun. It's fun. This is fun. This is all very, very fun. Oh Lord. Okay, here we go. Back to it. Share screen. I do think my computer is overheating, and I'm trying to like prop it up on some things so it gets some airflow underneath of it. I don't have like a laptop stand. I think maybe I need to do that because I think it's getting too hot. And I mean, I have been running this for 5.5 hours. So, you know, it's just tired. I don't know what to tell you. All right.
Shows the ability for more than favorable to high returns. Did your calculations take into account that Maya could, like some witness in this
Oh,
very
it went way
courtroom,
back. Hold on. Sorry. It went back.
Sure, good question. So
Let's get to the ass clenching
on the figures
question.
when he you to hide my
YouTube does that when you. Here we
was
go.
the possibility that Maya's PTSD affects her ability for possible relationship, then marriage, family, children, and all the quote things, end quote, that her past family enjoyed, but now will never be able to continue. She now may not be able to enjoy quote motherhood, end quote, like her mother did. And if Maya does have children, was there any quote monetary value, end quote, placed on the added stress Maya would have when her children went to a hospital for something? Or should I add, if able to, additional quote monetary value, end quote, to your figures?
You have a good jury with good questions, but I have not added any. Those are what I believe are considered pain and suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, or human damages, as Mr. Anderson referred to them. I have not calculated any value for those. I've strictly calculated the economic damages in this case, so the hard dollar amounts.
Guess whose job it is to determine how many zeros there are for the human costs? Anybody know? Does anybody know? Whose job is it to calculate pain and suffering? Anybody? Anyone? I'm looking at Rumble. That's right, Crazy Warlock. It's the jury. It's the jury's job. So the good news is, I'm sure now that the jury has asked that question, Anderson is going to make sure he tells them in his closing statements, it is your job to assign how many zeros that you think her pain and suffering is worth. And you get a 0, and you get a 0. Everybody gets zeros taken from them and given to her. Yeah. This juror has made up his or her mind. It is now only a question of how many zeros. That's it. And the good news is that pain and suffering is determined by the jury, because that's a question for the people. And the people have to decide what is that human suffering, because they're the humans on the jury who will decide it. Thank God. Economists cannot calculate what the human suffering is. An economist cannot tell you what is the number to put on she may never be able to have children because the anxiety of taking them to a doctor, it would be too much for her to handle. They can't calculate that. Only you, the jury, can actually do that. You're the only one who can calculate that. We are the ones who can calculate that. And I think my chat is pretty much convinced that that number is somewhere not in the millions. It's not in the millions. It might be in the billions. We think it's in the billions. Now, I'm not saying they're going to award that much, but what did Alex Jones, what did they charge Alex Jones? $420 million for that shit? That ridiculous case of him, whatever, doubting the Sandy Hook thing. Like, didn't they? Oh, it was billions. Was it billions? I think it was billion. Yeah, 50 billion. Oh, you know what then? then a B is not out of the equation. If that jury could deliver a $50 billion award to the Sandy Hook families, which I still will never get my head around. I don't know how that happened. But whatever it was in the billions. Then I think that this jury could do the same. I mean, you never know when you put it in the hands of 12 people what they're going to do. And so far, it's not looking good. There's a lot of butt clenching going on the defense table.
Okay.
I wish we had a
during-
close up. Look up here in the Zoom. Do you see up here where my mouse is? Right here, I think is where the defense, or no, wait, maybe this is the defense table. I wish we could see that clearly. I wish.
The asking of these, I received another juror question. It's a one quick question, so I'm just gonna see if you have any objections.
Gotcha,
and if
Ashley.
not, I'm gonna.
You meant 50 billion for her. Bankrupt J Hatch. Yeah.
Okay, there was no
I wouldn't be
objection.
sad.
Ms. Kirby, what is the average statistical income of a 28-year-old at this time?
Well, I didn't bring that data with me, but I think that would be, there
A 28-year-old. Why would they want to know that?
is data out there regarding that. I think that would best be a question for Trump to answer, as he's outlined all of the research data and how he's looked at.
All right, that was the last one. All right, let's move on to the next witness. Or the next, I guess the next argument. Let's go to the next battle.
Begin with 2277 and then pages 369 to 374.
2277.
Yeah, I'm on the back page, Your Honor, second from the bottom.
I might be missing a page because that one's not on here, but that's okay. What number are we?
It's exhibit 2277 and it's pages
Look
369
at
and
Hunter.
37. It's exhibit.
Look at his face when he comes in the door.
I might be missing a page. 'cause
Wait, I'm going to
that
slow
one's
it
not on
down.
here, but
Can I
that's okay.
slow it down? Look at him. Look at his,
Number
look at him.
we-
It's exhibit 2277 and it's
Oh,
pages
man.
369 and 374.
Oh, he doesn't look like a happy
369
man.
through 374 or 369?
No, no, no.
Those 5 pages, Your Honor.
2277, 369.
Cynthia, thank you for looking that up. 1.5 billion. All right, well, it was still in the B's. So it's not unheard of. The number needs to be big enough that no hospital ever does this
seems to
again.
be a dependency
This
issue.
needs to be sent
Well, Your
like
Honor,
a
there is-
shockwave through the medical system that says, oh my God, did you see what happened to J Hatch? We cannot have that happen here. And we better have an internal review of how we take kids away from parents here. Holy shit, we cannot afford this. We will never, our investors will dump us. Our insurance will dump us. We need to make changes. That's how big it needs to be. It needs to be so big that the medical systems itself, that they change what they are doing all over the whole damn country. And really, it could do that. This could do that. That's why this is so important, that she gets as many zeros as possible. She's got to win this case. People, if the plaintiff does not win this case, this will continue to go on for another 100 years. The rest of those parents coming forward will be shut down. Hospitals will be bolstered in their opinion that they are right to do this, that they have the authority to do this. If the plaintiff loses, it's over. This case is so important. They must win. They must. Hospitals have to be put on notice that this is not acceptable. We won't accept it, and it must change. And guess what will happen if J Hatch goes down? That Lehigh Hospital in Pennsylvania is going to fucking fold immediately, because they're not going to want the lawsuits that are coming. They're going to settle big immediately, because they're not going to go through this again. They're not going to be dragged through this on television and have their good name smeared all over the place and be made into a national joke. This case is the most important case in my entire career. period. Duncan, Idaho, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, have you ever seen the movie The Verdict with Paul Newman? Everyone keeps asking me this, and no, I haven't seen it. In light of this case, I think you might really love that movie. 10 out of 10 recommend. Well, maybe we should watch it on my locals. You know, we watch movies together there. meganfox.locals.com. If you are not a member over there, you're missing out. We watch movies together. We watch true crime documentaries. We do my laundry together. We clean my house together. We cook together. If you want to sign up, it's only $5 a month. And promo code Maya right now will get you a discount for the monthly. Promo code SQUATS will get you a discount on the yearly membership. I think it's 2 months for free. Maya gets you 1 month free when you sign up monthly. Maybe I'm going to have to add that to the locals list of movies that we watch together. That's a great idea. All right, let's continue. Yeah, I need to do a locals movie night soon. I haven't done one in a while, so that's coming. I promised you guys we are going to watch the Maya documentary on locals after this trial. That's going to happen, but I'm waiting until the trial's over.
This overlap, however, this has to do with simply notice to the hospital about a court order, and Dr. Hanna was denied access to the hospital.
Let me see the next page.
Ashley, you know why we haven't done many cooking streams lately? Because my work schedule's been so crazy. I haven't been the one cooking dinner. I've been working nights and weekends, and I cook on maybe Mondays and Tuesdays now. So yeah, we'll have to do another cooking stream soon. I promise. And a movie night. We'll do it soon. Well, let's do the Paul Newman one. We'll watch that. What's it called? Wait, I got to go back to the super chat. The Verdict. Okay, I got to write that down. We're going to watch that on locals together if I can find it.
Judge, this has been testified to.
The next,
Sorry.
next page.
And
Next page. Next page. Next page. This isn't coming in. What's next?
2277-451.
451. What is this?
This is another risk management note discussing the theorizing of the hospital that rather than lesions, these were self-inflicted scratches. And here it's discussed that this was a trap set for Dr. Major.
There's no predicate laid. There's no foundation laid. We don't know who wrote it. It's somebody's thoughts. We don't know who that person is, if they have any authority to speak with the hospital.
This is the risk management file, right?
It is in the risk management box. That's correct.
Here's my problem. I mean, I know that the Hillward Henderson firm was intimately involved with everything that was going on at this time. It's kind of difficult to understand how we keep getting, we don't know who this is or what this is. It just is difficult for me to understand how we're 5 years into this after the fact. And we still, people are saying, I don't know what this note is when when Mr. Shapiro and Mr. Hunter were there.
Yeah, I don't mean to push you back hard on this, but Your Honor, the involvement of myself and Mr. Hunter was on tangential issues on occasion when the hospital.
Wait. Whoa. Wait, hold
weigh in on
on.
something
Where's
that was going on.
my freaking mouse?
Client privilege
You got to
clause.
hear this.
Note
We got to pay
into
attention to this.
Difficult to keep getting everything that was going on. Hillward Henderson.
The judge
Here's
is
my
so done
Speak
with
to the
them.
hospital. It's somebody's.
Look at this. Look at this note. Dr. Is it Mayor or Major? I don't know. Called. Maya now has scratches on her forehead, arm, leg, and hand. Per Dr. Elliott when she visited Maya. Possible trap for Dr. Majors to have her appear neglected in the care. Maya not knowing she had lesions on her skin. Possible trap. Are they trying to trap Maya? Is that what that means?
There's no predicate laid. There's no foundation laid. We don't know who wrote it. It's somebody's thoughts. We don't know who that person is, if they have any authority.
Wait for
to speak
it.
with the hospital.
This is the risk management file, right?
It is in the risk management box. That's correct.
Here's my problem. I mean, I know that the Hillward Henderson firm was intimately involved with everything that was going on at this time.
Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. The defense, if there was anal clenching before, it's happening again because the judge is calling them out by firm name. I know that your firm was involved in this from the beginning, and you know every piece of it. You know all about this shit. You know who wrote this note. Don't play dumb with me. Oh, you do not want to hear a judge tell you that.
It's kind of difficult to understand how we keep getting, we don't know who this is or what this is. It just is difficult for me to understand how we're 5 years into this after the fact, and we still, people are saying, I don't know what this note is. When
Do I look like an idiot to you? Yeah, that's exactly right. Do I look like some kind of moron? I know that this is your client and they've been your client. You were literally giving them advice when this was happening. You know who wrote this note. Don't treat me like a moron. This judge is more than medium smart.
the Mr. Shapiro and Mr. Hunter were there.
Yeah, I don't mean to push back.
Holy shit! You were there. You were there. You have no excuse not to know. You have literally no excuse. None.
But, Your Honor, the involvement of myself and Mr. Hunter was on tangential issues on occasion when the hospital, without breaching attorney-client privilege, called us and asked us to weigh in on something that was going on. But neither Mr. Hunter nor I were intimately involved in every aspect.
And I'm not saying that
Oh, really? You weren't? I doubt that.
you had any information about this specific note. It's just, I mean, it's just difficult for me to continue to hear the argument that we don't know anything about this.
He's literally making fun of them. We don't know anything about this. We don't know anything about this. Ooh, boy. You know, you don't want the judge mocking you from the bench. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just saying, if the judge were mocking my words from the bench, I'd be a little concerned. Let's just see that again.
No, it's just, I mean, it's just difficult for me to continue to hear the argument that we don't know anything about this.
Judge, this file was produced after certain former risk management personnel were deposed. These particular writings have never been identified.
Why is that? Why is that? It's your client. Why haven't, in 5 years, why haven't you identified who wrote this goddamn note in the risk management file? It can't be that hard. How many people are, now this is the moment that we find out that the entire risk management team, all right, it's time to pour more whiskey, clearly. This is when we find out that the entire risk management team, I still can't say the word management. This will help. Don't worry. This will help. Fled the state. They fled the state. Let's hear it, shall we?
Who wrote them, what the context was, or what the purpose behind that context was. So, I mean, I've got a choice. I can either make something up to tell you that I don't know, or I can tell you the truth, and that is that we don't know what the specific context of these writings were. And in some of these cases, I don't know who wrote them. None of the people who were in the risk management department, literally none, are there anymore.
Oh.
Some of them aren't even in the state anymore.
Are you saying that risk management fled the state after they did what they did to Maya Kowalski? I want to know who they are. I want to know their names. I think they ought to be criminally investigated by the police, possibly the federal government, for crimes against children. So who the fuck are they? And why didn't you track them down? You have their names. You have their personnel files at the hospital. You didn't send litigators or whoever you have or private investigators to go find them and find out who wrote these notes and depose them. Give me a break. But I think it's pretty interesting that Johns Hopkins risk management team all fled the state, left their jobs, ran away. Holy shit, you guys. Does the jury get to hear that?
So, I mean, I can't conjure up information that I don't have.
Oh, I think you can. You've got Dr. Sally Smith, and we all know she's got a cauldron sitting in her office somewhere. I think you can conjure up whatever the hell you need. Am I wrong? Come on.
It would seem, though, that it's a note that a risk management person, apparently unidentified, took on presumably December 30th, 2016. And
Cindy Absug, thank you for being here. You're a courageous woman who has been through this, and I can't believe you can even watch this without spiraling. And I love you, and I'm glad you're here. Cindy says risk management is supposed to cover up fraud and medical malpractice. It's very sad, and she's absolutely right. That's exactly what risk management does. Those of you in my who've been part of this show know Cindy's story. I've covered it extensively on PJ Media. Please go and find her story on PJ Media only. Do not read any coverage that is not written by me about her. If you read anything that is written by somebody else, make sure you read mine first, and then you'll read theirs and you'll laugh your ass off at how absolutely lazy their journalism is, how bad it is when you compare the two. Cripes. I love you too, girl. It's all coming down. Did you see my video, honey? Did you see it about Pennsylvania? I didn't have a chance to call you. Did you see the video about Pennsylvania? Did you just tune in, or have you been here a while? If you haven't seen it, please go to my YouTube channel and watch the uploaded video that I did today about the Munchausen, the false Munchausen in Pennsylvania. You will die. You will absolutely, you'll be crying with happiness. Oh my God, he's awake. Are you going to get in here or what? I'm still streaming. We're still going. Are you coming? I sent you an invite. He's been sleeping it off from what I hear. Get in here. We're in it for the long haul.
you know, I don't see why it's not relevant to this cause of action.
Well, it seems also you made a note regarding a potential claim that's being made, and why isn't that an internal note regarding the claims that are being made? Why is that relevant or even admissible?
How much longer am I going to go? Where am I at? I'm 5 hours into a 9-hour stream. How much longer do you think I'm going to go? I'm just over halfway done. I know. It's been crazy, but I'm going to be a while. Unless I pass out from the whiskey. So just get in here. 5 more hours. 5 more hours.
Why is risk management participating in the medical care of a child?
Why is risk management, listen to this question. Why is risk management participating in the medical care of a child? It's a good question, because they shouldn't be. That's the freaking thing. That's it, isn't it? Yep, the only thing that's going to stop me tonight is my computer, Jingleberry. That's absolutely correct. They look so defeated. I know. Wait, I gotta get that screenshot that I took earlier and get it queued up, because Jeff's got to see this. Jeff, you got to see this. Oh, and I forgot. Guess what? One of you made my meme that I wanted. I'll have to go find it while we're listening to this. Look, Jeff. Look at the body language. Look at Anderson versus Shapiro and whoever that guy is. I still don't know his number. His name. I got his number. I don't know his name. Look at this. Look at that. They're covering their junk. It's the most hilarious thing ever. It's not going well for the defense, in other words. They're not doing well.
With respect, Your Honor, that does not indicate participation in medical care. That indicates that someone has told risk management something that they've written down. That's all.
And
So
isn't there
says
been
you.
testimony that these scratches is a symptom of CRPS?
Yes, there sure is, Judge, because you've been paying attention. This is a good judge. Judge Carroll. I love ya. Judge Carroll, you're a good dude. He's been paying attention.
That the hospital was billing for.
There are lesions, certain types of lesions that can be symptoms of CRPS. They are sometimes confused with other skin lesions, eczema, scratches, other types of things.
What?
There's a whole host of things like that.
So again, here's the defense again saying it's not CRPS. When 5 minutes ago, well, a few hours ago in the stream, they're arguing she had CRPS, right? She was going to need this life care forever anyway, right? Which one is it? Make up your mind, defense. Why is it you're only she has CRPS when it's convenient for them, and she doesn't have it when it's not, like right now. Well, those scratches could have been anything. Doesn't mean anything. 5 minutes ago, well, she had CRPS. She was going to be living in pain forever. Come on.
I know that when this happened, when this notation got made, there was concern that some of the lesions that were observed were self-inflicted. That's all this says. But it doesn't show, and I think the court needs to understand what it doesn't show. It doesn't show, unless one speculates about it, it does not show that risk management was taking any active role in patient care. It shows that someone expressed to risk management.
Really? Because I think it does.
But a concern. That's all it shows.
Nah. Overruled.
A 10 or 11-year-old girl was trying to create a trap by possibly scratching herself.
You think, the judge. You think that Maya was possibly trying to create a trap by scratching herself? He's not buying it. Nope.
Look, it seemed highly relevant. And the discussion, even though apparently the defense in 5 years, even though they were involved at the time this was created, doesn't know who it is, it still is relevant. It still is a statement against the interest of the hospital. It will come in. So
and it was in the risk management file. And you know what? Yeah, God bless you, Judge Carroll. God bless. We love you, Judge Carroll, and hope you get what you're going for with your front piece hair. Look, he is making the right call. Obviously, the right call. It was in the risk management file. It comes in.
What number is this?
It was 2277-451, Your Honor.
Wait, let's look at their faces. Let's study their faces when he makes his ruling. Well, let's watch their faces.
It's relevant. It still is a statement against the interest of the hospital. It will come in. So
Hunter is melting right now. Watch. He's going to melt.
It was
into his chair.
2277-4.
of the hospital. It will come in. So
Melting into the chair.
It was 227.
Is a statement against the interest of the hospital.
Let's slow it down. Slow it down.
It was 2277-451, Your Honor.
Oh, go back.
27.
It will come in. So
Ah, shit.
It was 227.
Yes. Yes. All your evil deeds are being exposed. All this evil shit that you did, all this evil shit that all y'all are doing in these hospitals to parents, it's all coming in. Melting into his chair like a Mars bar in a VW bug. Hunter is matching his suit now. Yes.
7-451, Your Honor.
What's next?
I think I just heard Shapiro whisper, damn it.
There's several policies at the bottom there, but I'm going to skip those for now in the interest of time. I'm going to move to the first page. We're at Exhibit 2278, pages 036 to 37.
2278.
I don't see that on the first page.
I don't see it either.
The first page, third from the bottom.
So
It's on the second
36 to
page.
37.
I think it's on the second page, Judge.
I must be on a different
I
list.
think you have the list from yesterday. That's okay. I can adjust. Yeah, second page, second from the top, 2278, 36 to 37.
What?
This is
Oh.
this is the corrective action notice. The corrective action notice of Catherine Beatty. It's been discussed at some length.
I just want to acknowledge the Rumble chat. You guys are killing me over there. I just got over there to see what you're saying. Oh my gosh. And you guys are funny. Slidey Pie is pointing out that the risk management team only met quarterly. Again, quarterly, like, just think about that for a minute. Oh, but they only met quarterly. I mean, that's so insane. It's insane. Obviously, they met more than that. They have a file this thick on Maya Kowalski. So either they were meeting in secret for just this case and not kicking it up to the authorities, or they're lying to us about how often they meet. Crazy Warlock, Shapiro's wife isn't in the courtroom, is she? Is she in the courtroom? You're suggesting that you know what she looks like. Is she there? Let me know if you know. The brunette behind and to the right. Are you serious? Are you sure? Oh, you don't know. You just think that's her. Okay, well we can't spread that rumor. But we do know that Shapiro's wife got caught posting on a Facebook page and in favor of the hospital, and she was admonished and by the court, and they were told to take her her account down, or at least get her. Well, she got kicked out of the group, but she was told to stop.
Length, highly relevant. At the time, her anger management issues during Maya's hospitalization.
Oh, I wonder this too, Kathleen.
Hearsay.
Yeah,
94th.
they testified they only
already been
meet
discussed.
quarterly, Elsie. Literally said that.
Mr. Whitney, tell me about hearsay exceptions.
I think you were going to say statements against interest, Your Honor. It's also a business record, party admission.
But Judge, also relevance, I'm not sure there's no negligent hiring for Kathy, there's no negligent retention for Kathy Beatty.
Court's going to go ahead and admit 2278-036 and 037 over the defense's objection.
You guys, that's all I know about Shapiro's wife. I just know she was in a Facebook page group for Maya. It was like a Maya support group, or people who were on Maya's side, and she was in there causing problems as a troll, and she was posting about this case, and she got caught and kicked out of the group, and then the judge, Shapiro, had to apologize for her. That happened at the beginning of the trial. The Netflix documentary allegedly showed 3 other families. Now, I haven't watched it yet because I've been waiting for the end of this. We're all going to watch it together on Locals. So I don't know, but I know that there are other families. I know there are other families. And yes, could it open a class action lawsuit for other Yeah. Are you kidding? Yeah. Why is he so sad? Why is Jack sad? This is this man's life. Imagine. He had this beautiful family, the American dream, a wife, 2 kids, a house with a pool. And now this is what his life has turned into. His wife is gone. He's been bankrupted. He had retired to stay home with the kids. He had to go back to work. His daughter is her life has been ruined. Why is he so sad? He's probably in I mean, I know it's going well for the plaintiff, but from his point of view, he'd rather be anywhere else. From his point of view, he just wants this to be over. It's going to be torture for him to have to sit through the defense's case. Torture. Pray for this family. It's going to be torture. This is ongoing trauma. This court case is more trauma for them. And it is just sad. Cindy Absuck says, when the hospital screws up medical treatment on a child to avoid medical malpractice lawsuit, risk management comes in. Then the parents are falsely accused of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Then they cannot fight the hospital. This is 100% true. It is what they did to Drake Pardo in Texas. It's what they did to Cindy. It's what they did to so many people. So many people they have done this to. And what they hope is that they traumatize you so badly that you are not able to fight. And most people, that's true. For most people, it's true. And Cindy, you're one of the very few, like Maya, who was able to fight it. And you're still fighting it. And it's incredible.
What's next?
2123, pages 639 to 642.
I'm sorry. Say again, please.
Yes, ma'am. 2123, pages 639 to 642. On the list that everyone else is looking at but me, it's on the first page, 4 cells down.
What is this?
This is. We withdraw this, Your Honor.
What's next?
Their mics are on again.
2123-495.
Judge, my objection was it needed 496 for completeness and perspective.
Can I see 496 as well? Have I already seen this one?
Honestly, don't remember.
I don't
Judge.
believe so. I think there's been testimony in her deposition about the massive update.
It's familiar to me, Your Honor. But oh, yeah.
I'm saying this has to come too.
Yeah,
Hey, Judge, we're not objecting, to be clear, but we think for perspective, 496 also needs to be admitted as
Any
opposed to a
problems with
sheet
496 coming in?
out of nowhere.
So the court received 2123, 495, and 496. What's next?
All right, now I'm going
He's
to
just
drop back
running
to the risk
through it.
management file. There are
The judge is like, let's go, let's go, let's go.
a couple of policies that exist in the risk management file. So I'm at pages 2277, then 280 to 285. It's a consent policy.
280 to 285.
Yes, 280 through 285.
What are these policies?
These are Johns Hopkins internal policies effective at the time. You can see the effective date of March 11, 2016. It has to do with specifically consent to treatment within the hospital.
Well,
It's determining legal guardian. Sorry, Judge.
why is this not really muted out by the court order?
Because, Your Honor, the parents, Jack and Beata, retained medical decision-making power under the court order. And so
Ooh, now this is interesting. The court order retained the parents' medical decision making. That happens sometimes. Sometimes the state can take custody of a child, but they will allow the parents to continue making medical decisions. Though that doesn't really make sense in this case. I don't know why they would do that. If they were really truly accusing a parent of Munchausen, why would they allow the parents to keep the medical decisions? However, it looks like they did on the court order. So Whitney is arguing that this should come in because if the parents did retain medical consent, then the hospital really overstepped because they were still allowed to make medical decisions. I can't read this document. I really wish I could because this is one of those it's one of those things, but it's too blurry and I can't. I'm wondering if they're doing this on purpose now, if they're blurring it on purpose so that because we've been reading them, even the stuff that isn't coming in, and maybe they're blurring it on purpose so that we can't do that anymore, but I can't read that.
this policy spells out how the hospitals to address their consent to treatment during the time. And we have an issue over the hospital claiming that the 3 or 4 page consent form signed at the beginning of hospitalization provided blanket consent for the entire hospitalization.
This is talking about documentation of guardianship.
I can show you on the second page. Here we are. Court order guidelines number 2 here on the 3rd page. If you look at Roman numeral 2 under here, parents consent, DCF shelter, it discusses specifically how to operate in this environment where a child is sheltered within the hospital. And it spells out that despite the child being sheltered there, the parents still have rights to consent. And it further spells out that if the parents do not consent and they move forward with some treatment without the consent, it has to be documented in a certain way. And those
Okay, I get it. This is not a court order. This is the hospital's own um, policy. Look at this. If a minor child is placed in sheltered care, but the child is not judicially committed to DCF, then DCF is without authority to consent to medical treatment unless DCF obtains a court order or consent to medical treatment by the parents or legal guardians of the child. However, if the parents, legal guardian, of the child are unavailable or cannot be reasonably ascertained, and if a court order cannot be reasonably ascertained because it is after normal working hours, the DCF or its authorized agent shall have the authority to consent to medical necessary care. That's ridiculous. The DCF's authority under these circumstances is limited to the time reasonably necessary to obtain a court order. So they weren't allowed to take consent away from the parents without a court order. So it appears, during the 7 days, this is what this is about. So during the 7 days before they had that court order, look at what the policy is. The parents still had medical consent and they pretended like they didn't. Mm-hmm.
Entries are absent from the medical record. So we need this.
Let me back
It
up
has
a
to be
bit.
documented. Spells out that if the parents do not consent and they move forward with some treatment without the consent, it has to be documented in a certain way. And those entries are absent from the medical record. So we need this to show that they did not actually have consent under that consent form. Scroll down a little bit more for me. If you look at the third bullet point there, Your Honor, says the minor child's medical record should reflect, and it lays out 1, 2, 3 different things that it needs to lay out if they proceed without parental consent for alleged treatment.
What I want is I want a printout of this document. I'm going to reserve on this, but let me hear your argument and I'll try to get it ruling by Monday. I'm going to have to look at this one.
Well, Judge, frankly, I think we have to look at it a little more carefully too, but my concerns are, this is a document. I'm not sure if it exactly is apropos to the particular orders we have in this case, the particular situation with our DCF hearing. I would like to look at it closer as well.
Yeah, okay.
I want to address something that Jules is saying here. The TV show of Gypsy Rose. Tell me, is this why so many cases of Munchausen by proxy, or was this always a thing? Hollywood is notorious for sensationalizing these very rare cases, and I would surmise that Gypsy Rose's mother was just a regular old child abuser. She didn't have a psychological disorder other than probably some personality disorders, that are very well known. The Munchausen syndrome by proxy is it's like the satanic panic of the 1980s, where they had psychologists doing junk science and repressed memories and planting memories in little children to impugn their caregivers. I mean, and it went on. A bunch of innocent people went to prison. This is very similar. There is no such thing as Munchausen syndrome by proxy. There is no such thing as factitious disorder. There is such a thing as child abusers, and there are many child abusers who are men or women or all different types of people are child abusers. There is no such thing as Munchausen syndrome by proxy. There are people who have made their children sick as a form of child abuse by poisoning them. That's child abuse. It's not a syndrome. And if it were a syndrome, an illness, a sickness, well, then the medical community would treat those people with kindness and compassion, wouldn't they? They would put them under care. They would have a cure for this. They would have a therapy for this, but they don't have therapy for this. They put you in fucking jail. They just use it to put you in jail. So it's not a syndrome. Because if you had a syndrome that caused, then it's not your fucking fault, is it? It's a sickness. And then there would be treatment and a reunification plan, wouldn't there? Oh no, but that's not what they do. They just yank your kids away and they put you in prison and you never get your kid back. So it's not a syndrome. It's abuse. It's child abuse. And if you can, and child abuse is a crime. Cynthia Absug was prosecuted for child abuse without ever being charged with like a crime. She was charged with the crime she was charged with was a attempted second-degree kidnapping. That was the only crime, which was total garbage and bullshit. also. The medical abuse charge did not reach the level of a crime. So they were able to prosecute her without her being afforded the right. I can't even describe this. She had a public defender because because of the other charge. But if she had just been charged with the medical abuse or whatever, she wouldn't have had a right to an attorney. That's how insidious this shit is. Child abuse is a crime. If you are accused of it, you should get all the rights afforded to you that someone accused of a crime gets, which means beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the kind of standard of proof that you should get if you're accused of child abuse. But so many of these cases, the charge is abuse, but it doesn't rise to the level of a crime. Don't ask me how this gets past any sort of legal sniff test. I'll never know.
Can someone just get me a physical printed out copy so that I can take it home with me over the weekend?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. What's next?
Next is same 2277, same exhibit number, then pages 289 to 291. It's the risk management policy in effect at the time. You can see the effective date of February 18th, 2016. And it discusses responsibilities of the risk management department and the risk management committee, highly relevant to this action.
So this is just general risk management. Does this have any reference to dependency courts or DCF or anything like that?
In my review, I don't believe so. I'm 90% confident of that. If the court would like to review over the weekend to verify.
And Jed, what's the relevance of this policy to the allegations in this complaint?
I'll take a copy of exhibit 2277, pages 289 through, where does it end?
291.
291. I'll take that home with me over the weekend as well.
Next is 2277 pages.
Let me ask you this. Were we thinking about finishing at 3:30, 4 o'clock, and maybe we can?
Yeah, we're getting very close, but yes.
Why don't we stop and then start with the jury since we're now past 1:45?
Yep.
Let's bring in the jury.
All right, let's skip ahead. All right, this next witness, the defense hates him.
A little different order.
And he is spicy.
Love how you came out in a little different order. You're trying to see if I'm keeping track, huh? Yeah, I appreciate it, members of the jury. I want to confirm that while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You did not receive any information. Is that all correct? Correct. And that no one has approached you about this case since you were last with us. Is that correct? Correct. And have you seen any media coverage since the last time we were together? ESPN? Well, I know we were just kind of joking around, but I just want to be serious. No one has seen any media coverage about this case. Is that correct? Okay. We don't need to talk about the Rays or anything like that. So, okay. Mr. Anderson.
Thanks, Robert.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Robert Paul Trump Jr.
And have you been called as an expert in vocational rehabilitation to discuss the diminished earning capacity of Maya Kowalski as a result of the actions of Johns Hopkins?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
To give the jury some background here, will you please go through your background training and experience towards offering them? You know what? Strike it. What does a vocational rehabilitation expert do first?
Certainly. So in vocational rehabilitation, keyword rehab, and we have the word vocational involved, that means work. And when there's been an onset of an injury or disability or an alteration to your life, how is your job now going to be impacted? So for a quick example, if we have a concrete worker who then becomes a spinal cord injured patient, you're going to go, gosh, it's kind of hard to do concrete work as a spinal cord injury or in a wheelchair, that kind of thing. So what can you do now? How can we rehabilitate you from a vocational and job standpoint?
And can you give the jury the benefit of your background, training, and experience towards offering those opinions?
Certainly. So I have an undergraduate degree from Michigan State University, then went on to the University of Arizona in Tucson to earn a master's degree in special education and rehabilitation counseling. From there, I went to the University of Florida, Gators. I don't know if there's Seminoles fans here, but then I took some coursework there after my graduate degree in life care planning. I took 2 national board certifications. One is in rehabilitation counseling, which I just talked about with regard to rehab and counsel people on how your life has changed, and then board certification in life care planning.
And what licenses, and so did you just tell us the licenses and certifications you hold?
I did, the 2 national board certifications, yes, sir.
Oh, so behind your name, there is an MA, a CRC, and a CLCP. And what are those again?
That's correct. So the Master of Arts, and then the CRC is Certified Rehabilitation Counselor, and the CLCP is Certified Life Care Planning. And life care planning is future care needs, and I think someone else is going to talk about that today as well.
Okay. And do your input then go into a life care plan? In this instance, the life care plan prepared by Dr. Bifolco?
That's correct.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about your assignment in this case. Can you tell the jury what you were assigned to do in relationship to the Kowalskis?
Certainly. So I was asked to read the records, speak with Mr. Kowalski and Maya as well. I did that several occasions. And then to look at all the evidence and develop what Maya's future is going to look like from a school standpoint and from a work standpoint, and also a future care standpoint. It's very important that there is a life care plan involved here, which is going to actually help her. And that came into my decision-making as well.
So you have then had interviews of Maya and her father, and then reviewed, what else? Have you reviewed medical records, or what do you review it?
Yeah, I reviewed thousands of pages of medical records, deposition testimonies, spoke to several experts in this matter to get a really good idea as to what the future does look like for her. We always work on a team basis, so we incorporate a lot of collateral source information from other providers. We have a really good understanding as to how to formulate the future and the treatment plans that we develop for her. We just can't do it alone or just impulsively. We do need to reach out and do some due diligence. And
shoot, the microphone got me. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. That's a shame. No right to counsel for CPS cases under U.S. Constitution, but many states do give parents that right and provide attorneys. It depends. If you are indigent, you may qualify for an attorney. If you make just a little bit too much money, you will not. And very few states give you an attorney. All right. In the interest of time, because nothing is really learned. I mean, we learn about his report and whatever with Anderson, but it's only going to get spicy on the cross, and possibly during a sidebar. Let's see if we have a sidebar.
Certainty?
Yeah,
probability. I should say probability for this. Sorry.
My opinions today are beyond a reasonable degree of vocational probability, based on the methodology, based on the background training experience, based on my numerous conversations with numerous experts. That is true.
Your witness?
All right, here comes the cross. This is where it gets spicy. I will open a locals chat for you guys if you're looking for it.
Let's get
I'll
the
do
fun
it now.
stuff out of the way first.
Oh, I love
what do you
this.
charge to be here?
I love this. He just said, let's get the fun stuff out of the way first and wait to hear this witness respond to him.
Today.
Well, I'm not sure about your characterization of fun stuff there, but I do charge $500 per hour. I'm not really sure what that comment means, but it's $500 per hour.
Holy shit. If you were wondering how this was going to go, it's not going to get any better for Shapiro after this. This guy doesn't think it's funny. He doesn't think any of this is funny. It's not a time for jokes, Shapiro. We're not joking right now. You destroyed somebody's life. Your hospital destroyed somebody's life. And nobody thinks that's funny. I don't think it's funny. I don't know what that comment means. He is spicy. Spicy AF. I like this guy. All right. Gonna play it. And I opened the locals chat, by the way. So if you guys are looking for the live chat over there, it is now open.
Okay. What have you charged from the time you were retained until this point today?
I believe $4,500 was my bill. I think $2,000 more after that for updates.
Okay. And if I understand what you told me at your prior deposition, almost all of the money you make is providing this type of service in court litigation type services.
There's not many of us with these kind of credentials, so it does keep people with my specific credentials quite busy.
And almost all of that's for the plaintiff. True?
No, my testimony list is mostly plaintiff. I am retained by defense firms quite often. In fact, I don't know if they've hired one of me on the other side. I don't think so, but I do defense work as well. So it's about 75% plaintiff. The rest is defense work.
Okay. But in terms of coming to testify, it's much higher for the plaintiff. Sure.
Yes, because on defense, they usually don't disclose us, right? I don't know if there's one that they haven't disclosed. And so we tend to not testify in defense.
So
tell me, sir, how biased are you? These defense questions are so silly. Tell me, how much money do you make for that career you studied for years and years to have? What?
You said something that's super important for this case. You're here to try to analyze what Maya's diminished earning capacity, if any, was as a result of the actions at my client's hospital. Fair?
In part, yeah.
Well, meaning, don't you have an obligation before this jury to separate out how Maya was doing before she came to All Children's and compare it to how she did after?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think one of the words you used, so I'm gonna parrot it. You said, if I have it written down right, she was a runaway, was it a freight train heading towards college?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me show. And you've spoken to a number of people. You've reviewed a number of medical records. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Let me ask you about a couple of medical records.
Is it true that you bill people?
Let's pull up Joint Exhibit 104156. We'll put it on the screen for you. Sure, Mr. Trump.
I think
104156.
I'm going to slow him down.
And you can expand the top. This is January 13th, 2016. I'll represent to you. This is from Dr. Hannah. Was he one of the people you spoke with?
I don't believe so.
Were you provided these records?
I believe so.
Okay. So you would have seen when you reviewed these records, for example, that Maya had pain that was 10 out of 10.
Objection, not reading.
Cross-examination, Your Honor.
I mean, overruled. He can proceed.
Okay. You see in this record that at the time Maya presented about 10 months before she came to my client's hospital, she was in 10 out of 10 pain, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You know by history that this would have been less than 2 months after she underwent a coma in Mexico. True?
True.
And I really don't mean this to be sarcastic or make light of this situation. This is obviously very serious.
Yeah, you do.
She's in this position. She's not a freight train heading towards college.
When I talked to Dr. Kirkpatrick, the doctor that got all the CRPS going, I did ask him if this was managed early on, as it was, and there was no interruption at the hospital. Would she be in a much better position now, minus the PTSD? He said, absolutely. And I even indicated to the doctor that when we have kids that have disabilities early on in age, they learn to adapt over time, and they have no choice but to go to college because they cannot work a physical job. And then they excel that way as long as they're managed. So it's very clear because
Shapiro wants you to believe that a child is no worse off after being removed from her family and tortured by Nurse Ratched. She's no worse off. She had a shitty life before, and she's going to have a shitty life after. Nothing we did to her in that hospital, including stuff that would be considered Geneva war crimes violations, none of that stuff impacted her at all. She was going to have this kind of life anyway, wasn't she? So much bullshit. Oh, look who it is. Legal Vices is in the house. You came at just the right moment. Was that you or the dogs?
That was me. I'm feeling like 2 steps past Lurch at the moment.
Oh my God.
Just wandering around the house going, ugh.
You sound terrible. Well, I'm going to perk you up because what's happening
Yes,
right now.
Mrs. Adams.
What's happening right now is absolutely fantastic.
I've been watching.
Oh, good. Oh,
Or
good.
let me turn my mic down a bit. I'm like super. I know I'm super hot, and so is my mic.
You're super hot, but that's okay.
I know.
That's okay.
My mic too. But we'll just bring the super hotness down on the mic a little bit. We'll leave mine right where it is.
All right. How is it now?
Just my gain is like maxed out, so let me bump my gain down a little bit
All
here.
right. Well, your voice
All
has
right.
your
Hi.
voice has deepened about 3 octaves. I'm not sure what happened.
Yesterday happened. These are literally the first words I've spoken today. Here we go.
Jeff, by the way, you cannot
Yeah.
invite me on a live stream when you're going to have a porn star on it if you don't want me to start shit with your guests. Like you
She's
can't.
also a lawyer.
No, she was a lawyer. Now she spreads it on OnlyFans. You can't ask me to come on a stream like that and expect me to not address that. So I couldn't. I couldn't do
If
it.
Andrew Branca can control himself, certainly you can.
My God, I was dying. I was like, "Are you kidding me, Andrew? Come on."
And weirdly, it was Nina Infinity that set him off.
Let it rip already. Like, come on. Silliness. Anyway.
Well, Jasmine is she's actually a very intelligent,
Oh,
fun,
I'm
business-minded, oriented woman.
Yeah, she's very intelligent. That's exactly what. Yep. Very intelligent. It's a bad idea, folks. That's all I'm saying. You can listen to these OnlyFans chicks tell you that they make tons of money and whatever, and they're doing so much better, and she's making more money than being a lawyer. But when you do it, you're going to lose everything you have, including your soul. Okay, so just don't. Just don't. You're not
Well,
going to be the top. You're not going to be the
that's what
top
she said.
5% on
Oh no,
OnlyFans.
you're not.
No.
That's why she's saying the average person, if they're lucky, will make $100 a month.
Yeah, 127 is the average, I think. But yeah. All right. So what we are listening to is this dude who is some kind of he's doing the life plan, and man, is he going to give Shapiro? He's going to give it right to him. It's fantastic.
Because I know this question is probably in everybody's mind. What would have been like just the CRPS, and that's why I wanted to clarify that with Brewerton and Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Okay, Kirkpatrick hadn't seen her since 2015 September.
Okay, I was just listening to it. So this is the $500 an hour comedian.
Yeah. Yes. I like though that. Did you catch the first part where Shapiro was like, let's get to the fun stuff first.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't think I like your characterization of the word fun.
Yeah. And mind you, $500 an hour, you guys are going to be paying for costs. Go.
I love that. Don't let them play cute. Don't do that. Did you see the anal clenching moment? Were you watching for that? For the anal clenching?
Is that something that my guests do on Friday?
No, that happened on this stream, actually.
Must admit, I missed that
You
moment.
missed that part. Well, what you missed was we have evidence that at least one person on the jury is now just asking themselves, how many zeros do I put on the check? Because one of the jury questions to the economist was, I think you've missed some calculations. Here's what you missed. Maya may never be a mother. She may never have a relationship. She may never be able to have what her family had, a happy family, because of all of this. You didn't calculate that in, and I want to know how many zeros do we add in for that? Her answer, that was literally, I mean, that's in my own words, but that's basically the question.
Yeah.
And so the anal clenching happened on the defense table like you can't believe. They were literally shitting themselves when they had to listen to that. And the answer to it from the economist was, what you're talking about is the human equation and the pain and suffering. And that's not what I'm here to tally up. That's basically the jury's job. You decide how many zeros you want to put on that check. Holy shit, Jeff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it's been a day. You missed the judge saying, I don't believe you. I am baffled. I am befuddled by you saying, the defense telling me you don't know what this note is. You've had 5 years and you don't know who wrote it. And do you know what the defense said? They said risk management. Somebody in risk management wrote it, but we don't know who because they all left their jobs and some of them left the state.
Some of them left the country. The others changed their identity.
They fled the fucking state, Jeff. They fled the state.
once, and there was, someone was asking, well, gee, why he's going to make hundreds of millions of dollars possibly. Why is he so sad? And I thought your response was spot on. And I mean, that's the thing in law. There's no way to compensate someone for their mother killing themselves. There's no way to compensate someone for losing their wife. There's no way to make someone whole again who's gone through this experience of being tortured by a hospital for years.
Nope.
It's a complete legal fiction that we make up that says, okay, you have this irreparable harm that can never be rectified. You can never be made whole again, but we'll pretend you can by writing you a check.
I think it's more of a punishment for the perpetrator. That's how I see it. I don't see it as making the plaintiff whole, because you can't.
You can't, yeah.
There's going to be a hole in their lives forever. But I want this to be punitive. I want it to be so punitive that it reverberates across the country through every hospital facility, and every risk management team feels the anal clenching. Every single risk management team goes, holy shit, what are we doing? And how do we make sure that we don't get into this situation?
Well, and that's why the damages are broken up into the compensatory damages and the punitive damages. And all of that compensatory damage, okay, there's a little bit of costs in there. Here's what you spend on hospital costs, etc. And then here's the money we're giving you to replace your dead wife that we caused her to off herself. Here's the money we give you to compensate for all of the emotional shit. And then here's the money we're just going to punish the hospital for.
Yep.
And that's where the big zeros come in.
That's where the big zeros come in. This guy gets really spicy, and it's very funny to watch. He is not afraid of Shapiro at all. He does not like Shapiro. He does not like these attorneys, and you can see it all over his face, and it gets funny.
And one more depressing spoiler alert.
Yeah.
There's a question here from Diane Kiley. But will the punished ever feel that way? You hope. Well, here's what happens. Let's assume best case scenario for the family. They say, okay, Johns Hopkins, you have to pay $200 million to this family. You'd think that would cause Johns Hopkins to go, oh my God, look at this. This can never happen again. $200 million. However will we recover from this? But in reality, they go, all right, insurance company, here's our claim.
No, that's
an insurance company goes, here.
That's why we're advocating for a over the $1 billion mark, because that's like an Alex Jones sending a message. They're sent like that idiot jury sent a message to Alex Jones. Why can't this jury send a message to Johns Hopkins and say you owe $2 billion? $1 billion does make a dent.
Well, it depends I would like to know what their insurance policy is, their liability insurance policy.
Well, they're going to get dropped
find out what the
either way.
Is. No, they'll just bump up their premiums.
Yeah, true. That's true.
Because also, spoiler to the spoiler alert, this is something a lot of people don't know. Your insurance company that pays out the $220 million or whatever, they have an insurance company. There's a whole industry called reinsurance.
Oh my God, what?
They're insurance companies that insure the insurance companies.
Oh, what a racket.
Because I mean, we see that all the time. I mean, that's a basic part of the shipping industry. When you pay $70 million for a ship, and you insure your ship for $70 million in a rather dangerous industry, the insurers go, oh well, we don't want to be left hanging either, so we will insure our losses from another insurer. So yeah, they're not going to really feel like whatever they've done is a bad
scheme.
idea.
That's what that sounds like. Where does all that money actually come from? All right. Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I thought Fat Kent.
Already?
I thought Fat Kent would be too ashamed to show his face in trial again.
Let's pull
after the crazy old guy who's sinking his own ship because just will you be quiet and let the big people talk. the other day when they were getting yelled at.
All right, so
hiding
this
the
is my
evidence.
favorite
Oh
screenshot
yeah, I love that.
from today. I mean, look at Anderson. He's like a linebacker ready to tackle, right? He's like getting ready. He's gonna run at him, and these two on the defense are literally holding their balls. It's so funny. I happened to stop on this freeze frame. My freeze frame game is so on today. And I happened to take a look at it and be like, oh my God, they're clutching their tea bags. Look at them.
Again, like I'm, Fat Kent, and then what's his face? Isn't it? Is that Anderson on the right? No, that's
So
Shapiro.
Shapiro is
Yeah.
over on the
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So Shapiro,
Hunter's in the
Fat Kent
middle. Anderson
and
is
Shapiro.
yeah.
Why are they even still here?
I don't know.
Especially like after Shapiro, when he just, well, I'm sorry for literally lying and making shit up and talking about stuff I wasn't supposed to and pretending it's in this document.
And sighing in your face. Remember this guy? He was the hospital administrator who literally my freeze frame game again was on that day. Duncan, Idaho, thanks for the locals tip, says, so I agree with almost everything I've heard you say so far, but I hope the defense gets turned into a crater as an example to other hospitals. But do you not agree that men and women are behaviorally different, generally speaking, and therefore it is completely implausible that there might be forms of child abuse which are generally masculine or generally feminine, like child sexual abuse or Munchausen by proxy? I don't know if the entire idea of MBP is invalid. Like you say, I just don't trust the state.
I did want to talk about that.
Okay, let's do it.
See, there's two things that are at work here. There's Munchausen syndrome, which is a psychological disorder.
I don't think it's a psychological disorder.
No. There's two things. Munchausen syndrome and Munchausen syndrome by proxy are two completely different things.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, Munchausen syndrome is a legitimate mental illness. It's a psychological condition.
Sick.
Yeah, where you either make yourself sick, you pretend yourself is sick, so you can assume the role of a victim, and it can even be like self-harm yourself so that you get the attention, you get this, but the by proxy is where that is just abuse, as you were saying. It's just where you psychologically or physically abuse someone so you can get the attention.
Yeah, and I mean, who cares what your motivation is? Who cares what the motivation is for a child abuser? Child abusers who abuse out of anger, their motivation is anger. Who cares? We don't have a separate disorder for that. You're just a fucking child abuser, and we don't need to understand your motivations. I think that yes, women tend to abuse children in different ways than men, and men, have their own ways to abuse children. That's true. So yes, but I don't think we need a psychological disorder to explain it. And I think the idea of it being there, look, none of these people actually diagnosed Beata with anything. All Sally Smith did was level the charge. She was not examined. She's not a psychologist. She's not a psychiatrist. You heard her say she has no expertise in those fields. If she had expertise and she did sit Beata down and put her through a battery of tests, well, then maybe her allegation would have more weight, but she didn't, although I think it wouldn't, because I think it's garbage. But I just, they're leveling the charge without ever getting any evidence of it. This is no psychological exams. In all the cases that I've looked at, in Cindy Abzug's case, they leveled the charge and took the kid. She didn't get a psychological exam until months into the process while she's fighting for her son. So she goes to get the psychological exam after she's lost her son, after they've leveled the charge, and the psychological exam comes back 2 or 3 times. She doesn't have it. They still don't give her son back. Do you see? It's just a weapon to take the kid.
Going back to my question, based on the document I showed you in January 13th, 2016, you would agree with me at that point, Maya is not in a condition to be, quote, as you said, a freight train heading towards college in this condition. True?
Well, can we leave the record up, please?
Clay, it's you got it.
Because certainly no one with any physical disabilities has ever gone to college.
I know. This is such a stupid argument, Jeff.
Yeah. So, there's two questions. Either mean there's certain,
above it, it says the pain
clearly someone with physical disabilities can't go to college, or she's laying in a coma in Mexico at this time.
It's so
Is that what he's saying?
It's
Someone
so
in a Mexican coma? They're not going to college, are they? Well, no, not in that condition and not for another 10 years, you bozo.
It's so offensive. It's so offensive. It's a really bad strategy, but the defense has nothing else. The only thing they can do now is say, well, wasn't her life shitty before before she went and got tortured at Johns Hopkins? It's going to be shitty afterwards too. That this is literally his argument. And I'm sorry, but she was a freight train on her way to college. There was nothing that was going to stop her from, she was in a loving family. She was getting therapy. She was a generally happy kid with some anxiety and depression because she was chronically ill. That's a normal thing for a chronically ill child to have. But she did not have PTSD. Complex PTSD. We find out she has complex PTSD, which is really hard to recover from. It's not just your average PTSD. It is compounded trauma on trauma. Not only was she medically kidnapped, but then her mother killed herself. This is complex PTSD. She
Well,
wouldn't have had that if they hadn't done this.
When the jury has seen her testify twice.
Mm-hmm.
I've only watched one because you've scared me away from watching the second one. I'll get to it eventually.
It's hard to watch.
But you look at her now after going through all of this, after going through this torture, after having her family ripped away from her, after having her mother delete herself. And she testifies like she's 17 going on 40. Imagine if she hadn't gone through all of this.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. The idea that somehow she's perfectly fine and nothing happened to her after this traumatic event that lasted 3 whole months during your formative years. Well, we know that they abused her, like it's obviously abuse, no privacy, stripping her, taking photographs of her. If a stranger did this, they'd go to prison for life. But a hospital does it and it's totally fine, like to isolate and imprison and photograph and torture. I'm sorry, this is crazy.
Creepy.
It's crazy.
Yep. Okay. And I'm just trying to establish with you at this state, you're not telling this jury that Maya Kowalski in this condition, hypersensitive, 10 out of 10 pain, wheelchair bound for now almost a year, 2 months post ketamine coma, is a quote freight train heading towards college.
My God. Absolutely, for reasons already stated, because this is a treatable condition. Certain protocols needed to be in place on an acute basis. It's very clear that this type of condition needs to be handled in the very beginning and without disruption. And there was a disruption. Now, again, as stated, persons that are injured when they're little, they learn to adapt, they get better, they cope. We know that this is going to have flare-ups in the future. And that's why, again, because
Oh my gosh, Marlon. Is it Marlana? Marlana, I totally missed your Venmo $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Marlana says, thank you for time and bringing awareness. Boy, I really appreciate that, you guys. This has been, your generosity is really wonderful. Thank you so
because of
much.
this question, because of this note, I wanted to clarify from the experts that I talked to that if it was handled appropriately, she was able to adapt and move on with her life with maintenance. Absolutely.
Oh my God. And Cynthia, I just got yours too on Venmo. I don't know if I can read this. Just stop by to show support. Thanks for being spicier and funnier than Rob. I mean, we all love him, but oof. I love Rob. No shade, Rob. Rob's pulling in 30,000 views. He doesn't care if somebody thinks I'm funnier than him with 200 people watching my stream. Oh, thank you.
I know that feeling.
Okay, in fairness, you're not an expert on RSD in the treatment for it, correct?
I've had a lot of RSD. Well, RSD is the old term, CRPS is a new term, but I've had a lot of CRPS cases, absolutely.
You're not a doctor.
No, not a doctor.
You're relying on Dr. Kirkpatrick for what he believes is the necessary care on CRPS when you're talking about what should have been given and what was interrupted. Is that true?
Dr. Henschke, Kirkpatrick, Brewerton, Chopra, all these doctors. Yes, sir.
Okay.
There's a convergent
Four
validation
doctors.
from all these doctors, all arriving to one single opinion.
Let me show you document. Is it? Well, let me ask you this: what was it that she wasn't getting at All Children's, was it ketamine? Are you saying there was an interruption of ketamine, or do you know?
Well, that does call for a medical opinion. I tell you, she was also getting a lot of other things at that hospitalization too, if you want to ask that question.
Well, what I'm trying to
There's
get
a lot
through
of things she got there that she shouldn't have got. Yes, sir.
No,
Holy
you made a
shit.
very specific statement to this jury.
Oh my God. That was so good. Do you love
Wow.
this guy or what? Oh, she got a whole lot more at that hospital too. You didn't ask that question. You want to know? She got a whole lot of shit she shouldn't have got. I love this guy.
This is where he steps in and goes, oh, by the way, my $500 an hour is more than you're making, isn't it? And you're just a little bitter.
Is this the part where he says, none of us really know what we want to do we? I mean, I'm still trying to figure it out. And this guy goes, no comment. Like, I've got ideas about what you should do for a living, Shapiro, but I'm going to keep it to myself.
That her CRPS therapy was interrupted, and that if it had only continued, she would have been better than she was, right? Do you remember telling the jury this?
Yeah, and that's based again on my conversations with the doctors in this case.
Okay, so let me ask you about 5 months later, Joint Exhibit 104067. Again, this is a record from Dr. Hanna. It sounds like you reviewed this. This is May
The judge is
13th,
jealous of this guy's
2016.
tuft.
So we're now 4 months into ketamine treatments, and I'll represent to you. This is after she had 37 infusions.
Oof.
She had freight train heading towards college, 10 out of 10 pain.
Again, based on my conversations with the doctors,
This is
it's very clear that she had uninterrupted care and didn't take this big diversion of this captivity, if you will, at the hospital. She suffered all that abuse there. That is the opinion from the doctors, that she would have been just fine in college, just fine in work.
Mhm. And so you notice on the weight, she hasn't put on
The
any
battle
weight.
of hair
She's
tufts.
at 60 pounds. She was 60 pounds at the first appointment with Dr. Hanna 4 months earlier. Is that a positive sign?
I can't.
Well, I mean, is it age and height appropriate?
All right, we have to compare the hair tufts. I'm sorry, but we have to stop because the hair tufting that's going on here. This is a good hair tuft. I got to give him credit. It is definitely giving the judge's hair tuft a run for its money.
Yeah, he's taken the lawyers to the woodshed, and now he's also making fun of the judge. Don't you wish your hair was hot like me, Judge?
Don't you wish your hair tuft was hot like mine?
Pretty much.
Leave it to you to break me 10 minutes after you get here.
I'm just looking at it going, God, he's got one too.
For medical opinion, I see your point, but I don't know what her height and age was at that time.
Okay, well, let me turn to the next page of this 104068.
Obviously, if somebody's underweight, it's not good.
Okay.
Yeah, stipulate that.
It's not just ketamine that comes with these treatments. You're aware in reviewing these records that there's a number of other drugs, including if you look on the vials.
Oh, I love this part.
Versed,
I love this part.
Zofran, which is for nausea, magnesium sulfate for constipation, Benadryl to control against allergic reactions. That's all part of her treatment, right? That she was getting. Okay. Let me ask you about another note. Let's fast forward a couple months to 1040-0040.
Anyone who's ever been pregnant knows what Zofran is.
She's still 60 pounds.
We freaking live
See
on it when we're
I
pregnant.
do.
This treatment's working? Is that what you think?
Zofran. It keeps
Oh.
you puking.
Well, you're asking me if the treatment is working. It does call for a medical opinion.
Okay, well, let's fast forward to
guy looks like
records just
Tintin in
before
his
showing to
60s.
All Children's
Who's
and see if
Tintin?
you still see her as a freight train heading towards college.
Boy, he keeps on banging on that. Let's see now if you see her as a freight train headed towards college. What the hell, Shapiro? Okay, who's Tintin?
The Adventures of Tintin it's a thing.
Well, are you bringing it up for me so I can see a picture?
Oh,
of
if you
her?
want, hang on. I say here. Just a second here. I will. And we'll do this. Do. It's actually really funny. All right, let's see. Present, share screen. This is Tintin.
Yes. Yeah, I see it. Tintin in his 60s. Oh, Lord. Oh, God, we're all going to hell, but that's okay.
Let's pull up 1040-20. This is now 2 days before she went to All Children's on October 5th. The patient stated that her weekend was rough. She didn't sleep due to pain and had a great deal of nausea and vomiting. Is this a good sign?
I mean, if you're saying she's not, if you're making, you seem like you're formulating an opinion that she was not on a good trajectory. I'm saying that she was. There's no expert on your side that's refuting what I'm saying. I talked to the doctors. They were trying to treat her with this. We know that in working with pediatric children, the earliest you get to them is, and they can adjust to their disability long before college and get them on the right track. That is the point. So yes, I still stand by that she had everything going for her. She didn't have learning disabilities. She loved school. She had all this stuff. Despite all these things that she was dealing with, she was still progressing.
She wasn't in school.
Oh, my God.
In October, she wasn't in school.
I'm aware, sir, but she's been through school from a young age all the way through.
Right, but from the time of her disability on July 3rd, 2015, into now this point where we're what, 17 months later, she's been out of school the whole time and in a wheelchair, right?
And look at her now. Look what
It's misstating facts.
Overall.
Look
School.
at what she overcame. She missed school. She's been through it all, and now she's trying to get through college, 2 years of college as a junior in high school. So, the freight train analogy is alive and well.
You will get no argument from me, sir, that once she got off with these dangerous, unnecessary medications, with perseverance becoming a freight train heading towards college after.
Holy shit. These dangerous and unnecessary medications. Okay, so on one hand, he wants to have his cake and eat it too, Shapiro. She was on dangerous and unnecessary medications, so she didn't have CRPS. She didn't need it. On the other hand, for the economic expert, it was, well, she has CRPS. She had it when she was little. She's going to have it forever. She's always going to have needed this medical care. Which one is it? Do you see?
Wonder if he's going to go all this unnecessary stuff that her parents did in Mexico. I wonder if that's what he's going to be saying.
Oh, it's so awful what they're doing. Look at his face. Look at the witness's face.
Yeah.
Hospital. That's when she started doing this.
Well, that's your conclusion. You're making a medical conclusion, dangerous and unnecessary medications. I don't know if her expert doctors would say that or treat to that, but that does call for medical conclusion. Again,
let me make the objection for the council.
Based on 4 or 5 experts in this
He's
case,
objecting for
all
the
have a
plaintiff.
convergent validation, meaning all opinions are converging into one opinion, and that is uninterrupted. She was on a really, really good trajectory. I don't think anybody can dispute that.
Well, let me ask you about 1040-0233.
Oh yeah, that.
That's going to
2
change
days
his
before
mind,
she goes to All
for
Children's.
sure.
Is this a good trajectory? She's non-functioning.
You indicating a measure of function for people with pain. She stays in bed all day, feels hopeless and helpless about life, and yet what has she proven? She's overcome so much.
Okay.
Absolutely. Even more so. I mean, you're almost bolstering my opinion because you're pointing out all these things that knocked her down, and she kept getting up. She keeps getting up and she keeps fighting.
I love
He can't go too far though.
I like his response. You're bolstering my opinion here.
I'm worried. Cynthia Jeff is so hungover. No, I'm not. I was hungover at 4:00 in the morning. I was like, I'm perfectly fine. I'm not. I just hadn't spoken all day.
His voice is warming up now.
Yeah, I've had some liquid over here. So
tell me why you're worried.
no, I'm worried because he's almost making it sound like she didn't suffer any damages as a result of all of this. She overcame all of this. She did this. There's no damages. She's still a superstar.
I think what he's saying. I think what he's saying is, look what she overcame. Look at what she's had to fight through. Look at this, all this stuff she's had to fight through.
Yeah.
I don't think he's saying
I'm
that
just
she has no damages, but I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just worried that at some point that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna so well, God, you've been saying how perfect she is. Like, so I guess this really didn't harm her after all. She's still. Maybe I would have said more of a imagine where she would have been if this hadn't have gone.
But yeah, I think he's saying before the hospital got involved. He's saying, look at this, look at how bad this diagnosis was, and yet even with her having to stay in bed all day, she was still happy kid, going to doing all of her activities and stuff when she could, that she was coping, she was doing okay. The hospital came in and screwed that up. I don't think he's saying she had no damages, because he gets into it with
Well, yeah, he's definitely not saying that. I'm just worried they're going to try to latch on to that. But let's see.
He doesn't. He's too dumb to do that.
All of this. So again, her power to go to do whatever she wants was limitless, and nothing was getting her down at all.
The reason why I'm bringing this up to you, Mr. Trump, is because your testimony from this jury was that this course of treatment from September, when Dr. Kirkpatrick started dosing her with ketamine, among other drugs, followed by a coma, followed by 2 boosters in Mexico, followed by 60 extremely high doses of ketamine given by Dr. Hanna, was the right treatment. And if only that continued for a couple more months.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Cross-examination.
Let him finish the question and I'm going to overrule it.
And then if only that continued for another month or 2 and wasn't interrupted, she would have done this. Is that what you're saying? You can answer.
No, you can answer.
No. Well, you said coma. It was a medically induced, medically supervised coma. It wasn't just a coma. Again, she did progress after that. She did better after that. And then we just won't know, because she was, again, separated from her family for 97 days.
We'll talk about that in a moment. After she got out of All Children's Hospital,
We'll talk about that in a
January,
moment, and then he won't come back to it.
You talked about her.
Yeah, it's like my Tuft has all of your
perseverance,
speed.
her drive, all of those things.
Jack's
Those
tough
are
for the
to
win.
this day. Yeah.
amazing qualities. Nobody's disputing it.
To
So
this day.
that her recovery, where she was able to go back to school by August with only warm water therapy, physical therapy, perseverance, and time. That's how she got to that recovery. True.
You're asking me how she got to that recovery. Again, it does ask for a medical opinion. What I know about that is CRPS comes and it goes. It flares. It comes out of nowhere. It's why it's so anxiety ridden, because you just don't know when your next episode is going to be. So yeah, it's a good thing that she was able to get back to school. But how are we doing emotionally? What's left out of that question is the emotional component. He's asking about the physical act of being able to go to school. That's one thing. Okay, we can all show up to school. What's the emotional component of all of that? That's the other part of this.
Well, you read the deposition of Mr. Kowalski, did you not?
I did.
And you saw that he testified in November 6, 2019, that he saw no evident signs of CRPS, correct?
And that's part of the disease.
Now, at that point, she's a freight train heading towards college. She's number 1 in her class, right?
Absolutely.
And she was able to resume figure skating for a while.
She's no longer doing that or piano, and she's no longer speaking Polish.
Okay. As of 2022, she was figure skating, playing the piano. True?
Fair. Yeah.
And she's driving.
Yes, she's driving now.
She has a boyfriend.
Yes.
She had a job.
Well, I'll let her speak to that.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not going there. She can answer that.
She had a job at Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
She did you ever get her school records?
I don't recall.
You don't know what her school records say?
I'd have to look. Well, I got a lot of records. I mean, not much to really see. She's doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not to belabor it, she may still be, but at least for a while, she was number 1 in her class.
I believe she's number 2 now.
Okay. She was president of the Junior Honor Society after she got out of All Children's. True.
Was.
She was a member of several clubs.
Used to be. Yeah.
She talked about this in her testimony.
You,
Jeff. He's not getting anywhere with it.
in order to prepare your vocational report, you had to interview Maya and Mr. Kowalski, right?
Yeah, several times, yes.
Okay. You noted that Maya developed CRPS on July 4th, which gradually worsened, necessitating significant and prolonged medical care from multiple providers. True?
That's true.
You noted in your report that Maya had taken the SAT.
Yes.
You noted, at least at the time of your report, she had already gone to Stetson College in DeLand and participated in the science program.
That's true.
You noted in your report, when you asked her about her career thoughts, she was thinking about becoming either an orthodontist, a private investigator, or maybe going into psychology. Is that right?
That's what she said then. Yeah. Now she doesn't know what she wants to do.
Here it
I'm
comes.
still thinking about what I want to do.
You should be.
Yeah.
No comment.
You
Wait, we gotta go back. I love this so much.
I'm still thinking about what I want to do.
No comment.
Yeah.
You may have to be looking for a new job after this, Shapiro.
Go back 5 seconds again to the question and get ready to hit stop.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of about where I thought we were going to go.
Now she doesn't know what she wants to do.
I'm still thinking
Right
about
after
what I want to do.
Right there.
Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You should
Yep.
get your resume ready, Shapiro.
Mhm. And then it just kind of goes into like the uber smirk before he says no comment.
I love this man. I love this witness.
I mean, that literally says you're a jackass, aren't you?
And it's like it just confirmed what this witness thought of Shapiro in the beginning when he said, "Let's get the fun stuff out of the way." He's like, "I don't think this is fun."
Yeah, I mean, this lawyer is awful, Shapiro. Why would you do this?
He also had a wife who was trolling one of the Maya
Yeah.
Facebook pages and got chastised by the judge for doing it. So, he's got some problems of his own.
I mean, God, why would you say this in front of the jury? Even like, I'm still wondering what I'm going to do. And he's like, well, you're not the frickin' lawyer for the defense. And then they have this guy go, yeah, you're kind of an idiot. I know. Never mind. I mean, God.
My career is over. Yeah, basically. I mean, I hate to point out the obvious here, Shapiro, but perhaps you ought to get that CV ready. I don't know. Like, just
Give it a whirl. I'll see merit.
maybe he has a future as a YouTube lawyer. But I don't know if he's gonna have one as a trial attorney after this.
I mean, just to set himself up like that.
I know. Why would you do that? Why? That really. It's like
I'm
something.
in the middle of acting as a defense lawyer for one of the largest, most prestigious university hospitals in the world, but I don't know what I'm going to be. I'm still wondering what I'm going to do with my life. Yeah, you fuckwit.
I wish I could have seen his senior counsel's face at this moment. Where the hell is the the zoom in to Hunter's face? Because holy shit, Shapiro. Could you have stepped in it any more in this trial?
It's got to be puking over there in the corner.
No comment.
Yeah.
I am stupid, aren't I?
And he looked right at the jury when he said that.
Yeah.
Look at the look. I wonder if he had a moment with someone on the jury who was also like, holy shit, this guy.
I know. Oh my God. This is all just on the big heels of that whole, Shapiro going, he said here that the parents didn't object to any of this torture. It's right here in the memo, except it isn't fiasco.
Yes,
When
that was the day
when you literally
before.
have him again cupping his ball, standing in front of the judge, going, "I'm sorry, I thought they opened the door," and he's like, "I don't care if they opened the door; it's not even in the freaking document." I'm sorry, and then fat Kent standing up and trying to say something, an old and grumpy old man putting his hand on his shoulder, like, "Let the big people talk now. You just shut up and sit down and." Let's see. Let's hope that Shapiro doesn't destroy my career too.
This is literally the face that all of the defense is making right
Yeah.
now. Like it's just this is terrible. It's just bad. It's bad. And I'm not a lawyer, but I know good lawyering when I see it. And this
This
ain't
ain't
it.
No
comment.
Yeah. We you
And he
interviewed
laughs instead of saying,
Maya.
"Fuck you."
This is as of February 10th, 2022. Did she tell you that she started her days at 4:30 in the morning and working out?
Yes.
And she was going to school?
Yep.
She would come home and help with chores?
Yep.
You saw where Maya had said in her deposition that she's physically doing better now than before she went to All Children's.
Yes.
Let me ask you a couple of your opinions on.
Before we get to the next question, Susan Saxon, thanks for the $10 tip on local. She says, I've had a crappy day, and I'm so glad you're still streaming. I needed your laughter. Thank you for your coverage and exposure on Maya, her family, and these horrific, unjust acts upon them. Aw, Susan, thank you. Thank you so much. And also, one of you in the chat noticed that the face on the hospital administrator was the dog meme. And yes, I asked for you guys to make that for me, and somebody came through. Hold on, I'm gonna bring it up. Somebody came through because I asked for him to be put into the meme. I asked for that, and I got it
No.
because you guys are the best. And let me pull it up because I have too many emails. Shit. I may have to. Here, I'll play this some more while I look for the meme.
Well, let me ask you this. Were you
It's as
aware
if he wants to punch him in the head right here.
Someone applying for Social Security disability benefits for Maya before she went to All Children's?
I don't recall.
You mentioned work is therapeutic.
Yeah, very. Yeah, absolutely. I hope she works.
Were you here earlier when Maya testified?
I was.
Okay. And you saw that she is going to seek out therapy, hopefully when this trial ends.
Well, I found that interesting because she wants to get better. She wants to see doctors and trust them again. And when I was listening to that, I'm going, when I've talked to her and her dad, the distrust is the big problem. And that's why I'm so guarded about her future, is because she's smart. She knows she needs help.
Yeah,
but can she get out the door and go get it? And that's the problem. Is it just going to keep re-victimizing her?
There he
Secondary to
goes.
the
Bring
trust
it back
issue.
to she's not functioning fully.
You do concede, do you not, Mr. Trent, that at least looking through her prior records, there were prior diagnoses of anxiety and depression prior to All Children's?
It's fair, yeah.
Okay. Did you read the report of Dr. Jim Lewis in terms of what he thought in terms of pre-existing anxiety, depression, and potential trauma?
Refresh me.
Oh, do you want to see it?
Sure.
Or do you want me to tell you what it says?
Whatever you want.
There it is. Here it is. Thank you, Madeline, for making this for me. I really, really appreciate it. I mean, is it the face or is it the face? I said that the second I stopped on that face. Jeff, you're muted. Why are you muted?
I'm not saying anything.
Oh.
Smirking.
Was I right or was I right? Oh.
I'd appreciate if you'd stop laughing, Megan Fox. I'm trying to watch this.
DV8. If you've got to join locals because that's where all the best memes are. Look, I just got another one. Somebody look at this one that someone just sent me. This is good too. Wait, it's uploading. Give it a second. Wait, and now I have to get rid of the comment because we can't see it.
Maya had extensive clinical interview evidence of DSM-5 adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety, depressed mood, moderate to severe.
And this was by which doctor?
A neuropsychologist.
Employed by who?
Not employed by my hospital.
Okay, and what date was that?
That was on October 20th, 2016.
It's fair.
Okay. One moment, please.
Oh no, I'm on record. Remember, you asked for this. I did. It's true. But the memes are good. The memes are good.
Appreciate your time. I don't have any other questions at this time.
You bet.
Thank you.
You bet, dumbass.
You bet. All right, now we get to hear the jury questions. For boy, does he look pissed. He looks mad. Look at him. I love him. I love dudes that have that energy. That energy is the kind of energy that I am very attracted to. I like that energy, that fuck you energy. I love it. Jeff. Look at the glare on this guy. Oh, it's so good. I find that very, very attractive. It's the thing that only men can really do. Jeff. It's really a thing that only men can do. They have that sometimes. The good ones have that energy. I love it.
Did it come to your attention based on the medical records that at the time of Dr. Lewis's interview of her that Maya was heavily medicated and in the midst of her first relapse?
That's my understanding.
Do people generally perform well when they strike in? You were also asked about the effort she made 2-3 years ago. What is the problem with Maya not even completing a college application in her senior year?
Yeah, when I knew that coming in here today, I already talked to her about that, and it's very alarming. She's going into her senior year. I mean, kids started at sophomore year, junior year, they're starting to visit, and it just provides all the validation I need as to where she's at. I mean, she should be in 10 different colleges right now at her pick, at her choice. She's not even applying to them, which is scary, and it's very concerning.
And in fact, she took the SAT once as a freshman in high school and has never taken it again. Come to your attention?
Yeah, I mean, she's avoiding. It's just classic, unfortunately.
And have you had the opportunity to see videos of Maya's progress over the course of the spring of 2016 and the summer of 2016, as the jury has?
Yeah.
Can we please bring up Joint Exhibit 1024-0028. That is Dr. Kreisman note dated May 11th, 2016. You were asked about a visit to Dr. Hannah, I believe, in early May of 2016, about 4 days before this. I'd like you then, I don't know if you recall this record or not, but if we could scroll down and let the witness take a look here.
What page is that?
Well, I'd like him to look at page 29 of 31, which is actually 0029, and more importantly, 0030.
Thank you, Wonderland Alice, for the super chat. Come on, guys. We
And I'll
got to
direct
keep
your
making
attention to
at
the
least
physical
minimum
examination.
wage. And thank you, 6079 Smith W. Megan gets tips with back cleavage. Come on. Maybe
I remember
that's my
reading this.
problem. I should have worn a
And
lower
to come to your attention that
Yeah.
Dr. Kreisman is a Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital physician, a pulmonologist to be exact. Right. And so here, 5 days after seeing Dr. Hannah and complaining 10 out of 10, how is she doing according to this physical examination by a Johns Hopkins doctor?
Well, she's much better. Yeah, I mean, it says it all. I mean, I can read it into the record from my answer, but he says it's a totally different kid than what was previously seen. So
In the matter of 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, again, it speaks to the absolute importance of treating this early on and to see what you can do. And so, again, I think when I was questioned a little bit earlier, it's just, again, underscores the opinion that she was a freight train. She still is a freight train, but she's got a lot to get over now. You know, there's a lot more in front of the train tracks now than there was before. She's a completely different child from when last examined. No pain, smiling, interactive.
Can you also look in the page before and note that Dr. Kreisman went over the various medications that Maya had over the past few years, not at one time. And then down below, see whether Dr. Kreisman had any problem with the medications Maya had been on or tried over the course of the preceding 2 years, excuse me.
Sorry, objection is outside the scope and also foundation. Overall.
All right, I have to know about this, Jeff. All right, Jeff has to leave us in about 10 minutes. So for the next 10 minutes, I want to know, you're going to hang out on the USS Ronald Reagan aircraft? How? Why? You're muted. Stop muting yourself.
Well, the dogs are having a competition to see who can make the most amount of noise right here at my feet. Because there's 18 bones laying around the house, but they both want the one that's right there.
Of course.
They don't want to turn around and walk 3.5 feet to the other bone to share. They both want the same one. So that's why I was muted, because they're loud. No, the USS Ronald Reagan aircraft carrier is in port, anchored just down the road from the house, as a matter of fact. And I've been invited to a soiree on the ship this afternoon at noon. This noon.
I was on an aircraft carrier.
Ha ha, you're muted. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
No, I'm not.
Ha ha.
I am not muted.
Yeah, you got no volume.
That's weird, because I'm not muted.
Ah, that's what you get. Karma. Karma's a bitch, isn't it, Megan?
Chat, can you hear me, or is it Jeff?
Got nothing.
What?
Well, while she tries to unintercourse herself, I'll just be talking. No, the Ronald Reagan's in here for a couple more days, and so I will be joining because they invited me.
So somehow
I'll be
it's
there because some people think I'm important, I guess, which makes me funny. It just makes me laugh every time someone invites me to one of these things.
It's Jeff. It's you.
You can hear me?
No, they can hear me. You can't hear me.
Weird.
It's Jeff. He can't hear shit.
Huh. Oh, no. Weird. Say something.
Super weird. I'm talking. I don't know what. I'm not muted,
Oh.
but you can't hear me.
Now I can hear you. Weird.
Now you can hear me? That's so strange.
It just suddenly went away and now it's back. But anyhow, I'm back and now I can hear you. Weird.
So that sounds like a lot of fun. I was actually on an aircraft carrier once. I don't know if it was that one. I don't remember which one it was. But man, is that an experience? Have you ever been on one before?
Yeah, every time they come in, I kind of get invited to go on these things. I've been on it was on the Reagan in last May as well.
Oh,
Irish Rover says, yet he's responding. Jeff is lying. No, it's just part of this ability of being half deaf that I can sort of read lips.
Well,
yeah,
I think it was in 2004 when I was on an aircraft carrier in New York City. I was covering the Republican National Convention for a small website that I worked for at the time when I first started writing. And I have a picture of me and George Allen. Do you remember? Oh, yeah. Do you remember George Allen? Do you remember this guy?
Senator?
He was a senator, but he got canceled for using the word Malacca, if you can believe that. Which I guess meant monkey or something, and they said he was a racist, of course. So here I am on the deck of the, let's see, I don't know, the USS something. I'm trying to put it up on stage. Hello. There I am in 2004 on the deck of an aircraft carrier. Boy, was that fun. And then
Cool.
here's the picture that I have of, well, let's see. Now I have to take this down in order to get the new one
X
on.
Off the Grid says they have aircraft carriers in the city. Busan is one of the largest port cities on planet Earth, the fourth busiest port in the world. And it's surrounded by, Busan City is surrounded by water on 3 sides.
Here's George Allen.
Yeah.
If you remember this dude.
Yeah.
He ran for president once. And my smile is bigger than my face. I was drinking a lot that day. But yes, aircraft carriers are fun. And there's usually booze. Is there going to be booze there?
I have no idea. There's usually some sort of luncheonette going on. Probably would be.
Did you get any more letters from the IRS? That's what I want to know.
No, we're still holding fast at about $5,000.
Jeez. Cripes.
But they're only up to 2014 so far.
Oh my God.
We'll see.
Oh.
Yeah. We'll just have to see what happens. But I stopped taking pictures of going on these things. And I was like, oh, okay, here. But they never cease to amaze me. The aircraft carriers are so massive.
Yeah,
They're
I
literally
mean,
just
you
floating
saw
cities, 5,000 people on them.
You saw the planes behind me, right? There were
Yeah.
several planes parked on this thing. I mean, I realize we all know planes take off from aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
But
So
you just can't imagine the size until you're standing
Yeah.
there, and it's just huge. It's like they're massive. It's a really fun thing. So if you ever get a chance to go on one, I say
Oh yeah,
take it.
never pass up an opportunity to go on any type of military vessel. They're simply amazing. The my favorite one is the USS Blue Ridge. It's the flagship for the Pacific Fleet.
Ooh.
It was built in the 40s. So it's this ancient ship, and it's still got the brass fittings on it, the brass phones, the brass lines. But then you go into the command center, the CIC, and it's like you've walked into Star Wars.
Oh, that's cool.
And when you get like the big Navy SEALs at the door saying, "Phones go here. You saw nothing in this room."
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't touch anything, and you didn't see anything. Was kind of what was said.
Duncan, Idaho, thanks for the super chat, says, so the defense's position based on their paltry handful of tarted doctors and contrary to the pros all-star founders of medicine is still that the ketamine treatments were unnecessary and harmful. Awesome. Yeah, I guess that's what they're sticking to. And I guess they have somewhat of an argument. And I guess if I were the defense, I would make that too. Because the truth is that she got better without ketamine infusions, although we will never know how much harder it was for her to get there without pain management. So, and my I think the plaintiff's argument would be, well, you forced her to do that because she's scared to ask for ketamine. She's scared. She doesn't want to ask for it. So she had to do it without it. That the ketamine was not healing her. The ketamine was simply stopping the pain. And not even 100%, but it was lessening her pain so that she could do more physical therapy. Because you heard the testimony about how she couldn't do the physical therapy if the pain was too intense. So they would lessen the pain, then she could strengthen the muscles slowly over time. She had to do it without the pain meds. Holy shit. That's awful. So there was, to me, there's no argument that she could have got better. It's just that you made it harder for her to get better, Johns Hopkins, because you took away her pain management. So that sucks. Yeah. So what's our schedule next week, Jeff? Are we doing depth sidebars?
We'll probably, we might possibly wrap it up on Tuesday, but you just never know. So Tuesday should be the wrap up day for Dep Heard.
You mean like we'll be done?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm sad about that.
Yeah, we'll have to think of something else to do in the future.
I have to think of something else to do because I'll tell you what, I like the dramatic readings. I think we need more of those. I would love to have the sidebars from this trial. Oh my God. How do we get them? Do we have to raise money and pay $3,000 for the transcripts?
Pretty much, but yeah.
That's doable. We could probably
can do it.
that. We can do it. Yeah, we can do
All
it.
righty. Well,
What else
I'm
you
gonna
got going
skip
on?
out. Not much. Just I don't know. I was just trying to get through this week, and as soon as my brain unscrambles from yesterday, I'll figure out what to do for the rest of next week.
All right, awesome. Well, let me know if I can join you.
I will.
Because I'll be there.
Tuesday, definitely. Possibly Wednesday if we go into Wednesday.
Okay. All right.
We'll see.
I love you. Thanks for coming
All
in.
right. Have an awesome day. I'll be listening while I drive.
Oh, wonderful. Stick around.
Have fun.
Bye, Jeff.
Bye,
Legal
guys.
Vices, everybody, make sure you go and subscribe to his channel. Make sure that you do all the things that you need to do over on Jeff's channel. Jeff is great. I love Jeff. All right, let's get over to, what am I doing here? I've lost my place. That trip to New York, by the way, that was so fun. That was one of my first trips as a journalist covering something. And I was so young. I was like 23, right? 23 or 24, 21. Maybe I was 21. God, I can't do math in my head like that. I was in my early 20s. Oh, let's see. I got married in 2000 and I was 20. God, I don't even remember how old I was. How crazy is that I don't remember how old I was? I was 24. So I was 20. Oh, I was 28. Geez, I wasn't in my early 20s. I was 28.
You're asking about the efficacy of the medications? Is that what you're asking?
Right. Does he doesn't put up, he doesn't question the use of any of these, does he, in his report?
Yeah, no, and again, it speaks to care. If a young child with a disability needs medications, they need medications. Again, it's to make them better, not worse.
And on the top there, does it appear that Dr. Kreisman, a Johns Hopkins all children's doctor, understood that Maya remains under treatment for reflex sympathetic dystrophy, also known, of course, as CRPS?
Yeah, it used to be RST, now it's CRPS, but yeah, it's here in black and white. Yep.
Interestingly, are many of these dangerous and what was the term? Dangerous.
They were dangerous and unnecessary drugs was what I was told earlier today in my testimony.
Horrible drugs like vitamin A and vitamin C.
Yeah.
And Tussinex.
Yep.
And magnesium oxide.
Yeah. Flonase for asthma.
Singular. Aren't most of these simply over-the-counter medications?
Claritin, a lot of supplements. Yep. Asthma related.
Now, your testimony is grounded not only in Dr. Kirkpatrick, but it's grounded in Dr. Henschke. Is that right?
I mean, Henschke, Chopra,
Brewerton.
Rebecca Johnson, Brewerton, all the other treating and expert physicians. Absolutely. I talked to them all. And it's important when we're making life-altering decisions about somebody that I do talk to people, right? I could be impulsive as well.
Let me, sorry, I need to make a correction. I just looked at the note, and actually the visit to Dr. Hannah was on May 13th, 2016,
stuff.
where she complained of pain of 10 out of 10. And so how many days difference then? Did Dr. Kreisman see her and she appeared to be doing just fine? In fact, better than he'd ever seen her. And then going into Dr. Hannah and having severe pain.
I don't have it in front of me. You have a date range for me?
It's 2 days.
2 days.
3 days.
So treatment works.
Mm-hmm. And so is this the essence of CRPS?
100% across the board. Absolutely. They flare up and you get treated and you get back after it.
And finally, just to eliminate any confusion here, the baseline you were testifying to from which you judged the diminished earning capacity, that included CRPS, but controlled CRPS, did it not?
Yeah. So again, I really wanted to explore and make sure from the doctors, would she have been interrupted much at all but for the captivity for 97 days? And it was always, if she was treated and there was no disruption, she would have been well on her way with limited impediments.
Let me rephrase that with, I'll rephrase. Approach.
All right, somebody in the chat says they can barely hear me. Is that true? Is my microphone too low? Because I did have to mess with it because of the boosting that I did for for the court audio. This comment is killing me. Kitty Boo Boo. You said, my mom used to listen to Rush every day. He would mention the girls over at Hillbuzz. I checked out the website and that's where I first heard of you. That is a blast from the past. My good friend and co-author of Shut Up, the bizarre war that one public library waged against the First Amendment, which sits here on my desk. Kevin Dujon, was the founder of Hillbuzz. I did not write for Hillbuzz, but I know that he wrote about me sometimes. And we were quite the team for a while. And he's still doing good, but he's not doing politics anymore because it's just too ridiculous and too hard. Nothing's too hard for him, but he got smart and got out. And I'm trying to get out, but they keep dragging me back in. It's lower than the video. Yeah, I did that on purpose because I didn't want to be speaking like way too loud, like over the video. Like I wanted you guys to be able to hear it. Yeah, Hillbuzz is a blast from the past, huh? I'm just gonna say I love your coverage of this case, Megan. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I love Rush too. I love Rush. I miss him every day. You know, I've got my picture on my desk of us. It's right here. I don't know if you've seen that. I'll show you. That was in 1998-ish when he was getting inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame. I was working for WLS. And I had
they
a meet
handed a
and
note
greet.
from the jury that they want a break, so we're
I
going to take a
was
break. Members of
organizing.
the jury, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves, do not do any investigation, and receive no information. Let's try to keep it to a 10-minute break.
All right, so we don't get jury questions yet, or they're going to bring do jury questions after the 10-minute break. That's probably what they're going to do. So let's go after the 10-minute break.
Your numbers, were they based on Dr. Kirkpatrick's August?
All right, we're still
of
on
this
Anderson. I just want to get to the jury questions. Can we just get to the jury questions, please?
Have any questions for this witness? Okay.
There we go.
Go ahead and write them out.
There we go. Jury questions. Let's fast forward because they're going to have to discuss them. Sidebar. Cooling our jets. Or I love this witness. Oh, here we go.
As a vocational coach, will you continue to work with Maya, or will Maya continue to work with a vocational rehab coach throughout her life?
That's a great question. And really, a coach counselor, really, it is counseling, vocational rehabilitation counseling. Absolutely recommend for her to have ongoing counseling now for her whole work life expectancy. And I believe that will be a lot of the counseling is addressed in the life care plan, which you're going to hear about after me.
Next question. The more Maya goes off track as time goes by, will it become harder to get her back on track?
Boy, you guys got good questions. You really do. 100%. I mean, when we go back to Dr. Kirkpatrick, the Maya that was, we will never meet. We'll never know Maya. The Maya we have now after the trauma is a different Maya than how she was born. She's altered, absolutely different. So the longer she deviates, she'll never catch up to the gap, right? If she was on this trajectory, she's always going to be kind of behind. We're now looking at her in her senior year with all that academic prowess, not even one single college application. That's alarming. So yes, absolutely.
Look at the face on the redhead behind Jack. She looks distressed. She's one of the plaintiff's team.
The compounding effect. And I did talk to Dr. Kirkpatrick quite a bit about that. In her 30s, life issues, marriage, kids. If she chooses to have kids, I don't know. Because, she's going to fear about them being taken away and going to a hospital while pregnant. How's she going to trust anybody? So yeah, absolutely. It's a tough road for her. And that's why it is so guarded.
Any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. May this
That was a
witness be
great
excused,
answer.
please.
And it was a
Thank you,
good
Your Honor.
question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The Maya that was doesn't exist anymore. We will not know who she could have been. We will not know who she was meant to be because they stunted her. They traumatized her. She's on a different trajectory. It's as if a time warp opened up and a new, timeline, and she got thrown into a different timeline where she wasn't supposed to be. And it's really unfortunate. Somehow I skipped ahead. I didn't mean to. Here we go. This next witness, the defense really hates. Okay, so I think this is the last witness of the day. We are in the home stretch here, folks. Here he comes.
Well, it's 3:20 on Friday, so I'm going to be as fast as I can.
Yes, sir.
I'll get this out. Please state your name for the record.
Santo Stephen Bifulco.
And are you a medical doctor?
Yes,
We
sir.
call him Dr. Bifocal.
And where's your practice?
Tampa, Florida.
And what type of doctor are you?
Well, I'm a medical doctor. I'm a specialist in an area of medicine called physical medicine and rehabilitation. Physical medicine and rehabilitation is also known as physiatry, not podiatry, not psychiatry, but physiatry. Physiatry is made up of 4 areas of medicine: orthopedic medicine, not surgery, neurology, physical therapy, and pain management. In addition to having practiced in that specialty for 33 years now, I am a board certified life care planner, physician life care planner, and I've been doing that for more than a decade.
All right. Can you tell the jury a little bit about your background, training, and experience? You've gotten a few things to them, but start with undergrad and work your way over.
So I know it's late, and I'll give you the short version. After high school, which is 12th grade, I went and trained for an additional 12 years. We call that 24th grade. Those 12 years began. So I started this journey in medicine 44 years ago when I finished high school, when I came to Tampa and I started my undergraduate studies. So the first 4 years after high school were undergraduate or pre-medical studies. I went to college in Tampa, got a degree in biology. I applied to a number of medical schools. I was accepted, but I chose to stay in Tampa at the University of South Florida College of Medicine. So the next 4 years of that 12, I was in medical school, University of South Florida College of Medicine, 1982, 1986. I finished medical school and I was given a doctorate degree, but doctors don't have enough training or education or knowledge to practice medicine. We are required to do at least 1 year of additional training. I went to New York, lived at a 1,300 bed level 1 trauma center where I did a 4-year residency. First year was internship in internal medicine and cardiac care and emergency medicine. And then the next 3 years of that 12 years, the final 3 years of the 12, I did my residency in physical medicine and rehabilitation, where I worked along those doctors that later hold themselves out as orthopedic surgeons, later hold themselves out as physical therapists, later hold themselves out as neurosurgeons and neurologists. So after completing all of that training in 1990, which was 33 years ago, I relocated back to Tampa Bay, and I've been in private practice in the Tampa Bay area since then.
Okay. And in addition, like you said, you're a life care planner. Why don't you explain to the jury a little bit about what that is?
So a life care planner is someone who has the requisite training and experience to write a life care plan. What is a life care plan? Well, a life care plan is a dynamic document that's based on standards of practice and a methodology that's been around for a long time, since the mid-1970s. And it really started as a case management tool for individuals that have chronic, catastrophic, or permanent injuries. And it was a way to educate all members of the treatment team, as well as family members and an injured person, as to what the trajectory of care should be over someone's life. So a life care plan answers three questions. What does someone have? What does someone need? And what will it cost? So it's essentially a care plan, which every doctor, when you go to a doctor, they always do a care plan. The difference is a life care plan adds a couple of factors. It adds the care over someone's entire life, not just between now and when I'm going to see you in the office again, and it adds cost. And so a life care planner is someone like myself that's gone through the necessary training, has the experience and the knowledge, and I'm board certified. I've been certified twice as a life care planner. So that is a national certification. I see patients from all over the country and even outside the country. So that's what a life care planner is.
Got it. All right. We're talking here about PTSD and CRPS. Two questions. The first one is, have you had sufficient clinical experience with the CRPS to give the jury some idea of how, second question, as a life care planner, this presents difficulties, opportunities, or affects it?
I have treated individuals with complex regional pain syndrome for the last 33 years in private practice, as well as post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay.
I see it frequently in my practice.
How often, just out of curiosity, do you see CRPS plus PTSD? Kind of sounds like an unusual.
It's not that common. And when it is present, the problem is it's not like 1 + 1 = 2. It's 1 + 1 = 10 or 11, because those two things potentiate each other. But it's a great question. We see complex regional pain syndrome often because I'm a trauma physician. So I see these kind of injuries, and I see post-traumatic stress disorder often. But you're right, you don't see them together all the time.
All right. And where are you licensed practice medicine?
I have an active and clear license in Florida, of course, California, and New York.
And are you certified in any
Yes.
areas? In what areas?
So I have specialty certification, of course, and I'm board certified in life care planning. I have specialty certification in disability evaluation. I have specialty certification in interventional pain management, which means that I could put a needle in most areas of the body in order to reduce pain.
That seems to be more and more the case. Do you do those, what do they call the denervation surgeries at all? You know, with the nerve burns? What is that called?
Well, so
I had one. I was just curious.
Well, radiofrequency neurotomy or radiofrequency ablation. So physical medicine rehabilitation is a non-surgical specialty in that I do not do surgery with a scalpel, but it's a surgical specialty in that the definition of surgery is anytime you pierce the body cavity, that's surgery. And I pierce the body cavity a lot because we do all kinds of injections. So by virtue of the injections, those are all surgical codes, but I'm not a surgeon in the way that a neurosurgeon or orthopedic surgeon holds a scalpel.
Got it. All right. So what was your job here? What was your, and before I ask that, your results provided to our economist here, Christy?
Absolutely. We communicated, I provided my report. And as you heard this morning, I've been here all day. She based her numbers on my report.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, and have you worked with Mr. Trent before as well?
I have.
And were his numbers also provided along with yours to Christy Kirby?
Yes.
And do they form the basis of her numbers that she gave to the jury here?
Yes.
All right. So now tell the jury what your assignment was with Maya Kowalski, and then I want to get into what you did so that you can inform them here today of your opinions.
Yeah, my assignment was quite simply to independently evaluate Maya Kowalski, to be available for expert testimony if I was called. I was retained in this case more than 3.5 years ago, to independently evaluate her and to be able to formulate the necessary opinions to outline the care, treatment, and cost of her care over her lifetime.
All right. And so what did you do towards figuring that out?
Well, I have approximately 75 hours into this case, so I did a lot. First and foremost, when I'm retained, the first thing I do is I make sure I don't have a conflict. I am retained by both defense and plaintiff counsel. Make sure I'm not in conflict. I did not. Then
how did we get together? Just so.
Actually, I think that I testified and you were opposite. You cross-examined me. You were on the defense. You're on the opposite side, and I testified. Yes.
Sorry.
So first thing I do is I request all documents
That's funny.
in the attorney's file that hires me. And I call that factual information, because the methodology, the three basic steps of the methodology that I follow are facts, opinions, and conclusions. So before I could arrive at sound opinions, or final conclusions, I have to have enough factual information to be able to arrive at sound opinions. I never know or never assume that I have every piece of factual information. In this particular case, Maya was very young, but I see individuals across the entire spectrum. So I never assume that I have every record in the universe, but I request every document. That means thousands of pages of medical records, which I reviewed. Lots and lots, maybe 25 depositions which I reviewed, interrogatories, medical bills, basically every piece of factual information which counsel can disclose to me, I ask for and I review. That's the first thing I did. Then I asked to evaluate Maya Kowalski. I wanted to have an opportunity to see her in my office, but that was not possible. So I had 4 telemedicine visits with Maya, her father, her brother, but I only evaluated Maya. But I wanted her family involved so I can get an accurate picture. In addition to those telemedicine visits, I spoke with her treating physicians on a number of occasions. I spoke with them, I communicated with them, I reviewed their records, I reviewed their updated records, their reports, I coordinated my opinions with Mr. Tremp. So essentially, when I say factual information, it's all of that. And then I apply
There is
my training, my education, my
There
experience, and
is
my knowledge so that I can
like
start to now
a
move from facts to
a
opinions.
hint of a
And those
Hare
opinions are,
Island beginning here.
does Maya have a permanent injury? Yes.
This is
That's
the
the
Hare
first criteria.
Island
I can't move to
trial.
writing a life care plan unless she has a permanent condition. Then I have to ask myself, does Maya Kowalski have a permanent treatable condition? Because if she doesn't have a treatable condition, then a life care plan doesn't make any sense. So she met that criteria. So I start now to move on to opinions. If she has a permanent injury and if she has a permanent treatable injury, I start to then formulate what are the categories of care. And I do that not just by relying on my own training and education, experience, and knowledge, but I reach out to and I read all the medical records and I specifically asked her doctors on multiple occasions, tell me what Maya Kowalski needs because of the trauma she sustained. So it's clear, it's important to understand the care plan is not to treat her complex regional pain syndrome, which she had before the trauma. It's to treat the condition and the conditions that she now has as a result of being traumatized. And that's the,
All right. I believe we have already watched this part. So we can skip forward to the cross. This is where the big argument comes in that we watched at the beginning. So if you missed that, just go back to the beginning of the stream later on, and you can see this whole argument that takes about an hour, okay, where Shapiro loses his shit and throws a tantrum for the judge. They have to kick the witness out of the room. It's a whole thing. He tries to have his testimony stricken. It's insane. He loses. I'm going to skip past the direct, and we're going to go to the cross.
worst case scenario. 6 fusions, that's a different page.
Yeah, you know, it's under the life care plan for
Yep, this
Bye.
is it.
whether Maya Kowalski was going to need attendant care.
So remember now,
We call this future
that
medical care routine.
Shapiro made the argument that it was unfair surprise. He said this guy was testifying to something he did not testify to in the deposition. So the judge told him, tough toenails. You can redirect on cross, and you can try to impeach him, but I'm not throwing him out.
Opinions in writing and verbally.
So let's see what
but he
happens on
sent
cross.
category of projected therapy.
Right, can we?
Yes.
Okay.
All right,
That
that's
that foundation.
Anderson.
We call this future medical care.
Bye.
Henderson. Here we go. There he is.
You're not providing any standard of care opinions, correct?
That's a correct statement. I am not.
Okay, so you're not here to tell the jury that All Children's Hospital did anything wrong, true?
I have offered no opinion about that, and I'm not here to offer those opinions.
Okay. CRPS is a lifetime incurable condition, true?
It is.
And regardless of whether Maya Kowalski ever came to All Children's Hospital, she was going to need future care for her CRPS, true?
Well, that would cause me to speculate, and I would prefer not
Wait, are you now saying she has it? Because I'm
to,
confused.
because you're
Oh shit, you guys. My computer is about to take a crap again. I think it's frozen. Yeah, it looks like it's frozen. Okay. All right. Time for a bathroom break. Go get a cup of coffee. I'll be back here in about 3 minutes. Stare at the blue screen while I reboot my computer. For fuck's sake. YouTube did not save my place. So now I have to figure out where I was. Gosh darn it. It was like 8 something. I'm getting there. Um While we're waiting for me to find my place, don't forget to follow me on Locals, meganfox.locals.com. And I gotta get myself
Was
another
going to need
drink.
future care for her
That's the
CRPS.
problem.
True.
Well, that would cause me to speculate, and I would prefer not to, because
I'm
your
trying to
And
get
that
back to the
experts
beginning.
within
Okay, that's Anderson.
is worst case.
and have those then
Still
been
Do that. That's
Anderson.
speculative.
Revision during periods of
Here we go.
intense pain due to CRPS.
All right.
Yes, counsel, that's correct.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about. I mean, you are aware of the. You don't prescribe ketamine.
I refer and have referred patients.
Oh my God, DB8. Do you not know? Is this your first foray into the wine mom side of YouTube? Oh, you're in for a wild ride. It's good over here, but I do need another drink. I'm not drinking wine though. I'm more of a whiskey mom. I am a whiskey sour mom. That's me. And yes, I did work for Rush Limbaugh. Yes, I did. I worked at Premier Radio Networks right before I worked for WLS AM. And at Premier Radio Networks, that was the syndicator for Rush Limbaugh's show. And that was a really great experience. And I'll tell you about that sometime. But not today, because we have to get through this. But yes, he's one of my favorite people. And I miss him. And every February, I get really sad. And I don't realize why I'm sad. And then I realize, oh God, it's the anniversary of his passing. And I get very sad. Boy, that losing his show for me every day, I just have like this 3-hour hole in my day. And I don't even listen to talk radio anymore. It's sad. It's like when I stopped watching the Bulls when Michael Jordan left. There was just no point. And that's how I feel about Rush. There's just no point. Nobody else will ever fill his shoes. Although I will say Nick Rekieta was the first person that I started listening to um regularly after Rush died. Rekieta Law kind of fills a little bit of that for me. That he's so anti-state. I love him for that. I love his libertarian anti-government views because I hate the government as much as Nick does, maybe more. So I listen to Nick. It's hard to fill that hole that Rush left though. And again, that sounds dirty. Why did I say that again?
Dr. Hannah,
Gosh,
Dr. Spiegel,
I step into
and
it
Dr.
every time.
Kirkpatrick. I am a prescribing physician, but ketamine is a unique compound, and I send patients that require that level of treatment to
Oh my
experts in
God,
the
no. The Trump picture is the reason this is the New York Post. That is the cover. I did a show when I hung that. I told people about it. So I should have to explain. The Trump, it's the cover of the New York Post when they published his mugshot. And it's the first time in history that there's been no headline on the New York Post. So I had to buy it. And I'm going to leave it there forever because I think that's the best picture of him I've ever seen. And if you look at it, I don't want to get political with you guys, but because this doesn't have anything to do with politics, it's just the photo itself. If you look at it, his eyes, and you move, his eyes follow you. It's the greatest picture ever taken, and I'm never taking it down. I love it. I think it's great.
field. And so I send patients to Dr. Kirkpatrick for that. I send patients to Dr. Hannah for that. I have a DA license. It's a federal license. Not all physicians have that. I'm a prescribing physician. That means I could prescribe even controlled substances. So I can certainly prescribe and even administer ketamine. but I don't, because I don't do that on a day-to-day basis. Those doctors do, and they're known for that.
Right. And just to be clear, one of the reasons why you don't prescribe ketamine is you have to be cautious with a drug like that. Fair?
You have to be cautious with any drug you put in your body, even aspirin.
Well, you have to be cautious with that class of drugs.
You have to be cautious with every drug you put in your body.
Well, there are potential side effects of ketamine that you know about.
There's potential side effects with every drug you put in your
including
body.
aspirin.
Well, you told me the potential side effects of ketamine include dependency. True?
I'm not an expert on the potential side effects. Those are things that I wouldn't rely on my memory. I would look up. So we can look that up. And I'm sure there's a long list of
You can
potential
Google
side
it.
effects. And there's no reason for me to rely on my memory. It's not a memory test. I would simply look those things up. And I'm quite sure it's a very long list of things.
Right. Well, when I deposed you a year ago in 2022, you told me that ketamine is a class of drugs that can affect every organ in the body in an adverse way. Is that?
So
If
can
I said that under
Tylenol.
oath, then that's what I said under oath.
Gotcha. And it's a class of
Tylenol.
drugs when mixed with other drugs can be responsible for stopping breathing. True?
If I said that under oath, then
When
I said that
mixed with
under oath.
other
And that's true.
drugs.
Okay. In terms of
Not by
the
itself.
ketamine recommendations in your report,
Well, just to be clear, those recommendations come from our treating physicians. They don't come from me.
yeah, I appreciate you saying that. That probably is something I was going to clarify with you. And feel free, doctor, to turn to that page of your report where the ketamine recommendations come
Which
from.
page?
Well, we may be on different page numbers, but I think I'm looking at the.
My page of medications is page 5. And there's, but are you talking about the infusions? That's a different page.
Yeah, it's under the life care plan for future medical care routine.
Okay, let me get to that page. The first place where we talk about infusions, because that's what Dr.
You're back
Kirkpatrick
and we're still here.
gave me. I believe the first place that shows up is item number 17 on page 8. Is that what you have?
Yeah, it is. We're on
Okay.
the same page.
We're on the same page.
Perfect. Okay. And the reason I wanted to clarify, you had talked about there's recommendations on this page from Dr. Wassenaar, Dr. Brewington, Dr. Kirkpatrick, but the recommendation for ketamine is only from Dr. Kirkpatrick.
True.
Okay. And not to beat a dead horse, although I probably have, you're not endorsing whether that's right or wrong. You're just deferring to Dr. Kirkpatrick on that.
I was not asked to come here today and give my own medical opinions about these things.
Okay.
These are her treating physician's opinions. My job was to put them in an understandable, readable format and attach the costs over her lifetime. And that's what I did.
Dr. Kirkpatrick told you that his recommendation is to start ketamine now for a total of between $12,000 to $24,000 a year, potentially for the rest of Maya's life.
Correct.
And so just so this jury understands, and they heard from Ms. Kirby earlier, that those numbers totaled up to $5 million. That recommendation is for Dr.
I say
Kirkpatrick,
give her
for
all the
him to
ketamine
provide
she
that
wants.
therapy, $5 million worth.
All the
potentially.
ketamine.
Fair?
Give it.
So let me make sure I understand what you're asking me. So
Let her
let
walk
me
around
be
with an
clear about
IV
what
all day.
I
I
know
don't
for
care.
sure. Dr. Kirkpatrick
She
told me
deserves it.
regarding the ketamine, that falls under the future medical care routine category. He said, best case scenario, 1 to 2 infusion sessions per year. And an infusion session consists of 4 days of infusion. Worst case scenario, 5 infusion sessions per year. Again, 4 days. He gave me a cost. It is $12,000 per unit or $12,000 to $24,000 per year for the best case scenario. For the worst case scenario, and again, it's simple math, is $12,000 to $60,000. Now, Ms. Kirby takes those numbers and does her calculations. It's what economists do. These are in today's dollars, not projecting out how much money or resources you need today, if invested, to have that over your lifetime. So those are the facts.
Right. And so when you spoke to Dr. Kirkpatrick and he's
It is as if Shapiro is arguing with someone and saying, well, your patient might be diabetic, but that diabetes doctor who's prescribing all that insulin is going to make at least 500,000 over the next 10 years off of this person. What? Who the hell cares? The diabetic needs the insulin. Yeah, let her see pink elephants if needed. We do not care. Oh, Facebook just shut off because they have an 8-hour limit. I can't believe this hasn't happened since the Johnny Depp trial. Facebook hasn't cut me off since the Johnny Depp trial because they have an 8-hour limit. I have not streamed an 8-hour stream since then. Whoo boy, I've been sitting a long time. You know what we need? We need squats, you guys. 8 hours, and I haven't done much of getting up, and I can't do that to my neck. So we got to do some squats. Let's go. We got a minute and 23 seconds to get some squats in, get the blood moving. I got to get moving.
You impose fatness on you. You did it by going, oh, I want the butter on the popcorn. Oh, I want the butter on the ice cream. Oh, I want the butter on the sandwich. Oh, I want the butter on the salad. Stop eating butter. Can you just get up, walk 1 mile? Do squat! Walk farther. And if you can't walk, crawl, roll, get dragged by a goddamn forklift. Whatever is wrong with you, just move. Ever. Get off the chair, get off the couch. No one is coming to service you while you sink into that furniture, while you become one with the pleather your poor ass got on that Walmart couch. Can you try not floating into sadness? Stop eating, stop drinking, start walking, start doing anything that you haven't been doing, you fat piece of shit.
Oh, okay. I'm doing high knees. That's what I was doing. I was doing high knees the whole time. Maja, I understand. You're new. You're confused. We believe in fat shaming here. It's how we stay in shape. It's how we don't become giant and break our scales. We rely on Nick to do a little fat shaming for us now and again. I usually do squats every hour. I have really fallen down on the job. We should have done 8 sessions today. We are at 8 hours and we have only done 1 minute and 21 seconds of squats. Hell no. If we go another couple of hours, we're doing more squats. I'm just telling you. Welcome to the Squat Squad. If you're new, we do squats here or high knees, whatever you need to do in that 1 minute and 21 seconds. So you can, we fat shame. Fat shaming works. Okay. It just does. And I fat shame myself and I'll fat shame you and Nick fat shames all of us together. So nobody should be fat. It's bad for you. It's bad. It leads to chronic illness. It leads to not being able to move or walk properly. It leads to a pinched nerve that almost ruined my life. So we have to move. We have to move. All right. Whew. Masha was like, did I click something? I'm so confused. Welcome to the Squat Squad, folks. If you don't know what it's like over here, well, this is what it's like. McCrae, you never know what you're going to get here. McCrae, thanks for the super chat. Says, Megan, remember at the beginning how depressed you were and hated the judge, hated the judge and Anderson? I'm so glad this has seemingly turned around. Look, it doesn't mean that the jury isn't going to surprise us and go the other way. We still don't know what the defense is going to come up with. So I want to be a little reserved. We're having a good week. We're having a good moment. The plaintiff is having a good week. The plaintiff had a good case. But I'm still not 100% that they're going to write out the check. I hope they will. Who said the thing right before we went into squats? Spirit matter. This is the nicest compliment anyone has ever given me. This is so sweet. This is like rackets in the old days. the old days before you couldn't chat anymore because it goes so fast. God, that chat goes so fast. It's insane, right? I mean, there's only so much you can, there's only, you can't do anything about it when you get that big. The chat's just gonna get that big. But I do enjoy the small chat because I get to see all your comments and like interact with you, and that's fun. Sometimes, man, I talk to Nick and I don't know if I would want his his notoriety or the problems that come with it. Ooh, it's tough. Tough, tough, tough. Everybody thinks they want to be Rackets, like everybody wants to be Nick, but there's a whole lot of shit that comes with being that big and having that many followers and that much pressure. It's just a whole other thing. So, but he does a great job dealing with it, doesn't he? So anyway, let's move on.
He said, I'm recommending that Maya pay me, starting now, $12,000 for these infusions. Did you ask him what's your profit margin on that?
First of all, he didn't say that. He didn't say I'm recommending Maya pay me. The question to him was,
Yeah, you asked.
Dr. Kirkpatrick, I've been asked to put together a life care plan. Can you tell me within a reasonable degree of medical certainty and probability what Maya Kowalski, your patient, needs and will need over her lifetime? And he did that. And then I asked him, do you have an opinion as to what these things cost? And that's what he gave me.
Gotcha. So Dr. Kirkpatrick told you that his cost to do this, that he's recommending to this jury, is $12,000 a year on the low end and up to $60,000 a year on the high end for ketamine per year.
Well, he didn't say cost. He said that's what the charge is. So I used the word, that's what these things cost. He didn't say that's what his cost is. Those are very different terms. I asked him, what is the cost?
Gotcha.
And these are his charges.
Yeah, totally fair. I'm using terms sort of loosely. What ketamine actually costs isn't what Dr. Kirkpatrick told you. He said, here's what I charge for it.
I have no opinion about that.
Okay. And would you dispute if Ms. Kirby had testified to this jury that if they took the higher end of what Dr. Kirkpatrick said needs to be ketamine, starting today, ending at age 80 for Maya, that cost would be 5.3 million in ketamine? Any reason to dispute?
If at the worst case scenario, $60,000 per year, if you take $60,000 times, what was it, 63 years?
We're mathing now. We're mathing.
It's $3.7 million.
Okay. Her growth rate's on, so 3.7 million in total dollars for Dr. Kirkpatrick's ketamine, and then the growth rate on that,
Dr.
depending on the
Kirkpatrick's
plus one,
ketamine.
minus one.
Like the guy is a dealer on the back streets of LA. Like, how much is Dr. Kirkpatrick's ketamine? It's so offensive.
Could get up to $5.3 million in present value. That's what Dr. Kirby told us.
Above my pay grade.
Okay.
I don't do that. I give things in just real concrete terms. This is what it is in today's dollars.
Gotcha.
That's why economists do what they do.
Okay. $3.7 million in ketamine in today's dollars, but how that projects in the future, you defer.
I defer that to Ms. Kirby.
Gotcha. 1 minute, please.
Did you
Thank you for your
notice?
time, doctor.
You're welcome, counselor.
Did you notice that he never tried to impeach him on what he was supposedly unfairly surprised about? Well, now that's interesting. Why didn't he? Why didn't Shapiro try to impeach this man after he put up an hour fight and wasted the time of the jury? He wasted everyone's time. And he never tried to impeach him. Why didn't he pull out the transcript? Why didn't he? Was it because he knew that the jury would think it was a total dick move? But geez, he sure never tried to impeach now, did he? So does that mean that all that shit that he said, he didn't mean at all? I mean, really, did he lie to the judge then about all of this? Because if he was truly so horrified and offended that this man was saying something he didn't say in the deposition, Why the hell didn't he point it out to the jury and try to discredit him? All he tried to do is discredit Dr. Kirkpatrick. Oh, we're saying dick over here. Yes. Yes, Masha. Yes. This guy is a dick. I'm sorry, but he is. Marlana, Dr. Kirkpatrick, the back streets of Busch Gardens. Tell me, doctor, is your office down the street from an amusement park? You know, Busch Gardens. Do you sell ketamine out of the back of your truck near Busch Gardens? What the hell? Oh. Yeah, okay, he's doing his job, but we are calling him on the bullshit moves. I'm calling him on it. He's the one who wasted an entire hour of the jury's time today and the witnesses by having him kicked out of the room and, oh, now we have to fight about this. And it was, oh, Your Honor, it was unfair surprise, and sighing and stomping his feet like Napoleon Dynamite, having a toddler tantrum. And then come time to cross the witness, and he never even brings it up. Like, he never intended to impeach this witness. If I'm the judge, I'm pissed. I want to say to him, well, wait a minute. Didn't you want to impeach this guy? What did you just waste my time for an hour about? Bullshit. Yeah, the bigger dick move was on Friday. That's true. I mean, I don't know. It's all been dick moves, if you ask me. This is the dick defense. But we know that this is the dick defense, and they know that this is the dick defense because this is their general posture throughout this trial. It's the cover your dick defense. And everybody knows it. Look, the dick defense. Hashtag the dick defense. Everybody take a screenshot and tweet it out. Hashtag the dick defense. Oh boy. All right, let's see. Let's see what's next. Jury question.
Mr. Anderson.
Anderson gets to go back
No
and
need.
clarify.
Done.
I don't-
Members of the jury,
Oh, jury questions. Do we have any?
just the one or anyone else? Okay, can I see the attorneys, please?
All right, one question from the
The
jury.
jury is out of our presence. Just so everybody in the gallery is aware, we're going to be going through a lot of different things. So why don't we take a 5-minute break? Anyone that wants to leave, great. But then we're going to power through and do as much as we can before we leave this afternoon. So let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll be right back.
All right, 5-minute break. Let's move forward.
Okay. Let's go through, there's a number of issues. Let's just start with evidence and power through and try to finish
Well,
it.
wait, did
Obviously,
I miss the jury question? Maybe
The
they
jury
asked.
is out of our presence.
Maybe they asked a question they couldn't answer. They couldn't ask. Let's see. Did I miss it? It is perfect. The dick defense. I mean, this is the dick defense. This is what
Jerry, I was
they're
doing my
doing.
best to run this up to 5 o'clock for you. Just because I like talking slow. That ends your day today. Thank you very much for your time. 9 a.m. tomorrow for them to be ready.
All right. So
Not
I
tomorrow,
guess-
sorry.
I guess they did not get to ask their question because we're going to go to evidentiary issues. Okay. And I don't remember what happened at the end here, if there was anything like worthwhile, but we might as well. We're in for a penny, in for a pound. We're in now. No, we already got to the zeros question. That was with the economist, the blonde one, the pretty one. All right, come on, Your Honor. Move it along.
45 minutes. Okay. Let's go through, there's a number of issues. Let's just start with evidence and power through and try to finish it. Obviously, those two that I got the paper copies for, we'll have to do those on Monday, but let's try to finish everything else.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've narrowed our list to 4 additional exhibits we'd like to discuss. I'd like to begin with, and then the motion for reconsideration, so that'd be fine. 2277, which is again the risk management file, and page 253.
Let's put it up, please.
I have bad news. They lose this. The motion for reconsideration, it's a no-go. And I agree with the plaintiff. I think it should come in, but I can't remember what it is now, but he'll talk about it.
For what purpose are you seeking to introduce this?
This is a letter to the treating psychologist at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And the focus of it is notice to the hospital that Maya, through her father, had reported that Miss Beatty was counseling the child in an inappropriate manner, that she was supervising the calls contrary to court order, and that was impacting the mother and the child. So we believe it's relevant to the issues that have been raised through the case thus far. And just, if I may add to that, to orient the court, this is a November 18th letter, and the order in effect at the time was the November 10th.
Again,
order,
it's too blurry to read.
authorizing only the guardian ad litem or the case manager to supervise those.
Oh, Wonderland Alice. Let me tell you something
Judge, I
about that
think-
headache you have. All right, you said your head hurts so badly and nothing is relieving it. I want you to do something. Do you have any pink salt? Do you have any like Himalayan or Hawaiian pink salt? If you don't have any of that, just get yourself some sea salt. All right, put a teaspoon of it under your tongue. Let it dissolve there and see if your headache goes away. Because I had the worst migraine the other day, and my boss at work at the restaurant told me to do this. She keeps this pink salt, and she's hilarious. She's so anti-medical establishment. So she has a remedy for everything. That works. But you got to use the most natural salt you can find without the additives and the bullshit. So like pure sea salt or the pink salt is the best. Try it. What's a Chiari headache? I don't know what that is. What is that? But try some salt.
This clearly is involving the DCF hearing. It's by an attorney representing the Kowalskis in the DCF matter. It's hearsay within hearsay. It's her saying what Jack told her that Maya told him. I believe it should be inadmissible. It's not even Jack saying what, it's her saying, Jack told me. I mean, it's her interpretation of a court order as an attorney representing the Kowalskis.
So they're not allowed to bring in any of the court orders, by the way. We have always been asking, like, why not? Why can't we see the court orders? But that opens up the whole Chapter 39 thing. The court has
Again, I need
immunity.
to remind you that no one's allowed to use a cell phone. No one's allowed to videotape this unless you're a member of the credentialed media.
Uh-oh.
So
I've asked the court deputies to make sure that that doesn't hapen.
Is someone
So I
recording
expect
something?
that we follow that. Okay, Ms. Kroos, let's go back.
Someone might have been tweeting.
Judge, this was a matter that clearly was being handled in the dependency court by virtue, strongest evidence being an attorney representing the Kowalskis in the dependency court are interjecting themselves into something that they believe they needed to address in the dependency court.
Mr. Whitney, I agree with Ms. Kroos. Obviously, this is hearsay. I don't see an exception to hearsay that admits this document, with the only possible exception being the one sentence that says some concerns have arisen, and only that sentence. So,
And we're fine with that because that is a statement for purposes of medical treatment. Child is a minor at the time, so it's through her representative. We don't, Mr. Anderson points out, we're also not wedded to having the letterhead that this is from Deborah Salisbury. We care that the addressee is.
You're going to thank us when the hospital systems collapse and the only people you can go to are old women with herbal remedies. You're going to thank us because we're going to know how to help you.
A treating psychologist at the hospital, and it goes to our medical malpractice claim. Negligent
Quick
training
question.
Judges,
Would you rather have me helping you with your medical issues or Dr. Sally Smith? Because that's where we're headed.
Medical
We're fine to be
malpractice
back to
against
back.
Kathy Beatty.
The medical malpractice claim it assumes that all of these actors were agents of the hospital, so it's to all of them, and that was stipulated to.
Judge, trying to siphon off one sentence in a letter that is clearly dealing with the dependency act.
I agree with you. This, I don't think I'm going to be able to just leave one sentence in there. The court will exclude Exhibit 2277-253. What's next?
That narrows our list further. I'm not going to try the other letter, and so we'll go to 2277-286 to 288.
286 to 288.
And you'll see another policy here, Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital, in effect at the time.
So this is the complaint procedure for patients and family members?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's true. I don't give medical advice.
What's the
But I have in the past used salt for my headaches and it has worked.
objection to this?
And as salt will not hurt you, a teaspoon of it anyway, you could always try it.
Judge, can we put this in the category for Monday? As far as policy and procedure?
How many pages is this?
Only two, Your Honor.
Okay, 22 pages?
Two.
Hunter is turning the
Why do-
color of Violet
Turn it
Beauregard.
out.
He is purple. Why is he purple? Has his heart rate increased so much that he has turned purple like Violet Beauregard?
I'll take it with the others, but I mean, this one seems almost like a no-brainer though.
I appreciate that, Judge. It's just late and if that's okay, if it's, we'd like to do that.
I will defer on that one, Ms. Croyles.
Thank you.
What's next?
And then finally, pages 319 to 320. It's again a two-page policy. This time it's
Back to the patient's bill of rights.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the risk. Well, this is the hospital policy. We've seen the patient bill of rights. I acknowledge that. This policy points out that all patients and families will be informed of their rights and responsibilities, and that the parent and the legal guardian, patient and legal guardian will be provided with a current version of the patient's bill of rights and responsibilities.
I don't think it's relevant. They already put the patient bill of rights in evidence. It's not like they're
relevant?
saying they don't have the bill of rights. So I'm not clear why this is relevant.
So the jury can see all the things that
In fact,
they
asked
violated.
Mr. Qualcomm.
That's why it's relevant.
It seems to, again, this one kind of seems like in the no-brainer. So I'm going to admit 2277-2.
This one seems like a no-brainer, Ms. Mole. Sorry.
What's next, Mr.
But
Whitney?
you're not using your brain. Obviously,
Your Honor,
that comes
that
in.
completes our exhibit list as provided today, with the exception of the motion for reconsideration on the BD email.
Am I going to receive a whole bunch of exhibits on Monday?
I do not think so. We'd like to reserve to take a look over the weekend, but should be less than a handful, less than 5 if we find any that we have failed to admit.
And Judge, the drill is we look over our elements and look over our proof and over the weekend. And so the only thing I foresee is plugging any holes.
Let's move on to your motion for reconsideration. Which DIN number? Is that 3466?
Plaintiff's motion for reconsideration regarding admission of plaintiff's trial exhibit 2123-610, and I apologize, I don't have a DIN on this document.
It's 3466. Madam Clerk, we're on DIN 3466.
Exactly. Force
Sorry, what's
welfare.
the exhibit we're
We
reconsidering?
violated all of our internal
The
policies.
exhibit number is
They should not be admitted into evidence.
213-610.
They're devastating to our case.
So that's one page. So can someone put that back up for me, please?
BD email.
Objection hearsay. Oh my God, I don't advocate.
Go ahead and give me your best shot.
Do you want to take it?
Yeah, Judge, you heard the conversation that is being recited here by Ms. Beatty in the November 29th, 2016 memo. We were trying to move into evidence.
$1
In this
million.
email, she purports to describe that particular
The
conversation.
answer is $1 million.
And other than Maya Kowalski stating, well, you don't live in a prison camp, you don't live in a concentration camp, or words to that effect. Maya Kowalski was perfectly polite and stayed within the rules. And yet Ms. Beatty writes here to DCF and talks about things that simply never happened. It's a complete fabricate. Well, most of it is a complete fabrication. And so we want to put it in to demonstrate that at that time, Ms. Beatty was not only did not have authority based on the November 10th order, but Ms. Beatty was directly misrepresenting not only to DCF, but to my families. And
Hold on. McCrae just sent a Rumble rant that is cracking me up. Says, hey, Megan, I'm still watching from behind. I just want to let you know I've been waiting for 5 hours for this stream to end so I can take a shower. McCrae, how do you not have a way to take your phone in the shower with you already? Like, I've got a thing in there where I hang my phone. You just bring it with you. That's all. You don't have to stop watching. Just take me in the shower. I'll shower with you. Thanks for the Rumble rant.
the Sarasota.org outside contractors that Beata Kowalski was doing things she simply was not doing. Anybody who listened to that tape, that audio, and then compares this, it's just ridiculous. And so we believe that it is probative of the hospital's complete and utter lack of supervision and complete and utter lack of training. I don't worry about the supervision anymore, but complete and utter lack of training, and goes to our medical, our tortious, where's my brain? Our intentional infliction of emotional distress count. And so, and counts 21A through C. So this is for Ms. Beatty, also a present recollection recorded. If that is indeed her recollection, there's something very wrong with this picture, because we have in writing what it is. Also, we want to, move under 90.105(2), and relevancy of evidence depends on the existence of a preliminary fact. The court shall admit the proffered evidence when
and
there's
we're not
prima
even
facie
done.
evidence sufficient to support a finding of the preliminary fact. And the court had a dialogue with us over the admissibility of it. And frankly, at that point, I thought the court was going to admit it. However, the court was concerned as to whether Ms. Beatty had the authority to do this. And then it turned out that based on the November 10th order, Ms. Beatty absolutely did not have authority on that. And then the court heard, and I should be able to cite the court to the exhibit number of the audio, but the court heard that audio call with Ms. Beatty's redirect. And so this would be used in conjunction with that. And therefore, we believe it's probative of issues in the case. And Ms. Beatty had absolutely no right to be making these comments.
First of all,
Because she
Judge,
shouldn't have been on there.
I'm sorry, you're done. The audio that was played for the court is a November 15th call. This is referencing a call on November 29th. There's been no audio of this call put in evidence or heard by the court. For them to stand here and say that this misrepresents the call, there's no evidence supporting that. The only call that's been put in evidence is from November 15th. This is referencing a call on November 29th. So the redirect that they're referencing, which by the way, wasn't Miss Beatty, which we advised them of, and they went on and put two witnesses on to say it was Miss Beatty. It wasn't, it's Miss Laporte, has nothing to do with this document.
Well, I'm not reconsidering my ruling. I remain convinced that this document should not come into evidence. This document is a request from the hospital to DCF and ultimately the dependency court to change the court order with respect to supervision and whatnot. I do not read this letter as any sort of admission that there was no authority, or it doesn't go to the question of whether DCF had delegated or didn't delegate anything to the hospital or Ms. Beatty. So I'm going to continue its exclusion. I will deny the motion for reconsideration, which is at 3466. I'm not going to do a standalone order just orally in court, and then the court minutes will reflect my ruling on that. Okay. I've got some notes on some other things. I see there's a DIN 3489, DIN 3489. And for the court reporter, DIN is docket identification number. So DIN 3489, defendant's motion for entry of order authorizing guardian ad litem and Department of Children and Families to disclose and testify about confidential information at trial. So who from Mr. Hughes?
Yes, Your Honor. You may recall we filed a very similar motion back when several of these individuals regarding ad litem and DCF were to be deposed.
Oh, here we go.
DCF specifically requested that we have the entry of this order or this motion.
Okay, pay attention. Everybody wake up. Wake up. Listen, this is the DCF order. DCF has now entered the case. They are making a motion through the defense. Listen up.
We're reflecting the same when we did depositions. They've now circled back and requested the same to testify at trial. In the past, the guardian ad litem's office has also requested these types of orders, and while the guardian ad litem office has not specifically made that request here, the DCF has, and so we'd like to just have an order, which I did attach a draft order as Exhibit A, that tracks very, very closely, if not plagiarizes what we did previously.
Fat Clark Kent is speaking. Everyone pay attention.
When we did depositions, this is just really to kind of touch all of our bases and satisfy DCF and their considerable concerns about confidential information under Chapter 39.
They have considerable concerns about confidential information. Well, well, well. DCF has considerable concerns about confidential information. You know how I feel about that? You know how I feel about DCF and their considerable concerns about confidential information? Well, they can shove those concerns right up where the sun don't shine, because this is a trial, my friends. There's discovery, and whatever comes out, comes out. I know you don't like it, but them's the breaks, okay? But here we go.
Sticklers for this kind of thing, so we were just hoping the court would enter an order to allow these folks to come in and discuss matters.
Now, just because I enter this order is not obviously an authorization that the scope of what is contained in this order is coming into trial.
And no attempt is being made here. This is just simply, we're going to stay within the confines the court has directed, but DCF still, if they're going to take the stand, discuss matters, they want an order covering their basis, so to speak.
I thought there is no way that we'll be able to keep this within the guardrails. As I see it here, what they will bring out will require us then to counter that with further memos. And now we will be getting into whether DCF can contradict or whether DCF can expand upon a court order. And clearly they're not authorized to do so, but in many instances here, the emails demonstrate that's exactly what they were doing. And so DCF did not have the force of law here. Yes, they were in charge of the shelter, but they did not have the force of law the way the court orders did. And I cannot see how, frankly, this won't get into a very confusing dissertation on who controlled what when. And we believe that that is for the court to determine at the time of the jury instructions on the order, which defines for the jury what's going on. To us, it's really irrelevant what DCF thought at that time. The only point I can see that them making is coming in and saying either secondhand, or I suppose maybe there's a firsthand, someone there who saw Maya and then said, oh, she seemed to be moving around like me. Well, that doesn't seem to be enough probative value, given all the other testimony, to outweigh the problems with this. And so the court is aware, at the end of all of these memos, there is an email from David Silverstein, a summary of the case in which the final paragraph is, in essence, we were wrong, forget it. And I intend to use that if they try to bring any of these in. And so that, I think,
Did you hear that? There's an email from DCF that was like, oh, we were wrong. Let's drop it. There's an email that exists. And these people are trying to say they're going to bring stuff in from the DCF case. And if they do it, he's like, well, I'm going to show that email then. It's about to get nasty in here.
I can't understand why they would want to have this, but I seriously doubt how they can keep this from going far outside the bounds and confusing the jury.
Well, I trust in your ability to stand up and say object. And I also trust in my abilities to rule consistently to what we've been doing. I see this as nothing more than a comfort order for DCF and the individuals, just like how I like getting a comfort order from the bankruptcy court whenever there's a bankruptcy and a foreclosure action and I'm being asked to do something, which might otherwise run afoul of some sort of provision of the law. So I'm fine with signing the comfort order with the understanding that it is not an authorization to change how I have been ruling on what is and is not admissible. So Mr. Hughes, can your team print up a paper order? I will sign it right here. I'll hand it to the clerk and they can scan it and you can grab it hopefully tonight.
So from what I understand, this order is about giving DCF cover, more immunity for anything that comes out in this case. They don't want to be held accountable for anything that comes out that is what they call confidential. They're so concerned about confidential information. What they're really concerned about is covering their ass. But the whole problem with DCF is that they're not transparent. Now, I'm pretty sure nothing else comes in after this. There's nothing else that happens, but we're not done. You know why we're not done? We're not done because, hold on, I forgot about Newberger. Newberger was on day 14, and we have to cover that. As long as I'm sitting here doing it, we might as well cover Newberger. Because I didn't watch the Newberger testimony because I got stuck when what's his name Anderson was reading it into the record, because it's so goddamn boring when he reads it into the record that who the hell can pay attention. And so I didn't pay attention, but what I didn't realize was
If
that
you read what I just sent you, there's a great deal of argument there from Dr.
Oh,
Smith
and
to her
by the
two
way,
team colleagues with regard to what she
apparently the jury sent a note. I think this happened. I heard it on Rob's stream. I didn't see it happen, but I heard it. Rob said the jury sent a note to the judge to tell the plaintiffs that if they were going to read stuff into the record, wigs and costumes and acting classes would help. He said it would go a long way.
found. And I put that in quotes in her investigation. She was apparently
So this is day 14. Anderson is reading in Newberger's testimony. Do we want to? I'm going to let the chat decide. I can't do a poll on Rumble, but I'm going to do a poll on YouTube. Let's see. How do I get to the studio? Here we go. Let's go to the studio. Let's go to the polls. Why do I not see the chat in the studio? The hell, man. Where's the chat? Ah, there you are. Okay, I'm going to start a poll. Do we want to watch Anderson? All right. What should we do? What to do? Watch Anderson. Read testimony. Or go straight to Newberger. I don't know how to spell Newberger. I'm just going to pretend. Go to Newberger deposition. He was deposed 3 times, but only one of them was on video, and it was the cross. And that the plaintiff used the cross for their case should tell you something. Go to Newberger deposition, which is full of fire. I don't know what's in this red testimony because I don't know. I didn't watch it because I was so bored, because he needs a wig and a costume and personality. So take the poll. So far, we're at 100% for just go to the Neuberger deposition, because do we really want to do this for another hour? Watch Anderson read this. Only 18% of you. Okay. And on Rumble, I will watch your chat. You guys get to just tell me in the chat what you want to do. So you over there on Rumble, and I'll look at locals as well. Yeah, the locals chat is usually slow. Not everybody who subscribes on locals is like online at the same time, so it is usually slow lately. But the more of you that join, the crazier it'll get. It'll be fun. The good news is everything you post in locals right now, I will see. Rumble does not appear to have an opinion on this. Nobody on Rumble cares. Okay, on YouTube, we are at 85%. Go straight to the deposition. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. While you guys are deciding that, I'm going to play Anderson reading
Be
Neuberger.
taken to 3 different immunologists, and they had no concerns. She had an EMG in the rehab stay, and it was negative. And it was apparently noted in the record that she didn't report pain for the procedure itself. She was prescribed intravenous immunoglobulin by a physician in Orlando for diagnosis of RSD/CRPS and began monthly infusions in April of this year. Based on this information, I agree with Dr. Hart and Dr. Smith. We should proceed with removing Maya's port, as there is no indication for her to have a central venous line.
Okay.
This is in support of my testimony, or to put it another way, this is the proof that she was part of this orchestrated effort.
Doctor, everything that you just read into the record from that note authored by Dr. Deese is nothing more than a communication between a treater at the hospital that has the ability to enter an order to remove the port and a
Okay.
consultant like Dr. Smith, who is providing input as the child
That's
protection.
enough, I guess. Everyone has been tortured enough by this. You want to go straight to Neuberger. And I say that you're not really missing anything by watching Anderson. I didn't watch it, and I don't feel like I missed anything. All right, so here we go. We're going to the only deposition that was recorded with Neuberger. This guy is unbelievable.
I understand there's a video of deposition 3 coming. So I get to turn the lights off. I am told this is approximately 30 minutes. Is that correct, Ms. Lawrence? Thank you. Just what you want, dimming of the lights, right? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Reyes? Yes, Your Honor.
Will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Doctor, since there's been an objection, let me just ask you, to date, how much have you been paid for your expert services in this case?
It's approximately 69 plus 78, plus $98,000.
Is this dude, is he doing his deposition in his walk-in closet made of what looks like teak? What a boss move. Look at that. Look at that. He's got like, how many Versace suits do you think are hanging on the left there? He made over 100. He's making over 100,000. That's how important this testimony is. They paid this dude over 100 grand. But when you hear who he is, you're gonna know why. Look at this cedar walk-in closet. This dude is literally zooming from his walk-in Versace-filled cedar closet. Or teak, whatever it is. It's expensive.
So 68 plus 99,000.
69,000, as I understand it, plus the recent submission of 98,000 that I've been paid.
That's approximately a total of what, $165,000 thereabouts. Can you please tell us what?
He's like, yeah, that's like a month of work for me. This dude rolls around. He has a driver. For sure, this guy has a driver. He is not a poor. I'll tell you what. He's not a poor. Nope.
What those opinions are.
Sure. Third line up from the bottom. The evidence
Mr.
had
Reyes.
multiple references to team decisions and abrogating personal responsibility.
The judge is having some kind of issue. He'll fix it in a second. They screwed something up in the courtroom.
Please tell us what those opinions are.
Sure. Third line up from the bottom, the evidence of multiple references to team decisions and abdicating personal responsibility and deferring virtually all principal diagnostic medical judgments and decision to Sally Smith. In addition to this opinion with regard to team decisions, I intend to opine that this so-called team represented a group of individuals who together
This is important.
agreed
Listen.
to commit an unlawful act and to harm other individuals. Second,
Holy shit.
Why did you not put that into your report?
Let's
and
go
to
back.
harm who to
I want you to hear that
of
again.
represent that this so-called team represented a group of individuals who together agreed to commit an unlawful act and to harm other individuals. Second,
Why did you not put that into your report initially?
actually, it's something that just occurred to me within the last few weeks that this aggregated into a much more serious concept than just the multiple references to quote unquote team decisions that you can see on the 5th page of this opinion.
And what was your second opinion you were going to get to?
Okay. The second one had to do with Dr. Smith's, Sally Smith's, being observed by one of her colleagues, Dr. Kilgore, to have actually affixed a copy of her report to the hospital medical record.
There's a doctor in this named Kilgore. Wasn't Frankenstein's assistant named Igor? Oh my God. So now we've got Dr. Kilgore. Oh, you can't make this up. This is almost as good as Rottenborn.
An action that, in my opinion, would typically be done by a member of the hospital staff to conform any and every person who picked up the paper medical record of her opinion. This went beyond the self-identification of this woman as an outside consultant, as an internal operator, for the same reason I just gave you. I've been giving this recently a lot of thought as I re-reviewed these documents and saw how these individuals interacted with one another in order to harm someone and to commit an unlawful act.
Okay, doctor, are there any other opinions?
He's accusing them of a crime. Do you hear what this is? This is based, if you ask me, the reason why Neuberger decided that this was what he wanted to opine on is because he wants to tell the jury that this is what you are actually witnessing here is a criminal act. What was done to this family is a crime. And we are in civil court, and so we can't hold them accountable for a crime, but that's where it should be. It should be in criminal court because this is a conspiracy. It could be RICO. And actually, if you ask me, the entire child trafficking scheme set up by hospitals in collusion with child protection services is absolutely the definition of RICO. And if some ex-US attorney, some retired ex-US attorney who's made as much money as they ever want to make and are as well protected as they're ever going to be and have as much money as they ever want to have should get interested in the next big RICO case, they could take this and run with it across the whole damn country. RICO. Could it still go to criminal court? Sure. Do we have a U.S. attorney who would like to take it there? We're going to have someone who wants to investigate them and bring charges. And that's going to require somebody probably outside of the state of Pennsylvania, because everybody, I mean, not Pennsylvania, outside of the state of whatever state this is in, Florida, because they are all connected to these big money donors at the hospital. That's why I say U.S. attorney, because that's what we really need. Railroad Innocent Children Operation, RICO. Yeah. I've actually spoken to a RICO lawyer about this. He was interested for a while. We had some serious talks about it, and I gave him a bunch of evidence that I have on a bunch of families. But I didn't hear from him again. You know, I've had a lot of bites, you know, on this sort of thing, but people decide it's too hard, it's too much money. We need somebody that has a lot of funds to fund something like this, and a lot of time on their hands, and a lot of knowledge. And if there's anybody out there like that who really wants to bring some justice to some families, I believe that this is a RICO. I believe it's RICO. I believe it is. It's conspiracy. It's fraud. I had an idea that the ex-U.S. attorney, Peter Fitzgerald, would be a great person to take on a case like this. He's a good man who took down a lot of corruption in Illinois. And we need a guy like that who would come in and do this. But again, like a U.S. attorney or a special prosecutor would have to be appointed. And who's going to do that? What's RICO? Racketeering. That's how we got the mob. What does RICO stand for? Off the top of my head, I don't know. Hold on. Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act. Here's the definition. It is a United States federal law that provides for extended criminal penalties and a civil cause of action for acts performed as part of an ongoing criminal organization. And I think that's what we have here. Child Protective Services is a criminal organization, so are many of these hospitals, and they are colluding together to enrich themselves with federal funds. Under RICO, a person who has committed at least 2 acts of racketeering activity, drawn from a list of 35 crimes, within a 10-year period can be charged with racketeering if such acts are related in one of 4 specific ways to an enterprise. And I went over all of this with the RICO attorney that I spoke to, and he was in agreement with me that it meets the standard on many fronts. It meets a lot of them. We just need somebody with the will to bring it.
Other than the ones you just disclosed here today, that you intend to offer outside of your report and outside of what you just disclosed today?
Yes. Form.
I'll go ahead. So outside of your report, outside of the 2 opinions you just disclosed here today, do you have any other additional opinions that you intend to proffer at trial?
Yes.
What are they?
That Smith's and the members of the team, including Major's, medical approach diverged from the accepted standard of care for hospital treating physicians to conduct a systematic and rigorous differential diagnosis in which all alternatives were seriously considered and honestly represented. Third, oh, wait a second, that's 3. So this would be 4. That the careful attention to this child's presenting complaints, past history, and current hospital course with regard to her pain and distress, ruptured family relationships, and her request for analgesic medication with opacity of sympathy, with a propensity to blame not only the mother of the perpetrator, but the child as a willing and intentional collaborator, rather than to understand the child as a suffering individual supported by loving and caring persons.
Dr. Newberger, do you have any other opinions outside of what I believe are the 6 that you've addressed here today?
I do. And that
Can I interrupt you for just a brief second, Dr. Newberger, and ask why none of these opinions appear in your February 2022 report?
I just want to point out again how hilarious it is that we are using the cross. This is the defense deposing him, and the plaintiff is using it for its case.
Because
this has got to make Shapiro so pissed off. This whole team, they've got to be pissed.
I've been thinking about this recently, and
Doctor, can you please be brief and let me know what other opinions you intend to proffer? Because I have several questions for you, and I'm really not getting anywhere. So please just.
No, you're not getting anywhere because he's a boss and he's going to go where he wants to go from his all walnut closet.
In a succinct fashion, tell me if there's any other opinions you have that you're going to address at trial.
yes,
That aren't in your report.
the separation test that
Oh, this is important.
these
Listen to this.
Conspirators.
Conspirators. I love that he uses the word conspirators. God, maybe this guy knows somebody who will take his evaluation and spin it into something.
Was based on a flimsy notion that this child could be hospitalized and weaned from some of her treatments, having her port removed to administer ketamine, and for that matter, immune serum globulin for her serious asthma attacks. And
did you get that? They weaned her off of her medication for her serious asthma attacks. Are you kidding me?
Medications that allayed the pain of her neuropathic syndrome, pain which was excruciating. But Elliot specifically proposed continuing the weaning from gabapentin, which is one of the neuropathic pain medications. The separation test, in my opinion, was preposterously conceived and cruelly executed.
Doctor, have you ever treated pediatric conversion disorder?
Actually, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because I've had a long and deep experience in treating Munchausen syndrome by proxy. And when Munchausen syndrome by proxy occurs in the eyes of some experts, sometimes children are seen somehow to collude with their parents. And sometimes they're labeled as having a form of conversion disorder. This notion was mentioned by several individuals here, never systematically assessed by a child psychiatrist in any of the places where it was addressed, including this hospital, where the psychiatrist basically made occasional rounds, but never really conducted a systematic child psychiatric evaluation.
Doctor, I'm going to have to interrupt you here. My question that was asked was, have you ever...
Doctor, I have to interrupt you because you're destroying my case. Doctor, you're going to have to stop talking now, because if you continue it, I'm sure to lose. And I mean, you have to imagine the guffaws of laughter on the plaintiff's side when they watched this when they sat through this deposition. I guess they were probably there, right? Oh my God.
treated pediatric conversion disorder?
The answer is yes.
Okay. What is the standard of care treatment for pediatric conversion disorder?
The standard of care is doing...
It sure isn't torture.
A full mental status examination, often supported by psychological studies, and attends to the standards articulated in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association and the counterpart standards of the American Academy of Child Psychiatry, where I've published extensively over the course of the years and participated in their local and national meetings. This requires a rigorous and careful approach. It's not a diagnosis that you make casually because a mother has been accused of something and a child has been accused of something. And in this case, for example, among the preposterous accusations having to do with conversion disorder was that somehow when she had an asthma attack, she was actually faking the contractions of her intracostal muscles because she'd learned how to do this to accommodate her mother. This was a paperback notion of
That's insane.
Conversion disorder, which was preposterous on its face. First,
a paperback notion of conversion disorder that is preposterous on its face. Headed over to Rumble for a second. McCrae, thanks for the $10 Rumble rant, says, "Hey Megan, I'm still watching from behind. Just wanted to let you know I've been waiting." No, I already read that one. Here's the other one. Funny thing, Megan, I watched all of this testimony this morning. Then I had to watch it again with you. Your version is way better. I only suggest that you give us notice when you're on if you can. I did. Are you following me on Locals? meganfox.locals.com, because that's where you're going to get all the notifications. YouTube never gives notifications. So there's nothing I can do about that. And I can't give you guys a heads up as to when I'm going to be on because I don't know when my schedule permits. I'm just fly by the seat of my pants here. So you don't have to sign up on Locals, like pay money. You can just follow me there for free and you'll get all the notifications that I post. I always post my live streams there, and YouTube doesn't give you my notifications even if you hit the bell. I know a lot of people say that they don't. So he just said that they accused Maya of faking her asthma cough, which he says is impossible, and a paperback notion of a conversion disorder, which is preposterous on its face. I love this guy.
well, children can't do this. This is an autonomic response when you're gasping for air and you're trying to do all possible to open your lungs and pull air in. That's where you see intercostal contraction. So
please finish telling me what the standard of care therapy is.
He can't get him to answer the question. He's determined. This witness is determined, absolutely determined to tell the jury what he wants to tell the jury, regardless of what is being asked of him. This is the best piece of advice that anybody ever gave me about being interviewed, because I go on a lot of interviews. I don't even remember who told me this, but they said you never answer the question they asked. You answer the question you wanted them to ask. So you just spin it into whatever it is you wanted to talk to. You steer the conversation right back to the thing you wanted to say. Notice how he just told the jury they accused Maya of faking her asthma. And it was preposterous. And yes, everybody, please say a prayer or several for Dr. Newberger. He is in the hospital. He has not been able to come to court because he is very sick. I don't know how sick and I don't know what it's about, but he's an elderly man. And obviously, we want him to recover because this man must be protected at all costs. We're going to need him for the RICO case.
Is for pediatric conversion disorder without talking about anything in this case. I just want to know, generally speaking, what the standard of care for pediatric conversion disorder
without telling anyone what's going on in this case. Stop spilling the beans. Just answer my questions.
The standard of care is to address the underpinning personal conflicts and their surround in expression of symptoms of.
No, Elsie Merritt, the defense did not pay him. The plaintiff did. This is plaintiff's witness that Shapiro is deposing. Or it's not Shapiro, it's one of his other team. It's not going well for him.
Compromised social relationships and family relationships, and typically involving dynamic psychotherapy. This was not considered here. It was not done here. There was nothing rigorous at all among the various professionals who suspected a conversion disorder, but did not conduct a rigorous assessment of it.
Okay, doctor, again, just please focus on the question that I asked.
I've given you my response.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Have you ever used ketamine to treat a pediatric patient?
No.
What is your understanding of the standard of care therapy for pediatric complex regional pain syndrome?
I'm not familiar with the current standard of care with regarding the use of ketamine in children. As we're probably aware, recently, and I'm talking within the last year, ketamine has been seen to be of enormous value in treating, for example,
Here he goes
post-traumatic
again.
stress disorder, severe depression. And it's begun to be used in adolescents as well as adults under controlled circumstances. I am not, however, a practicing psychiatrist, so I do not know what the current standard of care is for treating any condition with ketamine.
Okay. But my question, right.
Oral or parenteral.
But my question was, do you know, what is your understanding of the standard of care therapy for pediatric CRPS?
For pediatric CRPS, also, it's my understanding that this is evolving, that there are minima that are specified as acceptable in the United States, very restrictive with regard to how much ketamine could be given, where now it's understood that this is an issue of titration. And that's what my colleagues at Boston Children's Hospital in the anesthesia department have noticed and published about. But I don't know precisely what that standard is now, Mr. Hughes.
Have you ever treated pediatric CRPS?
No.
Does ketamine cause withdrawal, doctor?
As I understand it, from my reading of the current literature, there are some symptoms after the use of ketamine, but it is not a withdrawal in the sense that an opioid or alcohol can, for addicted people, cause withdrawal symptoms. These are transitory memory losses, occasional odd and intrusive thoughts, which go away in short periods of time. That's my understanding of whatever may be associated with the stopping of ketamine for its prescribed uses.
Have you, and I think you indicated you reviewed records from Lurie Children's Hospital, is that correct?
I've reviewed some records in which there was speculation about a conversion disorder. It was.
Do you recall anything else from the discharge summary from Lurie Children's Hospital?
I have it here in this huge pile of information, but I don't recall anything else.
Dr. Newberger, have you reviewed any records from Tampa General Hospital?
I have.
Again, Dr. Newberger, the question is, what is your understanding of the discharge diagnoses that Maya Kowalski received after her care and treatment at Tampa General Hospital in 2015?
I actually don't remember the discharge diagnoses.
Whoa.
Have you ever reviewed
Purple Prose, is this true? If this is true, she says, I'm in CPS groups, and since this trial started, all of a sudden cases are closing, kids are being returned. Can you send me those groups where this is happening? I'd like to get in touch with some of those people and find out what's going on. I told you I feel an energy shift. And when I told you what's going on in Pennsylvania, now after this case, and now 70 families have come forward accusing Dr. Deborah Jensen in Pennsylvania of falsely accusing them of Munchausen syndrome by proxy in collusion with the CPS and taking their kids. It's like it's all bursting open. So is this happening? Purple Prose, if you have any information on that, please reach out to me. Here is my email. I will put it up on the screen. Please send me all the information you have on that. Thank you.
Dr. Hana's medical records?
I have.
Did you see a prescription from Dr. Hana dated October 5, 2016 that references malnourishment?
I do recall his concern about her growth, stature, and progress of weight, but I don't recall that particular 2016 notation. His file is very thick, as you know. So if you want to show me something, I'm happy to entertain it.
Doctor, what is your understanding of who referred Maya Kowalski to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital for the October 7, 2016?
All right, hold on. I need a pee break too. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to pee and do squats. You got a minute and 22 seconds. Actually, let's see. What else do I think I have a longer one, a longer video I can play, probably my book review or my book one. Let's play. We're going to have a pee break and then come back, all right? We'll do a movie night. We got a minute 30 seconds to watch this little commercial I made for movie nights on Locals. Join me on Locals, meganfox.locals.com. You know, they didn't need to go through all this. I could have just told them that. But degenerates are going to degenerate, and this is the natural outcome. And I think everyone should watch it because there are lessons to be learned. All right, here it comes. That was a poor choice of words.
Is a cure, and that cure is female orgasm.
A pleasure deficit? All anybody does is make themselves feel good. That's the whole problem with humanity. It's all about feeling good.
Welcome to the Orgasmist pop-up shop.
I'm a lot more conscious just of my own power and my sex.
She wants to have this elite group of
I just thought you should see my face
hip
closer.
men and women.
I was
Turned on
friendly,
hip
nerdy
men and
guy.
women.
One taste opened up a world
In
I didn't
the
even
tech
dream was
world.
possible.
That feels like
Silicon Valley is what's wrong with this world. It all starts in Silicon Valley.
From like utopia to hellhole.
These people are the very devil.
Fascinated.
Welcome to hell.
It's my favorite video.
Thursday afternoon. Someone's happy.
As far as people concerned, we were living at a palace, and we were in a cottage.
We were living on
palace grounds.
Oh no, they were on
Kensington
palace
Palace
grounds.
grounds.
Oh, are you
Very
kidding
regal.
me?
Of course it does. It's
Is she kidding? The cottage on palace grounds wasn't good enough for you.
It says palace in the name. But Nottingham Cottage was so small.
The whole thing's on the slope.
Oh, diddums. Oh, diddums. Oh, goodness gracious. Love, did you feel outcast because you're on the main grounds, dear? How much taxes did our country have to park out for you to sit into your lovely cottage on the main grounds? I hate you. I don't like you at all. Won't you fuck off? She's basically talking about it like someone's converted an old garage out the back into a spare granny flat and used all shit from, the second-hand store and off the side of the road on dumpster day.
I was like lean, really low ceiling, so I don't know who was there before. They must have been very short.
He's so
He just hit
attractive.
his head constantly in that place because he's so tall. Me with a hoe and H varnishing.
You are a hoe.
All right. No, there was no reboot. I just was getting a drink.
Hospitalization at issue.
My understanding is that she was having excruciating pain, and they came to the emergency room hoping to be able to get urgent pain relief.
Do you know who made that referral? Was that a no? Is that a no?
I said no.
But I just wanted to clarify. Did you ever take any licensing board examinations to have a child abuse pediatrics board certification?
The answer is no, but it requires a bit of deeper explanation, which I will now give you, which I don't believe I testified to previously. In the late 1990s,
Okay,
under the
this is
aegis
it.
of the American Academy of Pediatrics,
Listen
a group
closely.
of physicians, including people like myself, founders of the
This is so funny. Didn't he just ask, are you board certified? Remember, this is the answer to are you board certified? Let's back up a little bit.
In the late 1990s, under the aegis of the American Academy of Pediatrics, a group of physicians, including people like myself, founders of the field, met to consider whether we should have a subspecialty in this field. And there was discussion about what.
Oh, wait a minute. Dr. Newberger, let me get this straight. I'm sorry. You were consulted by the American Academy of Pediatrics when they were deciding whether or not to make child abuse pediatricians a specialty. You were in the room when that happened. And not just in the room, they were consulting you about this new speciality. Oh my God. If I'm the other attorney right now, I am regretting everything about this.
What this might be called and what would be the foundations with regard to clinical practice. And
Oh, you named it? You created the board? You named it and everything?
in this field. And there was discussion about what this might be called and what would be the foundations with regard to clinical practice and behavioral, social, and medical science. And it was a very productive conversation among people that I knew very well over the years because I taught at their institutions and they'd read my publications, and some indeed had served postdoctoral fellowships.
Because I taught them, some of whom I knew very well. Because I taught them. Oh, Maja, why were you peeing when we were you're missing it? Someone catch her up.
In my in the 17-year pendency of my federally funded training program at Boston Children's Hospital, which trained some of the leaders in the field.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say federally funded training program that trained the leaders in the pediatric field? So let me get this straight. The United States government gave you money, gave this man money to train the leaders of the pediatric field.
The discussion was around what we should call this specialty, were someone to be approved by the American Board of Medical Specialties. And the consensus at the outset was we should call this child abuse pediatrics. I objected for the following reasons.
Listen to this. Listen to this. This is so important. This is the whole problem with the child abuse pediatrician category. He's about to tell you why we have the problem that we have with all child abuse pediatricians.
If we were to call this child abuse pediatrics, what it would result in would be a small field of people who would be assigned the task in hospitals of thumbs up or thumbs down, this is child abuse or not. And that was an overly simple technical function, and further, couldn't be based on any body of science which would justify creating a new specialty with this name. Rather, I argued, it would be far better to call this specialty, taking cognizance of the fields of forensic psychiatry, forensic pathology, to call this forensic pediatrics, which would have as its foundation child development, family development, behavioral science as it manifests in relationships and in violence in relationships, biodynamics in regard to the transmission of various vectors and forces and flames and the like that impelled injury, which would be understood in those frames. But where the objective, as the other forensic medical specialties would be, to inform decision makers in the legal sector with authoritative opinions about the science that was important to their decision making. Anyway, I made this point. There was some consideration, but the consensus was to call it child abuse pediatrics. And ultimately, the sub board had an exam and a certification process. And I decided, as one of the founders of the field, that I would not take this exam.
Okay.
Instead would apply to the peer reference group, the Ray Helfer Society, to be an emeritus member. And they happily accepted me, and I've been an emeritus member ever since. I pay my dues every year.
All right, so for the too long didn't read and for Maja, who was peeing, we will go back over what just happened here. Are you board certified? They say. And he says, well, that's going to require some more background. Because in the 1970s, I was called in by the founders of the field of pediatrics to discuss the new specialty, child abuse pediatricians. And they consulted me because I trained them all. This guy is basically, I think Rob called him Moses. He's about to tell you that he climbed the mountain and carved into stone the basics of the field. Yeah, member emeritus, MFer. Yeah, did they even look him up first? This would be like saying to Albert Einstein, Are you certified in physics? Do you have a board certification in physics? It would be like asking, Thomas Edison, are you board certified in communications? It would be like asking, I don't know, Henry Ford, do you know how to drive a car, sir? I mean, it is just absurd. Yes, see, Maja, the field of child abuse pediatricians, child abuse pediatrics is a newer specialty. And it is a specialty, as he has just told you, that turned into garbage. He told them he disagreed with what they were doing, that if they were going to have a specialty, it should be called forensic pediatrics that would encompass psychiatry, family, understanding family dynamics. It would encompass all of these things, like all these specialties rolled into one, right? And not just child abuse pediatricians who would be the thumbs up or thumbs down of is it child abuse or not? Because that's not what that doesn't help anyone. Oh, yes, it's a specialty, but it's a very small group of people, just like he said it would be. It's a very small group. It's a handful of people, and they're wreaking havoc across this entire nation. Just like Dr. Deborah Jensen, Dr. John C. Wright in Florida, Jensen in Pennsylvania, Sally Smith in Florida. There's Dr. Wong in California, who was on Rachel Bruno's case. I don't remember her first name, but her last name is Wong, W-O-N-G. She's been sued multiple times. All these people have been sued multiple times. And here he is telling you why. Because it was flawed from the beginning. And he was there. He was there at the meeting. This would be like asking Thomas Jefferson, are you qualified to talk about the Constitution? And he'd be like, well, I wrote it. It would be like asking George Washington, what do you know about war? I mean, this is the guy. He's the guy who created he's one of the founders of pediatrics, of modern pediatrics. Like, this is the guy. And they're now wait, the next question is, but are you board certified? It's so ridiculous.
Okay, thank you, doctor. You're not a pediatric critical care physician, are you?
No.
You don't have board certification in pediatric critical care medicine?
No.
You're not a pediatric anesthesiologist, are you?
Do you hear how stupid this is?
No.
You don't have board certifications in pediatric anesthesiology?
If it helps you, I can say my only board certification is in pediatrics.
Okay, thank you.
Even though I have two subspecialties, behavioral and developmental pediatrics and child abuse, but my only board certification is in pediatrics.
Do you know when that port was surgically removed?
I don't.
Were you aware that it was surgically removed?
Yes.
How did you come to know that?
It's in the records somewhere, and she certainly doesn't need it now if she doesn't need either immune serum globulin because her asthma risk is lower than it had been, and her ketamine because her CRPS is in a favorable condition at the moment.
Did I forget if I asked you now, doctor, and I apologize if I already have, but do you know when Maya last received IVIG?
No.
Do you know what I mean when I say IVIG?
Yes.
And what is IVIG?
It's a protein that's composed of immune-rich serum that operates to enhance one's ability to fight the allergic concomitants, the immune concomitants that precipitate asthma. And it's demonstrably a very valuable preventive for possibly fatal asthma. And this child, without question, had very, very severe asthma.
And do you know who diagnosed Maya with an immunodeficiency disorder?
No.
You know when she was diagnosed with an immunodeficiency disorder?
No. No.
How many times have you spoken with either Dr. Kirkpatrick and or Dr. Hanna?
0 in both.
Do you know what Dr. Kirkpatrick's board certified in?
What does that matter? Why does he need to know Dr. Kirkpatrick's certifications? What a stupid question.
I forget. He's a distinguished professor of critical care or something like that. But I don't recall exactly what his honorary, very high honorary degree at University of South Carolina. But I recall it was a very serious scientific certification and a great pertinence to mine in this case.
Doctor, do you think that a reasonably prudent pediatrician should read consult notes from consulting physicians?
I think it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the setting in which the physician is seeing a patient. So if a patient comes in, as this child did, to the emergency room of a hospital, which has a general competency, advertises itself under the banner of the great Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, and that child complains of severe pain. The mother describes the syndrome that she's had and demands that the child receive analgesia. In a situation like this, of course, it would be appropriate to review the consultations which established the diagnosis that both the mother and the child said she carried. Under those circumstances, there's no question that this is appropriate. And similarly, in doing differential diagnostic work.
Hey, Chad, super chats are appreciated. Chad goes, damn, I went and did a whole day and played a show with my band, and Megan is still at it. Dedication. You're amazing. I do take super chats and Venmo and Cash App and Rumble Rants. That would be great, so that when I go back downstairs and my husband gives me the side eye because I've been here for 9 hours and 28 minutes, he's like, oh, that was worth it. That would be good. It would be good if he wasn't like, why did you waste an entire Saturday online?
In a hospital like mine, where as an attending physician on the inpatient floors, I often encountered people who had come to Children's from all over the world for diagnosis and hopefully treatment for extremely rare conditions. This is, a specialty hospital that is justifiably regarded as one of the best in the world. And when one receives a consultation requests like this, and these would be assigned if there was no other attending physician when I was attending on the inpatient floors, I would receive the patient, would be assigned to me. And the task there is, of course, to review past consultation notes. But if
Thanks,
there's a
Dad.
persistent concern with regard to that case,
I'm just a poor boy, so I offer what I'm able to. You deserve way more. Thank you so much, Chad. I appreciate that.
then one conducts in an orderly and systematic way a
Mhm.
differential diagnosis. And in my case, also, because I was the founder and for 3 decades the director of the Child Protection Program, I also was the person called when there was a concern about the possibility of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. And one would do the same thing because not all Munchausen cases are real. Munchausen's is a diagnostic wastebasket where there's a mild end of the spectrum and a severe end of the spectrum where if you don't do the right things, you could have a murder on your hands. And we actually had
Marlana, I did get your Venmo. Did you miss it when I read it out? Maybe you weren't here, but I did get it. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Unless there was another one. Wait, let me check. Let me check. Maybe I missed it. Oh, I missed one from, oh my God. Kelly. Oh, huge with the $150 super chat on Venmo says you're doing a great job. The work you put into this analysis really shows. I love how sometimes it's so ridiculous that yes, you just have to laugh. Next Chinese takeout night is on me. I hope this covers it in Biden's economy. Well, that's going to make Mr. Fox happy. He's going to smile when I tell him. Wow, Kelly, amazing. And Marlana had sent me 50. Thank you so much for that. I did read it out earlier. You must have missed it. And I did. Okay, so I caught up on Venmo. Awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, and on Rumble, I've got a Rumble rant from McCrae. McCrae says, this has got to be a record for Megan. Hope you get loads of subscribers. This is important. Well, actually, I don't think it is because I think that in the Johnny Depp trial, I think I did multiple 10 to 12 hour streams. I streamed that trial every day, all day. And we weren't done when the day was over. I mean, you can go back and watch. There were some seriously long streams. So I'm getting close to it, though. This is for sure close to it. But that was a huge $150 super chat. Wow. Huge. All right, getting back over to Dr. Newberger, who I sincerely hope has a full recovery and lives a much longer life. This man deserves it. And he is clearly someone we need more of. We need more people like him. We really do.
2 of them at Boston Children's Hospital, which were very chastening experiences. My point is that you always look in the circumstances where you need to about what a referring person has by way of previous consultations.
Were you aware of any contact between Johns Hopkins physicians and Dr. Hanna?
Yes. Dr. Hanna wanted to come to the hospital and to consult and to talk with the treating staff as well as to examine and to see how his patient Maya was doing.
And what month was that, doctor?
I don't recall. He spoke to Dr. Major, who informed him that unless he applied for and received emergency privileges at this fine hospital, that he wouldn't be allowed in the door. And it's my understanding that that was the context of the communication, such as it was.
You previously testified with Mr. Haskell on September 30th, 2020, that Dr. Sally Smith, quote, insisted on Maya's stripping down to her bra and exercise shorts, end quote. Do you recall making that statement?
I I don't recall making that statement. I mean, the person who stripped her over her objection was Kathy Beatty, and it's my understanding that both Smith and Catherine Major requested that these lesions be photographed.
Are you familiar with what the APSAC guidelines are?
I am. I'm a life member of APSAC, and I know those guidelines, and I know how rough and problematic they are.
Do you recognize APSAC guidelines as the APSAC guidelines?
I mean, I am having a hard time figuring out whose deposition this is, because if it is the plaintiff's deposition, why were they bitching at him for getting off topic? So, because now I'm starting to think it's the plaintiff's deposition because of the questions they're asking. But before, they seemed combative with him. So I guess I need to find out who is actually whose deposition this is. I know it's the plaintiff's witness, but who is asking the questions? Is that Whitney?
Specifically on Munchausen syndrome by proxy as authoritative in the field of child abuse pediatrics?
Definitely not.
You previously testified when this
because
pediatric
why would he
Munchausen
ask
syndrome by
why would he ask this question? If this was defense,
those guidelines, and I know how rough and problematic they are.
Do you recognize APSAC guidelines as the APSAC guidelines specifically on Munchausen syndrome by proxy as authoritative in the field of child abuse pediatrics?
Definitely not.
You previously testified when Mr. Haskell was questioning you that.
Wait. I need to know what the APSAC guidelines are for Munchausen. Why doesn't he? APSAC guidelines, Munchausen. Let's find out what that is. I don't know what that is. APSAC guidelines. All right, here they are. God, I love Google. I love Google for the ease of finding things. Like, how great is it that we can just find stuff immediately? All right, so let's see. Read the guidelines here. All right. How many pages is this shit? Munchausen by proxy, a clinical guideline. I want to see what the guidelines are. So he says he does not agree with these guidelines at all, whatever they are. So this is many pages. It's 29 pages. Jeez. And this is what APSAC, the American, what does that stand for? APSAC. What does APSAC stand for? American Pediatric Academy something. These guidelines are intended to provide guidance to medical providers, mandated reporters, child protective service workers, law enforcement, attorneys, therapists, and any other professionals who may be involved with reporting, assessing, and treating. And I just want to point out that this does not have the force of law, but it sure sounds like it. Do you follow the APSAC guidelines? Do you have your copy of the APSAC guidelines? Well, what are the APSAC guidelines? Just a bunch of doctors sitting around just like making shit up? Yep, pretty much. Terms describing the abuse and neglect. Oh, okay. So somebody in the chat just asked, I thought they didn't call it Munchausen anymore. Yeah, they don't. Here's all the other names they hide it under. Pediatric condition falsification. Abuse by pediatric condition falsification. Caregiver fabricated illness in a child. Medical child abuse. That's what they got Cindy on. They started out saying it was Munchausen, and then they scratched it off because no one could prove she had Munchausen, and they called it medical child abuse. Term describing the abuser's psychopathology in actions. Factitious disorder imposed on another. Yeah, so they name it all these other things. Wait, what did I miss? Okay. I don't care about that. I want to know what are the guidelines The symptoms. Let's look at the symptoms. It'll be ridiculous. Types of falsification: providing false information. Now, by the way, I just read an analysis of Munchausen syndrome by proxy by someone who was very critical of it, who wrote in like one of these medical papers. I'm going to go through it on another stream. But she said that everybody provides false information about their medical history, whether they mean to or not. And so because everyone does it, because you might have forgotten what happened several years ago, or you might have accidentally left something out, or you got something wrong, because we're humans and that's what we do. Like we don't have perfect memories. If you get yourself into a situation where you've provided a less than factual medical history to someone like Sally Smith, she'll seize on it and turn it into a nightmare where you've lost your kids and you're fighting in court for 5 years. And so her opinion is that providing false information about your medical history to a doctor should never be used as an indication of child abuse, because you might just have made a mistake. They can't tell what your intentions are when you falsify your medical history, because you might have just made a mistake. How the hell do they know? Withholding information, that's another one, same category. Everybody withholds information whether you wanted to or not. Exaggeration. This one is huge. Some people are exaggerators. I'm an exaggerator. In fact, oh my God, my friend and I were talking, I can't talk about who. Someone very closely connected to the Abside case that I can't reveal at the moment. But we were working on it together, and it will all come out eventually. But we're at the trial, at Cynthia's trial, and I'm in the car I come out of court on some day, and I'm crying. I'm bawling. And she had already left, so she didn't see me crying, but I'm bawling. I'm sitting in his car. And he's like, "Okay, what's going on?" And I'm like, it's over. It's over. And because I had known by the jury questions that they didn't believe her, they didn't like her, and they had decided that she was a liar. And one of the conversations we were having was about exaggeration. If you've ever exaggerated, and so many people do this, I exaggerate for effect, right? For comedy, for effect, or for emphasis. And some people exaggerate because it's out of habit, or it isn't malicious. It's just a way of expressing yourself. And it's a way of, so like they would use things against her, like her saying when a doctor literally told her, and it was in the file, that if her son didn't get specialty care, he could die. That's what was in the file. That's what the doctor said. So in her mind, that sometimes was like, why would you withhold medical care from him if this doctor said that he could die? Like, so in a worried mother's mind, that might get blown up. And then they would use that against you to say, well, she said he was terminal. Well, yeah, that's what that other doctor told her, that if he didn't get this, whatever therapy, that he could be terminal. That's what he said. So, and then I caught myself talking to my friend. I don't remember what we were talking about, but I stopped in the middle of what I was saying, and it was about something totally unrelated. And I said, oh my God, I'm doing it right now. I'm doing the thing that she got arrested for. And how come I'm not getting arrested for it? I'm exaggerating right now something that occurred. I just told you an exaggeration. I said I didn't tell you the actual truth. I exaggerated it because it's a habit. I think I was telling him something about cameras in the courtroom. We had a situation where we couldn't get cameras in the courthouse, and I was relaying to him a story of something someone told me that morning, and I exaggerated it and I quit. And I was like, "Wait, look at me not telling the truth right now. I'm actually telling I'm embellishing because it's funnier." And yet a doctor like Sally Smith or John Wright will put you in jail for that. And just exaggeration does not mean you're malicious or you're some kind of abuser. Look at this other one, simulation. What does that mean? Altering biological specimens or medical test procedures to yield abnormal results. Well, yeah, that's weird. That's the only one so far that should actually be on here. These top three, totally subjective. Neglect, yeah, well, that's child abuse. Induction, what's that? Directly creating symptoms, yeah, well, that's child abuse. Look at this, suffocating, starving, infecting, or coaching. This is a big one. Coaching. They always say that you're coaching your kid. You know what coaching is? Parenting. It's parenting. So, for instance, if you were teaching your child that they should not talk to strangers, or that they should talk to a lawyer or call their lawyer if they're ever interrogated by strangers or jackbooted thugs from the state, you're coaching. Cynthia Absug was told she was coaching her son when she told him she loved him. It's absurd. Coaching is garbage. So the only ones on here that actually should be considered symptoms of child abuse would be simulation, neglect, and induction. All these other ones are garbage. Total garbage. And he doesn't agree with these. All right, I'm not going to go through all of those. Let's go back. But that would be an interesting thing to read through one day.
Maya
He just said he does not ascribe to any of these.
Kowalski, it was necessary for her life support to have IVIG. Do you recall saying that?
I don't recall saying it, but I think it's true. She really had life-threatening asthma.
To your knowledge, does she have life-threatening asthma today?
I don't believe so from what I read.
Do you know what asthma medication she's on currently?
I previously testified I don't.
Are there any other opinions other than several that you listed earlier in your deposition and in your report that you intend to bring up at trial?
Check the form.
Okay, so for sure, this is the defense. For sure, because Mr. Anderson just objected. So this is definitely the defense.
Heard my opinions, and actually, when I receive the transcript of this, I'll make a new list for myself and have it in mind before my testimony, even as I watch the discourse in the trial.
He just said, not only am I not going to tell you what I'm going to say at trial, but I'm going to come up with a whole list of new things after I watch this deposition that I'm going to say at trial. And you can't stop me. Damn, I'm so sorry that he's in the hospital. He would have been fire.
Okay. What is the source of your claim that Dr. Major never consulted JHACH's own records that neither expressed or implied either parent had any disorder?
Her own notes in the
Just going to rewind for just a moment.
The judge is rewinding for some reason. Yeah, we really missed it with Newberger. He would have been spectacular. He basically just said, screw you, I'm going to do whatever I want, and you can't stop me.
Stand by, folks.
He literally said, not only am I going to say stuff you're not counting on, I'm going to watch this depo and I'm going to make a total list of all sorts of new shit that I think of to come up with to go after you.
You've heard my opinions, and actually, when I receive the transcript of this, I'll make a new list for myself and have it in mind before my testimony, even as I watch the discourse in the trial.
Okay. What is the source of your?
He also said there, I am also going to watch the other witness testimony in trial, and I'm going to come up with a bunch of new shit to come at you with when I hear their stupid opinions. That is unbelievable. I love this man. He might be the best witness I've ever seen.
Claim that Dr. Major never consulted JHACH's own records that neither expressed or implied either parent had any disorder?
Her own notes in the record and also her deposition.
Okay. Dr. Major testified she did not consult Johns Hopkins' own records in connection with her care of Maya.
My memory was that that was not included in the materials that she said she'd reviewed.
Okay. And what was the other? You said there were two sources of this statement, the Dr. Major's testimony and what was the other one?
Her notes.
Okay. What notes in the record indicate that Dr. Major said she never reviewed Johns Hopkins' own records?
It had to do with what she cited with regard to her belief that this wasn't CRPS, that this was Munchausen. That was continuous for this woman, who is not given to
this woman
or have any propensity to.
Wait, we have to go back. Oh my God. Listen to how he describes this woman. He might as well have called her that woman.
Continuous for this woman. Wasn't CRPS, that this was Munchausen. That was continuous for this woman, who is not given to or have any propensity toward scholarship.
Oh my God. He just called her a dumbass. He just called Dr. Majors a dumb cunt. He said, but he did it in the form of Jane Austen. Let me read to you. In the form of Jane Austen. That was continuous for this woman, who is not given to or have any propensity toward scholarship. Holy shit! I'm crying! I'm crying! It is the best insult I have ever heard. Enchiladas unbreaded. Thanks for the super chat. Great work, Megan. Thank you. OMG.
What do you mean she doesn't have any propensity towards scholarship?
Oh, you don't know what he means? Let me help you out. It means she's a dumb cunt. Boy, it is I can't believe he just asked him, what does that mean? He's going to give him another opportunity to expound on what a dumb twat this woman is? Really? Oh, Deviation, thank you so much for your Rumble rant. $20 Rumble rant says, just here for the rant, then back to the wine moms. Can you just hear this insult read like on a BBC version of some Jane Austen novel? That was continuous for this woman, who is not given to or have any propensity towards scholarship. And then this dumbass lawyer says, well, what do you mean? Let's hear what the response is.
You will recall that Dr. Major was confused about the diagnosis, and ultimately, after having read various articles, went on YouTube.
Oh, for fuck's sake, she went on YouTube. She's a YouTube doctor. I mean, I know we have YouTube lawyers, but I draw the line at YouTube doctors.
If you can imagine.
If you can imagine.
Various articles confused about the diagnosis, and ultimately, after having read various articles, went on YouTube, if you can imagine, for information that led to her conclusion that this really wasn't CRPS.
She went on YouTube, if you can imagine. That woman went on YouTube to confirm her ignorance. Yeah, I love YouTube for a lot of things, but I really hope that my treating physicians are not consulting YouTube. Or they might get somebody telling you to put salt under your tongue for a headache. Because that's ridiculous.
This is not someone, in my view, who is a highly skilled historian.
Keep it coming, doctor. This is not someone, in my view, who's a highly skilled historian.
Or is possessed of the requisite curiosity, modesty, care that goes into serious differential diagnosis, which would include, among other things, looking at the past record and seeing whether there had been any previous concern about distortion or misrepresentation or anything that could be conceived to be related to Munchausen. I didn't.
Whoa. Whoa. All right. That one also needs an English accent in a Jane Austen voice, I believe. This is not someone, in my view, who is a highly skilled historian or is possessed of the wait, we have to go forward. Or is possessed of the requisite curiosity, modesty, care that goes into the serious differential diagnosis, which should include, among other things, looking at the past record and seeing whether there had been any previous concern about Munchausen, or distortion, or misrepresentation, or anything that could be conceived to be related to Munchausen. Yeah, basically, she's just making shit up that she saw on YouTube. Yes.
Didn't see it. She maybe said something or done something that she documented from the old record, but I think it was missing.
Well, damn. Well, damn. God bless British Megan. It's amazing. Oh, I had to hear it in Jane Austen. I just did. Jane Austen has had the most. Jane Austen is alive to me. I speak of her in the present tense. Jane Austen has the most amazing quick wit who can insult you while being so polite. And that's exactly what he did there. Well, I have to write that down. I literally have to write that down. What did he say? She had no propensity. Propensity is such a good word. Oh my God. With no propensity towards scholarship. Did Jane Austen drink wine? Oh, most definitely. Oh, most definitely. Wow. She was not given to or have any propensity towards scholarship. God, who talks like this? It's fantastic. This man is a genius. This man is a national treasure. He must be protected at all costs. I love this man. All right. We did it. We got there. We are at 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 29 seconds and counting. And I don't have anything else for you this evening. I do have more coming on both the Pennsylvania. No, not 8 hours, Gen X, 9. 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 46 seconds. 10 hours, 10 hours. 10. Oh, we will definitely go for 10 hours because it's going to take me a couple minutes to wrap this up. So we are going to hit 10 hours in the next 2 minutes. Wow. It's been a long one. I can't believe I did it. But look, I care about this trial. This trial is big. It's big. Have you guys been here for 10 whole hours? Has everybody been here? He is. He's done. Deviation. He's done. That's it. I think. Wait. Is he done? Yeah, that was it. That's the only deposition they had of him. So Wonderland, you've been here all day. Who are my all-dayers? I want to see my all-dayers check in. Check in. I want to know. Let's see. Wheezy Bob said just left for dinner. Been here all day. That's a shame. Come on, y'all need. I need to give you a shout out. Dirk Diggler's been here all day. Colonel Mountain Girl's been here all day. Paleo Rogue has been here for most of it. I remember you were here early. Oh, who else has been here all day? 10-hour club member, Christy Marie. Girl, you know it. On Rumble. Where are my Rumble peeps at? Who's been here all day? I know Crazy. Let's see. Crazy Warlock, you've been here all day. All day. You're my Rumble ride or die. You got here at the start. I know that. Slidey Pie, you've been here for about 8. Yep. Not all day, but at least 8, says Red Storm. All you have now is most of it. 10 LK here. 10 hours. 10. Wow, we did it. We did it. We're at 9 hours, 59 seconds, 59 minutes, 47 seconds. We're about to hit 10 hours in a few seconds here, folks. I'm the effing starving squid. Oh my gosh, you guys. Most of it as well. Did leave for a beer, but that's because the wine moms are a bad influence. McCrae says, I've got nothing done today. Well, you have no excuse. I'm the one stuck behind the microphone. You could just be listening and doing whatever you wanted. Why did you get nothing done? What? Quiet 10-hour here. You guys are fabulous. Yeah, this chat is so fun, you guys. If you're new here, welcome, welcome, welcome. The chat is great. It's so fun. And it's a great little community here. New Fox t-shirt, the 10-hour club. Oh, we did it. We hit 10 hours. We're at 10 hours and 33 seconds. Wow. Paleo Rogue made us all look like losers because he or she cleaned out both fridges while listening. I love you too, Tammy. McCrae says I had to stop. I had to keep stopping to look at faces. XO BR1 XO. Yes, I'm new and I love it here already. Well, we love you too. So welcome. Thank you for being here. You guys have been amazing today. I watched this stream, says Chad, like I watched the Lord of the Rings movies. I see the beginning and the end. Oh God, Larry. That's a sobering thought. I don't like that at all. Maybe that's why he's in the hospital. Maybe they went after him. And if he's in the hospital, they can snuff him out pretty easily. Remember, Nancy Schaefer she got suicided. That's a whole other can of worms that we don't have time to open up right now. But one day we'll talk about Nancy Schaefer. Maybe. Or I'll get demonetized again. I'm not sure if I can talk about that on YouTube. We may have to do a Rumble exclusive for the Nancy Schaefer story. AP says, I spent the 10 hours doing stretches. Legs are sore as hell. Well, good for you for moving. Let's see. I had a couple of chats I wanted to get to that were starred. Oh, Cassio says, do you think it would be better for Maya to get some peace instead of getting this case into criminal court? I would never suggest that Maya do anything that brought her more stress and less peace. Whatever Maya wants to do is okay with me. However, I see something in Maya that I see in Cynthia Absug, that I see in Rachel Bruno, that I see in the victims who never gave up fighting. It's like a steeliness. She has a spine made of steel. And if she wants this to get bigger, I have every belief that Maya can make it happen. I have every belief in this kid. She is a freight train. She may not be headed to college. She may be headed into the history books. And we will see. We will see. But whatever Maya wants to do, I'm with her. 100%. I'm with her. Will I be streaming next week? I will be. I will be with Legal Vices on Tuesday for Johnny Depp sidebars. We'll be finishing that up on Tuesday. It's the last day. My last day to play Judge Penny as karate, which is my favorite thing. My absolute favorite thing. And then I guess on Monday, for sure, I'm going to be doing, I'm going to give it a whirl on Monday. I'm going to try and do some trial coverage, but I don't do it live because I don't like having to watch it at normal speed. I like to fast forward. So I can't tell you when, but if you follow me at meganfox.locals.com, You will get, and turn your notifications on. You'll get them and you'll know when I'm streaming. Okay. So my suggestion to you is to go to locals, meganfox.locals.com. Click follow on my account. You don't have to sign up. You don't have to pay any money. Just turn on notifications. In order to do this, you need to download the app on your phone and turn on the notifications. Because if you click the alarm thing, if you subscribe here, and if you're not subscribed, by the way, and you like this channel, please subscribe. I would love that. I'm really trying to get to 20,000 subscribers. Where am I at now? Let's see. Where am I at? Go to channel. I am at 19,600. We're only 300 subscribers away from 20,000 subscribers on this channel. And my channel was cut off at the knees when YouTube demonetized me. It was on a trajectory going up, and then they cut me off at the knees, and I lost a ton of subscribers. I was almost at 20,000, and now I'm almost back there. Guys, hit the subscribe. When I get there, we're going to have a fun party. It's going to be good. And on Rumble, by the way, on Rumble, we are at, I think I'm somewhere around 5,000 or close to 5,000. Let's try and hit 5,000 on Rumble. If you're on Rumble and you have not subscribed to this channel, please do it. Please do that now. And because I think we're at like 4,500 over there. But I would really like to grow my Rumble channel as well. McCrae, thanks for the super chat, says, Megan, I'm older than you, but I feel like you're my internet mom. My actual mom died last year, so I really enjoy your content. Aw, I'm so sorry for your loss. I dread the day that I lose my mom, but I'm glad that I can be here for anybody who needs a mom. I'm always here for mom shaming, mom advice, the stupid herbal remedies for headaches. Anything that you want to hear that your mom might say is something that I will probably say. So, oh, no, that's just girl math. Sorry. It's girl math. All right. So 400. I'm 400 away. All right. So sue me. I failed algebra like twice. What can I tell you? I don't math. That's super, but I'm only medium smart. What are you gonna do? All right, guys, it's time. It's time to call it quits and pull the plug. I can't believe my computer lasted for this last go around. It's time to go, and I hate to say goodbye. We've been doing this for so long. We've been in this for 10 hours. I almost feel like I won't know what to do when I pull the plug, but pull the plug I shall, because it's time to go. It's like bedtime. Good night, everybody. Take care.
I was lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, in my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. This time I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna stay. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So I take it that
Johnny's
you've seen
problem is he
Tamara
should
and
come
Johnny's
storming in there with
Yeah.
a string of
Do you
garlic
recall whether
and
you
some
went
holy
into
water.
Mr.
And a
Judson's
cross,
course
a crucifix.
bedroom?
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no,
compel you.
No, I don't.
You realized his house was infested with
Except for
succubuses.
that,
And
there's a photo here with you of what it, yes. Do you recall whether it was there when you arrived in the afternoon? I don't remember seeing it now. So while she
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
oh my god.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why
for
he wanted to
known
drown
as
her.
Lasis, and that
Next
is
witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That begins with Miss Vasquez.